Recording in progress.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensible with our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it academically.
First, Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities. Students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justisia.
2021 and ICSGS Academic. See you and thank you all.
In this focus group today. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You received this.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event. We proudly present this program free conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have a roundtable research sharing discussion. Thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join the significant program.
I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Lin Yola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event.
There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system.
The process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition.
We will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened. Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalists, okay, the investor, the developer.
Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap or strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double of people. Because not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic.
Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government.
So actually we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic.
My discussion is on the behavioral economics health belief model and institutional quality and exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine.
Actually, I will present orally. I won't use any slides over here.
International cooperation in the fight against the pandemic has triggered systematic reflection on the current international health governance.
Enhanced methane capture by metal organic frameworks for atmospheric restoration. So the reason why this is a big problem.
I will talk about today the project we are running at the moment, and I'd like to start with a short video. It is just 1 minute.
So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share our research findings on this topic.
Now, the long-run coefficient were estimated using full modified OLS estimator, as you can see in the slide.
The topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia.
Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GHG emission of greenhouse gas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Thank you everyone for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the parallel presentation session 2 of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. This year, the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, collaborates with the Asian Universities Alliance to bring the significant academic conference with the grand theme of Global Strategies for Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic Plus Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, and University of Malaya, and UCSI University. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the parallel presentation session 2 agenda. Allow me to give you some information and important announcement about the event. The event will be adjourned and for the presentation, parallel presentation sessions, which will be started at 9:30 Western Indonesian time. For today, we will have 14 different parallel sessions that will be divided into 2 parallel presentation sessions. Please be reminded to stay tuned with us at the closing ceremony right after the parallel presentation 3, which will be held today at afternoon at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. We will having keynotes and plenary speech. We will also have a plenary forum sessions and announcement of the conference awards. And last but not least, the closing remarks by the SSGS Director of Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the breakout room is now open. Happy conferencing, everyone. Thank you and see you soon.
Excuse me, Dr. Aziz, can you hear me? I'm sorry for the delay because we have connection problems in the area.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so today just for a quick brief. So after my opening speech, welcoming speech, I will give the control of this room I will hand over the control of this room to you, and you will present all of the other presenters one by one until when you're gonna present. That's when I come in and present you to all our guests today, to the audience.
Okay.
Okay. Before we begin this session today, I will give a welcoming speech. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Session H of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference with the title Urban Environment. I, Marcelino Sebastian, or you can also call me Marcel for short, I'm honored to be the Master of Ceremony and co-chair for this parallel session. Before we begin this parallel session, I would like to give some announcement about the rules for this parallel session. The first one is, to all presenters, please be ready with the presentation according to the order as in the conference book. You will be given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. This parallel session is recorded, and some of the presentation will be presented live on our YouTube channel at International Collaboration. Hence, we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. To respected session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of this parallel session. To our dear audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the parallel session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button below your Zoom application. You can also ask some questions presented by the presenter in the chat room. You may move from one breakout room session to another. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel presentation session. We will have a closing ceremony on the 27th October 2021 at 15:30 Western Indonesia time, or GMT +7 in the main session. And I will stand by throughout the entire session in this breakout room. Should you have any inquiries, you may address them to me, and I will answer them personally. Thank you, Dr. Thank you. This parallel session today will be led by Session Chair Dr. Nur Mahdia Aziz. We are honored to have Dr. Aziz with us today. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our today's session chair, Dr. Nur Mahdia Aziz. Dr. Mahdia Aziz is a senior lecturer at Department of Quantity Surveying, Faculty of Built Environment, University of Malaysia. She also has many achievements in the academic world, such as the Gold Medal Award at the International Learning Improvement and Teaching Enhancements Conference 2021 and International Research Conference in 2020. She also have published lots of papers and journals and research in various, and her research includes the application of IT in construction, project, and knowledge management. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Nur Mahdia Aziz. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone.
Recording in progress.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning.
Morning. Okay, my name is Dr. Mardia. Okay, and I'm from Faculty of Built Environment from University of Malaya. So today I'll be the session chair for this session for the parallel session of urban environment. Okay, so there are 7 presenters today in our session, and so each presenter have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for Q&A. All right, and I would like to request the presenter to turn on their camera, and I would like to remind everyone to kindly mute your mic when you are not speaking. All right, so without further ado, I would like to turn the time over to the first presenter, which is Abu Bakar Al-Sakaf. Okay, speaking on a novel sustainability-oriented model for evaluating.
Excuse me, Dr. Mardia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Marcel.
Dr. Mardia, an update. We have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes of presentation today and 5 minutes of Q&A.
Okay, sorry. 15
so we
minutes.
have okay.
20 minutes. Okay. Total of 20 minutes. All right. Okay, so I would like to welcome Abu Bakar Al-Sakaf to present his research about a novel sustainability-oriented model for evaluating existing building.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Professor Noor. I'd like to present my paper, which is entitled "A Novel Sustainability-Oriented Model for Evaluating Existing Buildings." The presentation outline, introduction, background, methodology, model implementation, conclusions, and recommendation. First of all, the introduction. Sustainable facility management is the necessary for the implementation of changes to buildings in order to reduce any diversity, for example, energy consumption,
sorry for
water
interrupting.
efficiency, waste management.
Abu Bakar, sorry for interrupting, but can you please turn on the slideshow? Present the slideshow. Click on present the slideshow.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
That's okay now?
Yes. Okay, you may continue.
Okay, so in order to reduce any increasing for environmental impact, includes the energy efficiency, water use or water efficiency as well, waste management, ecological design, sustainable materials. So indoor air quality, which is like landscapes. What happened? Okay, the indoor air quality and human resources, security, financial aspects, contracting, strategic maintenance, and public relations and media. So, for example, as we said in the previous slide, which is like indoor air quality, and those are the main aspects in sustainability, energy for built environment, which are, for example, like indoor air quality, building life cycle assessment, sustainability modeling, fire systems, and etc. So as we knew, like sustainability is based on 3 main aspects, which are environmental, social, and economical aspects. The background of the facility management like in the 21st century, like facility manage changes business environment that may be impacted by the the market change. So also it's yeah, for example, the process. Oh, sorry, what happened? The slide. It's okay with you? I'm facing here. It's moving. Are we able to see? Excuse me?
Yes.
It seems like freezing.
No, you may continue.
It's okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, this research like mainly established like an automated tool for evaluating the sustainability of educational buildings in terms of user perspective. So why it's moving here? Yeah, for example, model development. This phase evaluates the importance of each criterion. Like we have like 3 main criterion and sub-criterion in respect to the user's perspective. And we use like analytic network processes like multi-criteria decision making. Selected the ANB is selected because it's like it's able to capture the interdependencies between the criteria of model while AHP like ANB fails to model this from the dependence. Sustainability, this phase evaluates the user perspective level in terms of building sustainable building using the user responses collected by 5 points. Like for example, we categorize the levels of the scale of the responses. For example, very unsatisfied or satisfied, medium satisfied, and very satisfied to collect the responses. Like we use fuzzy set theory. Also, it should be like noted that if overall perspective of users is equal to satisfied or higher, no action is required. Otherwise, phase 3 to like initiated to upgrade the sustainability of the building being considered to evaluate the overall user perspective in that level. So upgrading sustainability, the criteria that cause user dissatisfied like are identified such as like sub-criterion that has a perspective level lower than medium will be like considered for upgrade. Like for example, we recognize that this factor or this sub-factor has like a lower level or level lower of the score. So we will upgrade it like by using some techniques or some solutions to evaluate or to develop the this component or this factor. This is the interface of the automated tool, like facility management framework of sustainable buildings user perspective. So we can, like as we can see, like select the Excel file, criteria and sub-criteria, importance, weights, optimization, output, like cost and time, building satisfaction index. Then the questionnaire feedback for the expert, like we send this questionnaire to the expert, for example, architects and civil engineers and facility managers as well. And upgrade alternative, like for example, 3 or 4 factors that need to be upgraded. Here in this sheet, like we can see here the main fact criterion, then the, like for example, thermal specified lens design, then also the lighting. So all criterion and factors that affect the sustainability of the building divided into time to cost. So we have the values of the time and cost for each criterion, factors, and sub factors. As we can see here in the sub-criterion, chosen alternatives, like for example, here in the first column, so we can see the sub-criterion, so has certain amount of the chosen alternatives, so we can see the gap or the difference between the time and cost. So so we can see also the improvement of the model. The same thing, like screenshot of the tables. Yeah, this is like framework of the facility management of the building. So we divided into like the management tools, operation activity, management key knowledge, and facility knowledge. So model implementation, the automated tool of this research, like total integrity is Excel software, and it's like data entry. So we just input the data into the software in terms of like a user's perspective assessment and optimization processing. This tool like is divided into 4 types. New optimization process. So you can see.
Alan, if this is summary from the finding, because we have like 2 aims to measure to measure the phases in measured drawing courses and to study about the factor of engagement. Based on the result that we can get, actually all the measured drawing activities related to all the 4 factors in student engagement. So it is it can be said that every stage in measured drawing has contributed to all the factors engagement in student learning during the virtual learning process. So as per discussion, if we can see, the study has shown how the shifting of online learning in architecture measured drawing has offer opportunity in digital learning. Maybe before the pandemic, we never thought this course can be carried out in virtual learning, but due to the research that we have done, so it can see that students also engage more than like 50% in this courses. So therefore, the shift to online learning in this course didn't bring down the level of student engagement despite of a pandemic situation. And also the student also appreciate the skills they have learned in the course and the working in team. And based on the feedback from the online learning, actually we got a few feedback, a lot of feedback from the students. So some of the students agree that this one can be done virtually, and some of the students also having difficulties. Of course, for example, let's say, of course, it's going to be a challenging things. And of course, when we do online learning, of course, it's require a good team to conduct these courses. And some of the students also said it's difficult to get most accurate measurement online and virtually, but during this several methods that we try to introduce to the student, it can be seen that the student can carry this course online. So in conclusion, despite of shortcomings, so the outcome of course successfully show that alternative method that has been adopted has demonstrated the positive result concerning the student engagement, because as we see from the result, all the 4 phases is related to the all 4 factors. So the implementation of various techniques has proven to assist the student performance and involvement in every task. So of course, in this virtual learning, the students are required to plan ahead. For example, let's say to be creative in problem solving, increase the ability to investigate. And of course, it is actually improve their soft and interpersonal skills. So undoubtedly, positive and negative impact that we got from this research has gained and helped the students and lecturers to understand, implement, and improve the current online learning that we carry out just now. So I think, yeah, so that's all for my presentation. So if you have any question, you can always contact us in the email that provided here. So I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Fatiha. That was very great presentation, and I can see that the full team is around, right? From UCSI?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see some of the team are here. Thank you very much. That was a very firm project, firm study that you conducted in your institutions. I have some notes here to maybe we can discuss just now. And thanks God, just now you really managed the time. So we still have time for the Q&A and discussions. Before I go through some notes that I have here, maybe I can allow the floor, the participants or the audience to pass some questions to maybe to clarify to the team or to the presenters here. Please, is there any questions? Is there any?
Any question from the floor?
No. All right. While waiting, maybe I can highlight some concern here, Fatiha. Because talking about architecture and all of those technical works of from the students or even from the architects as the professional itself, there are a lot of area that we can talk about, even though maybe the architecture students or even the architects itself, they are always busy doing the projects instead of writing, right? But this one is very interesting because you are talking about the process, the process of doing the work, and you are also talking about the educations. So I think it's not only about the architecture work itself, but also the education system in architecture is very interesting. I think it's even it could be even a PhD study if you could further elaborate later, because it's very interesting. There are a lot of points that you can discuss later. My point here is, do you think the result would be different if the study was conducted to other batch of degree students. For example, like this one was bachelor degree students, right?
Our
Your
study
focus
focusing
area.
on diploma. Yep, diploma study.
Diploma students.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Do you think it would be the findings would be different if the what we call that, the respondents or the students that you investigated were a bachelor degree or even master students in architecture?
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the question, Dr. Linyola. All right. I think it's going to be different because right now we study about the phase and also student engagement, and we can see that phase number 2 is the higher requirement or higher the factor the student engage. For example, as phase 2 is to find out the method and methodology to carry out this learning activity. But for degree, I think maybe for phase 2, because most of the students maybe already expert with the software, already know about the technique and etc. So maybe the higher engagement will be in phase 3, which is a production of 2D and 3D. All right, because we can see like diploma is just being introduced to the software. So that's why we can see the participation is merely on the phase 2 compared to the phase 3. So yeah, I would agree with Dr. Lin. Maybe the result will change. Maybe in future future research we try to have like comparative study between diploma and degree courses. Yep. I think can be done that one.
Yeah. So that means the findings is very much still contextual, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. All right.
And yeah, just additional info. Actually, for the learning, for the measured drawing, we postponed actually for one semester last time because we didn't figure out what's the best technique to be teach or to be taught to the students. So that one is beginning of pandemic. So when the pandemic like carry for 1.5 years, so we start to find what are the best method. So that's why we come up with a few strategies to proceed with this course, even though this one is conducted in virtual. So I think we managed to find out a few strategies to maintain the learning activity for the student.
All right.
Yep.
Maybe one other concern I can highlight here is before the time is I think approaching. Co-chair timekeeper is some seconds left. Yeah, even though the pandemic has moved us from the normal trend to the new trend, for example, like the virtual methodology that in teaching and architecture students, I think to some extent the sense of doing the architecture work manually, I think is also there is the significant point there. As I can I remember that in 2000 something I was teaching in China, and where during those time in Malaysia I was already with my students with all of those technology in doing the drawings and etc. But in China they still do the manual drawings, and they don't touch the computer at all when they're in studio, and they're so in touch with the papers, with the building materials, and all in the studio. It was just very messy and dirty, but they really enjoy the process. So I think to some extent, even though the technology could help us in delivering this architecture works, there are some maybe pace that the architects cannot live at all in doing the manual works. I believe so. But of course, there would be some stages later, especially in the future. All right. Can we leave you there because the time is already up? I think the co-chair is already giving the reminder. Before that, maybe I could briefly greet the full team. Hello, Echa, Ida.
Yes.
Good work. Well done on writing the paper. Ida, Echa. Who else? We have here. Ilyana, and
Yeah, we
Amar?
have 4.
No?
Yeah, we have Amar here.
Amar also. Hello, Amar. Still hiding behind the camera.
Hello.
Hello. Hope all are good there in UCSI and KL.
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and the good work, team. All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Natasha, can we move to the next presenter? I think we have Mr. Ibrahim Shah, Handy Martin Simbolon. If you are in, is going to present the title with the title of text structure, adional function. I think I pronounced it wrong. Oral traditions and local wisdom. If you are ready, Mr. Ibrahim.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. All right. You can prepare your slide. While waiting, maybe I can remind that the co-chair is going to remind us on the time with the timekeeper. So you could set your Zoom in the gallery mode if you want to see the timekeeper. Okay, 15 minutes is for you, Ibrahim, please.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ibrahim Shah. I'm from the University of Sumatera Medan. I'm going to see you in this event.
Hello.
Topic right now.
Ibrahim, I think we can't hear you clearly. I think your network is also having problem.
Maybe you can turn off the video camera, Mr. Ibrahim, for a while you are presenting.
Yeah, we advise you to do so. So your voice, at least we can catch your voice clearly better. All right, but your share screen is gone now. Yeah, you can help us to go for the full screen mode.
Hello, you can hear clearly?
Yeah, you can go for the full screen mode for your slide, and after that you can start your presentations.
Okay, you can listen to me.
We can hear you, but please present your slide in the full screen mode.
Okay, we will start my presentation. I'm sorry about the signal. It's very bad from the Sumatra. Sorry. Okay, before I start going to share a quick story about my topic, understand and help us to analyze this cultural text in the study of text structure of Simalungun Tuturian. Tuturian is the meaning in English is folklore. Okay, there is the three scope to we explain today. First I'm going to discuss about this text structure, and the second I'm going to discuss about additional function. Finally, I'm going to discuss about local wisdom. Okay, the text from by according Holiday is that the text is also product by speaker, co-speaker writer, and at the very moment the next has been production. At the function, the language context, the element of a text specify the part of the text in the study.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Ibrahim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still sorry for interruption. We can't hear you clearly. It's still very breaking. If you could help us to get the better network. Hello, are you with us?
Mr. Ibrahim? Hello, can you hear me?
Jakarta, especially in Rawamangun. The method is mixed quantitative research. In the study, we will use mixed quantitative and qualitative research methods by data collecting, analysis, and combined quantitative and qualitative data theory from Creswell and John Creswell. The qualitative and quantitative were collected at the same time. Observations were made compared with the theory we used. Collecting quantitative and qualitative data simultaneously is considered in the most effective because it does not take long in the collection process. This is the illustrated for chart below. We have the first one, Jakarta International Velodrome and surrounding area dan sekitarnya. Determine research location in 3 segments and 9-point observation area. That I inventory the pedestrian facilities. At the same time, I do parameter of walkability index. Then I calculate the observation, I analyze, and I conclude. This is a method I use. This is observation, then I say this is the zoom for velodrome area. I divide it for 3 segments to observe 1 to 9, 1, 2, 3, 9. I do calculate pedestrian path and investigate the facility of pedestrian. This is the area combined. There is a hotel, office, mall, trader, merchant, office, terminal, and Jakarta International Velodrome itself. This is my area research. 3 or 5 times I observe this area to calculate and to observe the situation, condition the pedestrian. Analysis and discussion. The parameter assessment I carry out to score 1 to 5. The lowest one is the number 1 is lowest, and 5 is 5 high score. The 9 parameters from pedestrian conflict with other transportation, availability, crossing safety, motorcycle behavior. This is the segment of I observe. Then I do the number, collect the number. I calculate the formula. Then the score is average is 57.193. What the mean? The parameter number 6 is the highest, and parameter number 3 is the lowest. What kind of do I observe? Like the parameter number 9 is facility, amenities like bench, bollard, drainage, and so on. Then I give 1 is no supporting facilities. I give number 2, that's only 1 and true. And velodrome area, there is a number score is 4 to 5 because they have bollard, drainage, social interaction, green line, lighting, radar scan, punchbird, roof. There is no roof. Is there. Crossing availability is the lowest because the situation at the pedestrian area is not crossing, just walking by, like jaywalking, sembarangan dalam menyeberang. This is the formula I use to the numbers. I calculate the pedestrian length, the number of pedestrian, and the number of observation. Pedestrian flow, I calculate how many people passing through in pedestrian. for 1 minute per 1 meter. Then this is like calculate to observe segment 1 till segment 9. This is example for segment 1, the length of 52 meters. I do, and the bright day, I calculate men and women through passing in 15 minutes. Then I calculate the highest is 1.39. This is the situation with very low use. This is the conclusion, 57.93, which means several facilities around the pedestrian pathwalk can be reached or passed on the foot. This is described of walkability index, where is the velodrome is number 50 to 97. 99 is like average number for velodrome area. The highest one is parameter 6. Assessment is certain assessment supporting facility availability because there is blind tile, curb bands, motor barrier, night light, trash can, and availability reservation lane. The lowest one is parameter number 3 because the crossing parameter is my observation. Zebra cross signs are only found at the red light intersection, while the farthest distance for zebra crossing average 200 meters, which causes many pedestrians to cross spontaneously or carefully jaywalking. For service level, the pedestrian, the higher score is 1.9 and 1.6. The value is standard score A, flow of pedestrian. Conclusion, like I said, 57.3, which means that some facility in pedestrian can be reached or passed on foot. But the fact is that there are frequent conflict between pedestrian and taxi bike online, ojek online, motorcycling park lot, and street vendor. For sudden pedestrian path, standard A should be obtained. The daily use of pedestrian path should be minimum standard B. Because of the Romangan velodrome area include public facilities such as school, campus, sport field, commercial area, and office building, top mall, hotel, Transjakarta route, which means the pedestrian are empty because pedestrians are not seen optimal use. The finding of study could be used for policy evaluation of walkability area of velodrome Romangun. Thank you everyone for this is my presentation. Thank you. This is the end.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bakhtiar Marpaung, for the great presentation and also very interested research. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any, I think this is the very interested issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, please address to Pak Bakhtiar Marpaung for his presentation entitled Walkable Study on Pedestrian Path in the Rawamangun Velodrome Area, East Jakarta. But if there is no question from audience, I will ask a simple question, Pak Bakhtiar Marpaung. As you know, as a nomad in Jakarta, from the, what we say, from outside Jakarta, I see there is many facilities for pedestrian in Jakarta. As you state in your research also, there is a lot of pedestrian path. However, many are also misused into parking spaces and also sell something or another. In your opinion, or based on research, on your observation, what do you think the problem? Why is so hard to fix this problem? It's hard to change the behavior, the people around the pedestrian path. Maybe of this because of what we say, law enforcement, or do you have any finding, any answer about this? That's Pak Bakhtiar.
Yeah, Pak Andika, in my opinion and my experience, our culture and our people is lacking to bukan budaya berjalan gitu bagi orang Indonesia. So the pedestrian is not used, tidak selalu digunakan. There is use the motorbike or motorcycle. Then the pedestrian or trotoar is not, tidak ada yang melintasi. Then the street vendor or pedagang kaki lima or parking bike to occupy the pedestrian. Because so many kait mengait, because they back up di backingi for the preman or RT atau RW, they do street vendor or kaki lima. Then the situation, the pedestrian masyarakat kita jadi malas berjalan. But so many problems, especially in Jakarta, like Atarik present the bench of park, bangku taman juga di tidur orang-orang, jadi especially girls or women cannot walk at the pedestrian because kadang-kala yang tidur gembel-gembel atau pengemis takut lewat sana.
It's not safety, Pak ya?
Yeah, that's a safety. Ojek online juga kadang-kala membuat tidak nyaman, especially girls or women. This is my opinion, Pak.
Okay, very interested answer from Pak Bahtiar Marpaung. So it's very complex issues. How to change the behavior. We need the law enforcement at the same time. Also, there's also people who paid to secure the space in the pedestrian path. And also, the very interested, as you mentioned before, Pak Bahtiar, the women also feel not comfortable to walk on pedestrian path because yes, they are what we say. Maybe someone can call her, or what we say, sexual harassment by verbal also. Yes, as you said in your research, one of the indicator is the comfort. If this is the one of the what we say, the indicator in the index. Very interested answer and question. I think this is why we need to tackle this problem from the multidisciplinary studies, Pak Bahtiar ya. So not also from the design, but also from the psychology and law enforcement also, and another.
Yeah.
Do you have any participant, if you have any question, or Pak Bahtiar, if you have something to say, please, before we pass to another presenter. We have 1 minute and 30.
Not really, but thank you very much for this time, for the opportunity, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Bahtiar Marpaung, for your presentation and your answer also. And now we are going to listen to the next presenter, which is Pak Pamuka Praset. He will present the paper entitled "The Route of Cibitung Cilincing Toll Road on Efficiency and Effectivity in Citizen Mobilities in Bekasi District Area during Pandemic COVID-19." Pak Pamuka Prasetya Primantara, you have 15 minutes. And I pass this virtual meeting room to you, please.
Thank you, Pak Handika, for the opportunity, and good morning, everyone. This is related to the roles of the Cibitung Cilincing Toll Road on citizen mobilities in Bekasi District Area during pandemic COVID-19. So almost 2.5 years after we struck by COVID-19 pandemic, we are still struggling to improve the situation from all aspects, not only in terms of the vaccination, but also to look after the people who infected. Thanks God, the curve is flattened now. But the economic and business activity also have a bad romance during March 2020 until around June or August 2021. Therefore, the government also needs to improve the community's mobility so that it returns to the output like PPKM and PSBB. It's a restrictions regulation on people's mobility and activity. Still related to during pandemic COVID-19 mobilities, the government also exploring the new standards of mobilities. So for the citizen mobilities, it's have a strict regulation, but for the economic and business, the priorities for the primary needs like goods and another logistic matters should be still running during the pandemic COVID-19. But the movement of people also associated with the effectiveness and efficiency of travel costs and travel time. Congestion, road environment, and also the obstacles also considered by the citizen during their mobility. So they demand the fast and smooth access from their home, from their office to their destination. Talks about the research related to the Cibitung Chilincing Toll Road roles during pandemic COVID-19. I will let me introduce Cibitung Chilincing Toll Road for a simple statement, like it's a national strategic project, or we call it PSN, Project Strategy System. The construction of the Cibitung Chilincing Toll Road is a part of government's mandate to realize from 2015 until 2024 the PSN, which provides road infrastructure to support the national economic growth strategy. And the Cibitung Chilincing Toll Road that will operate around 34 kilometers from Cibitung area to North Jakarta area. Is it the part of Jakarta Outer Ring Road 2 from from Jakarta Cikampek kilometer 25 until Chilincing around kilometer 60. So I gathered the literature review from Frederick Stokes City Reader 6th edition for new urban mobilities. The first, the impact of mobile technology on critical aspects of the city of life, such as existence of legal governance regulacy, function, in this case, such as existent market function, the part of economic production and trade, as well as the role of the individual community. The second is the influence of globalization in urban areas on aspiration that arise due to the mobilities of the two main constituencies that will become new policies in the future technology in developing the countries. And the third is the way that will emerge in digital area and communications technology and urbanization itself. And the other theory was a theory of good city formed from access Kevin Lynch. The concept of the city associated with access in classified according to the features. It is provide access to whom the access is granted, the most probably access to other place in the sense of the word community movement. Is it related to mobilities and access? Okay. My research method was survey and literature study. The location was in Indonesian Logic Authority office complex in Cibitung, 1 until 15 September 2021. Population and sample, such as people who using Cibitung Cilincing toll road, it is mandatory. And the other is who domicile within the Cibitung area and commute from their domicile to work location in Cibitung. So the population limited to small scale, like they're using the toll road and also they work in Cibitung. The results. So the respondents have a domicile around Jabodetabek, Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, dan Bekasi, and the work location also in Kabupaten Bekasi and Kota Bekasi, and their mobilities is, you can say, almost every day, but some respondents is less than 2 times a week. The travel time before Cibitung Cilincing toll road operation, it's around 15 until 30 minutes, and then the other is 30 until 45 minutes. But the travel time after Cibitung Cilincing toll road operation from their origin to their destination around 0 until 15 minutes. So it's reduced the time mobilities from their origin to their destination. And what about the toll road cost? Particularly the toll road cost for the Cibitung Cilincing toll road from Cibitung to Telaga Asih Junction. It's around 3 kilometers length. It's 5,500. So they're mostly of the citizen agree and very satisfied, because as you know that the toll road and the local road is different, because that you know that for the time travel time will be shorter if we cross the toll roads rather than we cross the local road, especially in Cibitung area. So the analysis is also the results. Before Cibitung Cilincing toll operation during pandemic, it's around 30 minutes under 45 minutes. So also the length of the road and the time of the travel time also considered to the citizen in Bekasi. After Cibitung Cilincing toll road partially operation, it decreased from 30 until 45 minutes to 15 minutes, around 15 minutes. So the conclusion of this small-scale research around Cibitung area, it's Cibitung Cilincing toll road giving a shorter travel time and avoid traffic jams during pandemic COVID-19. And the Cibitung Cilincing toll road facilitates the distribution of goods and services, as well as supports economic growth during pandemic COVID-19. And the last is the Cibitung Cilincing Toll Road supports and improves the economy and surrounding communities. I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Pak Pamuka Prasetya Primantara, for your great presentation and a very interesting research topic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now if you have any questions or comments about the presentation of Pak Pamuka, please welcome. You can address any questions to Pak Pamuka immediately. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, is there any questions?
I'm Talia. I would like to ask something to Pak Pramuka, Mr. Pramuka.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I seem to understand that in this age, in a city especially, like toll road is a necessity in a metropolitan city, like especially the ones that's connected to other satellite cities, like Jakarta. But I wonder if we concerned about the urban pattern of a city regarding to the permeability of interactions between people. Is it really a good thing? Because you know, the construction of toll road is supposedly enclose the space under it, right? Like, so what do you think about it? Is it a good thing for the people interaction? Yeah, I mean, regarding to the construction of the toll road, yeah.
Can I answer directly?
Yeah, please, Pak Pamuka.
Yeah, thank you, Talia Salma, for the good question. Yeah, also, I have to say that during the construction, almost every toll roads in Indonesia have a problem during the social problem and you know, the legality of the land use also, and then also from the like some kind of if we build toll roads to shorten the time of the mobilities, but we not really considered about the maybe the interaction of the people. I have to say it's a business matters for the construction of the toll road. So we also rethinking about the how we still also doing the CSR. Like we also hire the local worker from surrounding around our construction environment, and also we also hired some of the SMEs to participate in our rest area, and also maybe obviously it's hard to reach the national and local road. So if you can see later on in the maps, our Cibitung Cilincing Toll Road also giving a new opportunity of the Kabupaten Bekasi area, which is don't have any good access and mobility. So I think the interaction between the communities also support from the mobility. So we avoid the traffic jam, we avoid the obstacles and the congestion around the local road. So I think the bad news is also our construction phase regarding the land use and the legality. But the good news from the toll roads construction is they're giving surrounding communities the economic growth impact. I think that's my answer. Hope it's answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pramuka, and also Mbak Talia Salma for the question. A very good discussion. Yeah, this is the concern of a lot of people in Indonesia, also not only in Jakarta and the Java, but also in the outside of Java Island. So there is the hypothesis that some people claims that toll road will kill the small business, the local business. But there is another argument also. And as Pak Muka said, we need to to integrate the planning of before building the toll road, how to calculate the risk and how to approach the local societies and also give them space so we can make sure that the toll road not only for for the big business or but also will the local business or local people also can get benefit from the toll road. I think this is also the problem that we could tackle with multidisciplinary approach because you need also from the psychology and also how to communicate with local people and etc. Thank you, Pak Pramuka, for your good presentation. And
thank you. Good morning,
Pak Talia. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching to the next presenter, which is Pak Ahmad Jubair. Pak Ahmad Jubair will present his paper entitled Carrying Capacity Assessment in Depok City, Indonesia. Pak Ahmad Jubair, you have 15 minutes. The time is yours, please.
Thank you, Pak Handika Surbakti. Is my sound clear? Sounds clear?
Clear, Pak.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmad Zubair, and my research is about carrying capacity assessment in Depok City, Indonesia. So this research is done by 2020. So I will present to you about the results. So the introduction, it's all about the population. Since 2011, Indonesia has entered a period of development known as urban millennia. Especially in Jabodetabek area, or Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, and Bekasi Regency. A situation where the population in urban areas is larger than the population in rural areas. So the urban population and human activities expand infinitely and exceed the limits of urban capacity. Thus, the humans will no longer experience prosperity, and cities become vulnerable to deterioration in socioeconomic and ecological aspects. My study area in Depok City, so the population growth was 900 in 14 years. Based on the projection data, if the population of Depok City reached 2.5 million in 2021, then within 19 years, Depok will experience doubling times. So the population will double. This means that in 2040, the estimated population of Depok City will reach about 5 million. Therefore, this study aims to measure and analyze the carrying capacity index in Depok City. So the research methods, we use the GIS, the use of GIS or geographical information system techniques allows the measurement of urban carrying capacity in the spatial arrangement to be taken. This method use intersect overlay analysis technique by combining several measured variables. So there are 3 variables, namely natural environment variables, built environment variables, and policy environment variables. Each of these variables has different data features depending on the characteristic of the variables and the availability of data in the city. The method of weighting and determining the research variables is adjusted to several data. So the variables is divided into 3: natural environment, built environment, and policy environment. Each of variables have several parameters.
The parameter for natural environment is flood-prone areas, slope, type of soil, water body, vegetation. The parameter of built environment are land use, population density, road network. And the parameter for policy environment is Depok City Spatial Plan. The suitability of development in natural environment. So we divided into some ordinal score based on SME. SME is subject matter expert determination of development suitability. So there are three classes: suitable, sufficiently suitable, or not suitable, or unsuitable. So the ordinal score, as you can see in the slide, for slope from 2 to 0, vegetation from 3 to 0, and so on. And also for suitability of development in built environment. So the ordinal score from 3 to 0, as you can see in the slide. For land use, the future values from vacant land, business, commercial, recreation, offices, industry, transportation, garden, and undevelopable area. For the population density, this is the classes from 0 people until more than 41 people per hectare. For the road network, non-existent and exist the road network. For the SME determination, suitable, unsuitable, as you can see in the slide. And then for the suitability of the development for policy environment, we use the zoning plan. And then if there is a policy applied to area, we categorize yes, the future value is 1. Otherwise, no and 0. And then the weighting is 60%. And so on. For the index classification of the carrying capacity, we divide it into 3 classes: unsuitable, suitable, and the most suitable. Each of classes have the value, as you can see the table on the left, from 0 until 9 values. So the result and discussion, this is the map of the land suitability development in Depok City for natural environment, divided into 5 classes from not suitable, not suitable enough, suitable enough, suitable, and the most suitable. From the gray color into the dark purple. Areas of higher suitability are in urban areas that are already disrupted by development, especially cities in the city centers. Depok city centers in Margonda Street, along Margonda Street. Margonda Street is the vital street in the Depok city. Massive housing and development such as the area, as well as in the downtown area, is more developed than in other areas. So the center is in Margonda Street, and then thus its change in the natural environment are generally less pronounced. This is the picture of the Margonda Street. For the land suitability development in the built environment, there are 4 classes from the most suitable in the dark purple, suitable, not suitable enough, and not suitable in the gray color area. Areas that have high suitability are in the western part of Depok City. To be precise, in Sawangan and Bojongsari districts in the western part. These areas have height and land availability and semi-permanent land use activities. In other words, it is still flexible and can change functions quickly. For example, from the paddy field area into the small cluster housing area. Sawangan and Bojongsari district in the figure, you can see There's also development of the toll road. And then the land suitability development for policy environment for classes from the most suitable in the dark purple, and then suitable, not suitable enough, and not suitable in the gray area. As you can see, regions with large policy burdens will be subject to incentives provided by the central government. Hence, if several policies are carried out simultaneously, the results will be very limited. The regions with the greatest policy burden are in the Tapos and Sawangan district in the eastern area. And then for the results for land suitability development in Depok City, there are 3 classes: not suitable, suitable, and the most suitable in dark purple area. So by the indexes and the values, you can see in the table, there are about 5,000 hectares areas for unsuitable classes, is about 25% of the all area. For the suitable classes is about 10,000 hectares, and it is about 54%. And then for the most suitable classes, there are 4,000 areas, is about 4,000 hectares, and the percentage is 20. Development in the river and lake border areas is an unsuitable category, and this is the development in the river bank along Ciliwung. Ciliwung is the main river in the Depok City, Kali Angke, and around water bodies. So Depok City itself have several problems with this kind of development in the near water body or in the river bank. The most suitable areas for development in Depok City are areas with low density and non-built land, especially in Bojong Sari district, Sawangan district, Cilodong, and Tapos district. This is the picture example of the development activity nowadays in riverbank. If you can see in the picture, there are maybe a permanent house or a building in the riverbank. This is in the Ciliwung River in Depok City. So the conclusion, it requires policy incentives and significant capital infusions to realize more detailed calculation of the carrying capacity index. The concept of calculating the carrying capacity index can provide recommendation to improve the environment and provide land suitability to be achieved, and serve as a source of evaluation material for neighborhood or city or regency scale. This concept can also be used as a development planning tool. The results of the urban carrying capacity analysis can be treated as one of planning and decision-making instruments, such as a detailed planning zone. Thank you for your opportunity, and I give back to Mr. Handika.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ahmad Jubair, for the presentation. It's very good and interesting research, I think. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, comment, or anything about the research that presented by Pak Ahmad Jubair, please welcome Bapak Ibu. Is there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. If there is no question for Pak Ahmad Jubair, I think enough, and Pak Jubair, you can close your presentation.
Thank you for your concern.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad Jubair. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the last but not the least presenter, which is Garin Nandito. Garin Nandito will present the paper entitled Urban Development and Traffic Congestions, Jakarta Metropolitan Area Study During the Pandemic. Pak Garin Nandito, you have 15 minutes. The time is yours, please.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Handika.
Hello, good morning.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, let me share the screen first. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So let me start. Thank you very much, Mr. Handika Subakti, as the co-chair for this parallel session. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Gabriel Nandito. I'm from School of Strategic and Global Studies, University Indonesia. And today I will present my topic research. It's about urban development and traffic congestions, Jakarta study during the pandemic. And I feel honored to be part of this 2021 AUA ICSS Academic Conference. Let me begin from the introduction. So, rapid economic growth and urbanization of Jakarta has caused socio-economic challenges in many sectors, including transportation. And city-centered and metropolitan area face massive traffic congestions. The increased growth of motorized private vehicles, it's around 9.5% in a year, was imbalanced with the increase of the annual average road length. And this is only around 0.01% for the past 5 years. And traffic control and strategies has been made to lessen the consequences of the poor traffic densities. However, the problems keep getting worse. The study actually, this pilot study aims to investigate the factors that cause the traffic congestions in order to get alternative solutions to mitigate the impacts on the social, economic, and environment. The next one about the map of origin destination. As you can see from the left side, the routes of origin destination is from Block M to Jakarta Kota Station, and this is from the south to north, and from the city center to the remote area or district. And the right side, as you can see, the routes of origin destination is from Jakarta Kota Station to Block M, and this is from the north to south, the remote area or district to the city center. And then the next one, the type of vehicle that I use for this research is private car, as you can see from the picture. And about the investigation schedules, this investigation consists of 3 days, Monday, Friday, and Saturday in a week. And about the time, the peak hours start from 9 and 11 in the morning, and the off-peak hours start from 12 to 14 in the afternoon. And for your information, the survey was conducted on March 2021 during the pandemic, when the large-scale social restrictions, locally known as PSBB, or pembatasan sosial berskala besar, imposed. And then this study was conducted by using GNSS application. You can see this device. This is the base station that I use. It's called TrimbleNet R9. And this device is classified as the high-cost receiver for the GNSS. You can see this is receiver, and this is the antenna. And about the rover receiver, I use this receiver. It's called EVK M80 U-Blocks M9 timing GNSS evaluation kit. And this device actually is classified as the low-cost receiver. So I use the rover receiver in the field to collect my data, and the base station, this one, for the correction data. And I use my personal PC that integrated with this rover receiver. Okay, next one. So the methodology from the GNSS that I use for this research is GNSS PPK, or post-process kinematic. So I collect the data from the field, and then I post-process with the data from the base station as the corrections, so that I could get the more precise or the better result. And as you can see from the slide, these are the few of the application or software that I use for this research. This one is called uCenter because the receiver that I use it's from the uBlocks receiver. So I use this software to collect the data in the field, and then I use this convert to Linux to convert the observation data from the base station. So I could combine or process both of the observation data from the field and the base station with RTK. So I use the RTK converter and RTK post to do the post processing with this all GNSS data. And then about the results, actually, first one, start from Monday. As you can see, the result. Actually, it's quite clean because we can see green color. So the green color means for the fixed data for the GNSS. So the yellow actually for the float. It's good, but it still has a minor error. But actually, for this result, it's quite good. As you can see from the morning, actually this one is the south-north, this one is the from the north and south. You can see the time and the duration for the Monday investigation on 15 March 2021. And next, on Friday, it's the same. As you can see about for the time and the duration. And okay, Friday. Actually, this is my mistake. Actually, it's Saturday. So Monday, Friday, and Saturday. And next one about the result on the scheduled trip. For the peak and off hours, the traffic volume was recorded almost constant during both of the peak and off hours without a significant gap. The traffic congestions was not a challenge during the pandemic lockdown restriction. And about the weekday and weekend, the traffic volume was heavier during the weekdays as there were still staff activities occur within the office area. And the result about the land use or landmark along the route. The road along the traditional market and the offices blocks were affected by the heavy traffic, and the GNSS data show the intense plot of distribution. As you can see from this slide, there are some intense plot of distribution because this is the road along the traditional market. And this picture, you can see also the intense plot. I hope you can see it clearly. The road along the office area. And then the result about the signal distraction and physical features along the route. Actually, the traffic was slowing due to the traffic flow from multiple roundabouts. However, the signal of GNSS was not totally distracted to the availability of the sky view, visible exposure within the underpass. So this is, as you can see, the slowing down traffic because you could see the cars or will get into from various direction. And as you can see from this picture, the bottom left, the signal was disturbed due to the underpass tunnel. As you can see, this is the plots, and then it's skipping to here because there was the signal disturbed due to the underpass tunnel. And then the figure from the top right, the signal one error when the receiver passing the road within high-rise building. Okay, as you can see, this is the high-rise building, and the bottom right, actually it's quite interesting because we have a high-rise building and also a tunnel. So you can see the result is kind of mess, so it's not really clean because the disturbed signal. And then about the traffic policies, actually the traffic policies to control the traffic were not applied due to the pandemic, large-scale social restriction policies. Therefore, it didn't affect the traffic significantly. Slowing down traffic was indicated in the traffic light area. From the licenses, slowing down traffic was indicated in the traffic light area, as you can from this figure. Actually, this is one of the traffic light area. So there must be kind of jam in traffic in this area. So it's indicated quite intense flood in this area. And then about the flowing traffic, actually the traffic was flowing well in some parts of the roads. The signal was also recorded smoothly. As you can see from the left figure, the result is so clean, no disturb. And also I got the fixed data, the green one, because if you see there is a red dots, it means it's the error from the observation data. So as you can see, I got green dots for some parts of the roads. And also from the figure on the right side, it's quite clean. In spite, there's also the yellow dots, but most of it are green dots. Okay. And then about the conclusion, the distribution of traffic was found various in both city center and buffer zone. The traffic congestion factor includes the land use, location, and road size. The traffic was not too high due to the pandemic social gathering limitation policy. There's no significant gap between the weekdays and the weekend traffic. There was signal error found in some coordinates due to the physical obstruction, such as tunnels, trees, and high-rise building. Further analysis and studies with more variables such as the routes, times, and environmental features are still going on. Therefore, findings will be further elaborated in future. So thank you. That's it for my presentation. Please, Mr. Handika, as the coach.
Thank you, Pak Garin Nandito, for your good and great presentation. This is very interesting topic. As you know, as Jakarta citizen, we are facing daily problem, which is traffic congestions. But during pandemic, it's what we say, a little bit slow
Lesser.
and lesser. Yes. So there is something. I have one question later, but before that, I want to pass the Q&A to the participant and audience all here. If you have any questions or comment regarding to Garin Nandito presentation, please, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions? Okay. If there is no question, okay, Pak Pamuka.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, please, Pak.
Want to ask question? Hi, Mas Garin.
Hello, Mr. Pamuka. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Related to the GNSS methods, is it any other problems during the signal jamming from Polda Metro Jaya, Semanggi until Senayan? Because I considered that around those area, the radio signal that I got from previous GNSS experience there, the exact location from Semanggi to
around patung, the statue of the Pemuda Senayan? Is it have a bad signal? I don't know if it's impact during your research or it is normal environment there. What is your experience there? Because I experiences signal jamming there during my experience using GNSS this year also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Famuka, for your question. Actually, in my analysis, maybe there were the signal disturbance. Actually, because same as my roots here, from south to north or north to south. Actually, it's the main routes of Jakarta. So there will be so many high-rise buildings, so tall buildings. So it disturbs the signal of GNSS. So because GNSS really depends of the sky view and the signal. So if there are so many tall buildings, it will affect the data and will cause the what we call multipath effect. So I think that is what you face on your research, and also my research here. As you can see, so many high-rise buildings.
Not only tunnel but high-rise building also disturb the signal.
Yeah, high-rise building, tunnels, and also trees.
Is it phone signal?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Is it phone signal disturbing the GNSS also or not?
The phone. Actually, no, because the GNSS directly get the signal from the GNSS satellite. So I think it is the different signal from the phone signal, Mr. Pamuka.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pamuka, for your question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Garin and Dito, for answering the questions from Pak Pamuka and Pak Pamuka for your good questions. I think if there is any question from audience and participants. If there is no question, Pak Garin, please wrap up your presentation, and you can close your screen also. Please, Pak Garin.
Should I wrap up my presentation?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, I will repeat again about my title. Actually, this is about.
Not only you can close closing statement, Pak Garin.
Okay, closing statement. Okay, about the study. Actually, it's a pilot study and still going on. I will continue this research. And actually, thank you for the GS academic conference. And thank you for you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Handika Subart. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome, Pak Garin and Nandito. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind participation. Now we are approaching the end of the second parallel presentation session. We will be having 16 minutes break and continue to the third parallel presentation session at 12:30 Western Indonesian time. The respected presenters, audience, we are honored to have you today. On behalf of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, I would like to extend my gratitude for your kind participation and support. And I do apologize for my mistake. As you know, I am here as actually I'm the session chair, but the co-chair. And I'm so sorry if I cannot elaborate your presentation. And see you on the closing ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Terima kasih, Bapak Ibu.
Thank you.
Welcome, Pak.
Sorry, but how do we proceed to the main session? Are we staying here or?
Recording stopped.
I'm sorry, Mr. Andika Subakti. Hello.
Recording in
when it is
progress.
done, missing or gone. They also mentioned that living heritage includes things like utterance, language, saying, song produced by music, note, lyrics can be heard, folk songs or the traditions, singing, poetry, dancing, acting, and other forms of expressions that are generated through the performing arts. So this table show the types of cultural heritage, the heritage. So heritage divide by two, which is cultural heritage and natural. So intangible heritage is under the cultural heritage. In recent years, the terms of living heritage has been increasingly common in heritage discussions. This term has been associating with the communities and continuity of the traditions and practice. Specifically, the continuations of heritage sites, original functions, or purpose for which they were originally intended, as well as the continuity of the community types. So living heritage creates actual representations of people's values, beliefs, customs, and way of life. Being an integral element of culture, it contains these visible and tangible traits from antiquity to the recent past. So their treasure has been passed down through the generations, and communities and groups are constantly reinventing themselves in response to their surroundings and interaction with the nature and society.
Komunitas yang terbesar di Singapura, komunitas terbesar di Malaysia.
So we know that Malaysia is home to a varied range of living heritage as a result of changing times and lack of attention. Living heritage has been lost and extinction has occurred Malay, Chinese, Indian, and other indigenous people such as Orang Asli, Dayak, Kadazan, Dusun, Malanau, Murut, and other make up Malaysia. Mixed race ethnic groups such as the Babanyonyas and Eurasians of Portuguese and other European origins and different immigrant Asian ethnicities have joined them. So the issue is living heritage is confronted with the problem about authenticity and must deal with the issues that are seen as contributing to the vulnerability of their existence or preservation, such as the industrialization and development process with the involvement and participation of members of the local community, as well as the rise of the tourism industry. So as a result of rapid urbanization, economic development, and population increase, heritage cities is emerging. Countries have faced severe urban difficulties today. So the aim of this paper is to identify the importance of living heritage education for the local community in Malaysia, while the objective of this paper is to help communities establish resilience, peaceful, and inclusive societies by educating and promoting social cohesiveness, respect for cultural diversity, and human creativity. So there are 4 types of living heritage according to Dr. Graciela Gestoso, Senior 2011. The first one is traditional, contemporary, and living at the same time. Living heritage encompasses not just transitions from the past, but also the current rural and urban traditions that involve a wide range of cultural groups. The second one is inclusive. People may exchange living heritage manufacturing that are related to those of others. These are all living heritage, whether they are from a surrounding area a city on the other sides of the world, or have been changed by people who have migrated and established in a different region. The third one is representative. Living heritage is not just recognized as a cultural asset for its uniqueness or special value to other cultural heritage, but it exists because of their roots in communities and its reliance on those whose understanding of traditions, skill, and practice is passed down to the next generation to the others group. So the last one is community-based. Living heritage may only be recognized as such by the communities, groups, or individuals that establish, maintain, and transmit it without their acknowledgement. No one else can declare that a particular expression of practice in their heritage. So what is the connection between living heritage education and local community? So living heritage offers people a sense of belonging and solidarity within a community and a deeper understanding of the earlier generation and their history. This refers to cultural locations, monuments, history, traditional activities, practice, language, customs, artistic manifestations, and ideals regarded as essential for future generations to be maintained. So the conservation of living heritage is centered on the creative work of intergenerational transmission. It is a dynamic, interactive process that is continually recreating living heritage. The community recognized transmission method can be strengthened through educational programs. The educational institutions can promote appreciations for living heritage and create a new venues to secure its transfer to future generations in this way. Living heritage transmission is a sort of informal teaching that takes place within communities. And living heritage also connects them to specific social standards, beliefs, religions, and ritual while enabling. So according to the Convention of Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, they recognize that transferring intangible cultural heritage have two, which is formal and non-formal. The informal can be from the program or in learning context, such as schools, from the primary, secondary, and post-secondary. And the non-formal is from the community learning and capacity building events when they have an opportunity. So the approach to integrating living heritage education for local community, we have a three, which is learning with living heritage. For example, they use when it is used in a variety of subjects in Malaysia. For example, students are taught about batik, a type of handwoven textile, through topics including chemistry, using natural dyes in batik, and the history of batik, focus on culture and their background, and also the art. The second one is learning about living heritage. Heritage as well as the others. In Malaysia, new school education curriculum was revealing with the intentions of developing students with a strong sense of national identity. The last one is strengthen the transmissions of living heritage. It can be more specific on or knowledge, such as an extracurricular activity. Traditional instruments are taught. So the education themes of living heritage, we have four. The first one is global citizenship education, respect for diversity and a sense of connectivity across community, countries, and population, and also can be promoted by including living heritage, which are essential ideals at the heart of global citizenship education. The second one is technical and vocational education and training. Young people and adults can use their community's tradition to build skills for employment while also strengthening the practice and transfer of living heritage through technical and vocational education and training institutions. The third one is education for sustainable development. Knowledge, particularly living heritage, is used in sustainable development education to integrate sustainable development challenges into teaching and learning. The last one is mother tongue and multilingual education. We know that language is a vehicle for living heritage. So knowledge and abilities for practicing living heritage are passed down through the generations via language. As a result, mother language and multilingual education are critical in ensuring the transmissions of living heritage. So sustainable development goes on the community participation. SDGs are usually known as the global goals in 2015 for a worldwide call to fight safeguard poverty, environment, and ensure that all people experience peace and prosperity by 2030. The 17 SDGs are interconnected, recognizing that actions are taken in one area impacts the outcomes in others. That development must strike a balance between social, economic, and environmental sustainability. So community participation is also highly stressed in Local Agenda 21, which is essential and strategic for achieving sustainable development. For example, Chapter 26 in Local Agenda reads, recognizing and strengthening the role of indigenous people and their communities. In contrast, Chapter 27 also mentions strengthening the role of the non-governmental organizations who are considered as a partner for sustainable development. So this primary criteria for achieving sustainable development is all social groups with dedication and actual involvement in planning and decision making. So as we can see in the table, it shows that we have 7 goals, but my study are focused for 11 goals. So that one mentioned that sustainable cities and communities, which aims to renew and plan cities and other human settlements in a way that offers opportunity for all with access to basic service, energy, housing, transportation, and green public spaces, while reducing resources use and environmental impact. So the research finding, navigation to achieving sustainable development based on 3 pillars, namely high income, social equality, and financially sustainable, while also providing crucial support to conservation initiatives by increasing jobs, entrepreneurship, and innovation opportunities for local populations. So according to Ben Hammer, heritage economy is similar to environmental economy because both are concerned with the sustainability and have a worldwide demand tied to tourism. For the social are improving for their knowledge and skills for living heritage education. This is because the reason is to raise public awareness and protect living heritage in local communities. The growing recognitions of social equality in the process of living heritage education can be built on a truth examinations of the current challenge of living heritage conservation, particularly those related to the loss of socioculture, knowledge, and skill, as well as neighborhood vitality as a result of globalization, urbanization, and tourism development, and tourism overdevelopment. The last one is environment. Environmental conservation as one of the components of long-term development. A new approach to environmental management is emerging. Or one that understands that environmental conservation is a crucial test of sustainable development, and that preserving a healthy and functional environment is essential for economic prosperity and social progress. For future generation, the environment is focused on protecting and conserving living historical environment. So these are 3 pillars of NEM are based on the new 5-year Malaysia plan. For example, the 11th Malaysia plans from 2016 to 2020.
Khairuna?
Yes?
Yeah, it seems the time is already over. If you could please quickly summarize.
Okay.
Yeah, we are behind the schedule. Thank you.
Sorry, okay. So the conclusion is living heritage is challenging to the safeguard because it can only be experienced and preserved in a secure location. It takes the efforts of the entire local community, not just an individual or an organization to maintain it. This is because living heritage provides us with a sense of self So in the conclusion, living heritage education is essential, especially for the local community, because it can save endanger heritage and provide endangered cultures with a second chance to come forward and contribute to the world's heritage. So for the further study, I hope can be done by providing the guidelines for the public participation for living heritage conservation towards sustainable development at the World Heritage Site in Malaysia. That's all for me. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much, Khairuna, for the great presentations. Then I open the floor for discussions and Q&A sessions. Is there any presenters and participants want to pass the questions, please? Is there any? All right. Maybe one from me, Khairuna. Thank you very much for a very clear elaboration just now. I think heritage is one challenge we are facing, especially with the impact of the globalizations, and especially in Malaysia. I think you are living with significant multi-layer cultural and race in your country, right? And mostly all of them are dominant. That's why living with the pure heritage is really a challenge. And I believe that UPM and UKM, both of this university, they are really working very well on this heritage study. I can see that they also have the heritage architecture studies, community heritage communities, and so on and so far. So I think this is one of the great heritage studies in university. My concern is actually I think you discussed about the theory, explaining about 4 types of the living heritage just now. It was, if I'm not mistaken, the theory was by 2011. You explained about 4 types of them just now. If you could please.
Okay.
Yeah, this one, 2011, right? The types of living heritage. While to my understanding, heritage, I mean, it's not something fixed. It's not something permanent. That what we are living today, it could be a heritage to our grandchildren later, in some years, maybe 50 years or 100 years. So, do you think the gap of the, what we call this, the gap of when those literature or theory was derived with the current situations, especially with the current situation when we have the pandemic crisis, with all of the changes really happening in our global life, do you think there would be a shifting of the theory on this what we call living heritage context?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Lee.
Yes.
Yes, I think it might be changed because due to COVID-19, Malaysia has been MCO for almost 2 years. So any activity that related with the living heritage conservation cannot be done by local community, and other than that, students also cannot practice and learn at school about this conservation. So I think
there would be some possibilities, of course, right? And I mean there would be some new theories again, because the new directions in most of the trend of our global life, I think will emerge post pandemic later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Khairuna.
Thank you.
For the very good explanation, discussion, and your presentation just now. Is there any more questions from the floor?
Yeah, Dr. Yola, just to add in,
Yes.
because I think Khairuna research actually is related a little bit with our research, which is right now, for example, let's say we are try to find any method that how people can experience heritage. So right now, for example, let's say for our school, under my course, we try to ask the student to rebuild, for example, let's say the models or maybe heritage buildings using the 3D. So what we are expecting from the student actually to have like virtual tour. So for example, let's say we're going to have like one platform, and then we compile all the, for example, let's say heritage buildings in Malaysia, and then we're gonna have like virtual tour. So for those who are don't have like information, so they can visit these heritage buildings virtually. So that's what we are planning to do ahead lah, due to pandemic. So we can see that's an opportunity in learning all this, in learning and experience the heritage building lah in future. Yep.
Yeah, so you are saying there would be possibilities shifting, either the
Yes,
methods,
correct.
the
Yep.
trend, and even theory. Yeah,
Yep.
precisely, precisely. Thank you very much, Dr. Fatiha. I think that there was another response just now, Dr. Yani. Yes, please. I think you are still muted. If you could please.
Yeah, okay. This is inspiring to me, Haruna, because yeah, in our society, I'm not saying Telugu, but there's so many different groups that have their own heritage. Let's say in Indonesia, there is Dutch, there is Arab, there is Malay. Malay is different from Indonesia. You know? There is Chinese, but do we teach heritage, living heritage about these heritages? Yeah, the real living. So ethnic groups among themselves, like the Buginese or the Minangkabau, they teach, I think, living heritage in order to preserve, you know, their culture and so on. But giving it in schools and talking about living heritage in the past and preserving, wow, that is new and that's inspiring. So thank you. We can talk about it here. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yani. Yes, I think I really appreciate. I also experienced this in Malaysia, Dr. Yani. They also have the course of the heritage, or kind of like heritage architecture, urban heritage, things like that. And the students really did the real project in field. And I was like, yeah, really amazed with that. Yeah, I think that's one of the factors that I said earlier, that heritage could be something special, or even a challenge, a big challenge, when they're living with the multicultural race in their major multicultural race in their country. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. I'm sorry, I'm quite nervous because this is my first time joining the conference.
No problem, no problem. But you are having great study for us also to discuss. Thank you very much, Khairuna, and all of the audience that asked questions and commented just now. But yeah, since we are behind the schedule, so I'm forced to move to the next presenter. I think it's the last one, last but not least. We have Dr. Yani. Of course, please join us, Dr. Yani, to present your study entitled Media Literacy, Awareness of Bias in the Global Media Message of Now. This is another interesting study. I think we are very lucky today to have varieties of study to discuss. Please, 15 minutes, Dr. Yani.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to give me some time to share.
Of course. Please be ready with your slide.
Jangan. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, maybe
Oh yeah, go
the
to
first
the
one.
book first. Sorry for that.
No problem.
Okay, here we start. Okay. As being the last, and we are still having very interesting preliminary plenary sessions to attend. So let me be brief. I hope I can do it as brief as possible. Okay,
Yeah,
here's my topic, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Still morning, right? Well, in the coming post-COVID-19 time, no one exactly knows what this unpredictable future will bring. But one very important phenomenon, which is the impact, the influence, and the power of the global media in the dissemination of information and of misinformation, will increase. That's for sure. To cope with this media power, then, I will focus here on the concept of media literacy. And as a lecturer in American Studies, allow me to use an example in the Americans' media in power in operation. Okay. James Potter, the media literacy guru, in 2008 already, asserted that people experience an environment never experienced before. That's what he said. An environment with a fast pace of information generating, plus the sharing and processing of that information through increasing various and numerous media channels. And that goes on until now. Now, as to the now, another media literary expert, Belinya de Abreu, has argued that the creation of the new spectrum of technologies and contemporary digital media has created a need for what? For a new form of understanding. That is, the know-how of contemporary digital media and the understanding of media messages in current times. I think we all experienced that. Now, what is media literacy? Media literacy is defined by the Center of Media Literacy as providing a framework to access, analyze, evaluate, and create, remember, create messages in a variety of forms. This new literacy, as they call it, according to the center, is what encompasses media literacy. A reference that builds an understanding of the role of media in society, as well as it provides essential skills of inquiry and self-expression necessary for citizens of a democracy. An early observation of my survey on how educated Indonesians, perceive the 2020 Americans presidential election of the recent past revealed how media messages from the American media created a one-sided perception. Politically expedient, perhaps, but not necessarily critical. During that 2020 presidential election, the well-known CNN has been the most sought channel for information and the best trusted. Indonesian users, as I see it, of this American media overall, are mostly uninformed about its bias, be it political, ideological, partisan, or more. The bias is the clue here that we should know, and is that through media literacy. What then is media bias? Adam Schaefer defines bias as a particular tendency, a trend, inclination, or even feeling or opinion about just someone or something. We have a bias about a friend, about even our family, our relations. This result, the bias in the media in particular, translate to a tendency to take sides. Now, this result in imbalanced media reporting, since, as we can naturally know, logically know, since it favors some political positions and political actors over others. Now, let's look at what is called media bias charts. Media bias charts were created with the purpose of bring awareness to the public on bias in American media. About American media bias, it has been point of research for quite a long time already. Now, if you look at CNN here, where is CNN? Okay. Before that, look at LLCRR. What does that mean? L is left, C is center, right is right. So let's look at this whole chart. All sides media bias chart. In my paper, I gave 2 more charts here. This all side media bias chart presents dozens of media outlets, dozens, and that is not all, arranged in left to right ideological columns, as you see. Now, if you look at CNN, the most trusted, it is located where? In the left column, right? And not center, certainly not. We can see CNN there. And even if you look at more to the left, CNN opinionated is even more leftist. Okay. Now, so the most trusted international media outlet to Indonesia media users, to us, the CNN, is actually a liberal, progressive, leftist leaning source. Do we know that? I don't think so. Yeah, because there was even a time that CNN was told to be fake news. Yeah, and for your information, CNN's audience has dropped very big. Yeah? Okay. Now, the main argument here is that users of global media and any media from outside Indonesia should be literate. For example, the American media here, as the media bias chart shows, has two sides, left and right, contesting each other. Left is the liberal, also known as the left, the progressive, a bit leftist socialist, yeah, okay. And right, the conservative, also called the right, the conservative, the traditional media. Media bias, mind you, does not only pertain to mass media, as we see here. Online news shows the same biases as well. But these media here that we see here, where can we find it? You can all, it's online, all this media here, you can find it. Yeah? So online news shows the same biases as well. Now, especially where online media is the main source of information, as now our main source of information is online media, right? then people of all ages should be empowered to be more critical consumers of content online. And we should possess key digital literacy skills to spot misinformation and disinformation so that they or we can make decisions based on facts, not fictions. Now, what then is the importance of media literacy? The American National Association of Media Literacy Education, the NAMLE or NAMLE, as it's called, warns that what comprises the media, besides digital media, computers, video games, radio, television, mobile media, and even print, media also includes, I quote, communication technologies that we haven't even dreamed of yet. So, and those technologies come in a fast pace, and it's very confusing to me, really. NAMLE envisions a day when everyone should be around the world should become media literate, who possess the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, create, using all forms of communication. The Center of Media Literacy identifies 5 key questions, we will look at it, okay, that form the foundation of media literacy. The key questions flow from the 5 core concepts, as you can see there, which have evolved from traditional categories of rhetorical and literary analysis that can be crystallized with the keywords. So there is 1, authorship. If you look at number 1 there. 2 is format.
Hello, Dr. Riani.
Yeah.
I think we are losing you. It's breaking.
What? Sorry? Sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Yani, you can continue again.
Yeah, okay. I don't see my own
Screen?
Screen, yeah.
Okay, you can share your screen first. I will stop the time.
Okay.
Yeah. We will wait for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
It's a little bit more, not much. Okay.
Okay.
Is it there?
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Yani.
Okay.
Still loading, but for the meantime, I'm going to inform you. We have around 3 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. Okay, is it showing?
It's not yet showing. It's not showing the full screen. It's still in form of your files.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry very much.
No problem. It's showing you are searching where to click, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Not good. right? Is it good? Well,
Yeah, we can see it, but you can click the slideshow button down there. Yeah, move further right. One more.
one more.
Another button on the right. Yes, this one.
Okay.
Yes, this one.
Sorry for that.
No problem.
Okay. So the Center for Media Literacy here identifies 5 key questions. Yeah, look at the questions which evolve from 5 core concepts. So this is actually how we can teach people to build media literacy. Key question, look at 5 core concepts. All media messages are constructed. There is no such thing of the real things. They construct whatever they want. So we have to question ourselves, who created this message? Any message that we see, whether it's social media or mass media. The second concept is about format. Media messages are constructed using creative language with its own rules. Somehow, yeah, whatever I want. So we question ourselves, what creative techniques are used to attract my attention? Be skeptical. Then the third is audience. Third format is the audience. There are different people experience not the same media message differently. So we question, how might different people understand this message differently? Then the fourth, that media have embedded values and points of view. We look at the content, what values, lifestyle, and points of view are represented, and this is important, omitted from this message. They hide a lot of things that they don't want to show. The last one, but look at purpose. Media messages are organized to gain profit and or power. That's important. It's for profit. So we question, why is this message being sent? Okay. Now, I'm almost finished. Fast forward to 2021. To close this presentation, I will quote Katie Byron, an expert in online misinformation and social media content, who asserts that in the near future, this is for the future, post-pandemic, first, disinformation and misinformation on people's social media feeds will be getting uglier. Second, the pandemic and political misinformation will dominate, and she's right, not just in the US, but around the world. But then also the third one, media literacy, in particular digital media literacy, will gain traction. People will become media literate. That is when we can see people already good at fact-checking for influencers, celebrities, and politicians so that they're not deceived by these people. And new studies have looked at the impact of media literacy training and education as becoming a significant part of the solution to rampant problem of misinformation. My last thing to say, for further research on media literacy, I would like to bring to the attention there's so many overwhelmingly new concepts in current global news, mainstream or social channels alike, such as, I think you're familiar with that, big tech, cancel culture, cloud computing, vaccine efficacy, QAnon theories, and counting. Those notions that, to mention the online only, loom large and are not going away. In the final analysis, judging from its function and significance, media literacy is an urgently needed concept to be known by and taught to our Indonesian public. We do not want to stay behind in the new literacy of the 21st century. That will be all for me. I hope it was fruitful. Thank you for listening. Have a great day further. God bless us all.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yani. That was another interesting study. Yeah, we are so lucky to these sessions to be closed with the one, the good discussions. Media literacy, I think is the topic that I think every one of us is very much attached to it now, especially when we are so into the digital and virtual era, especially during this pandemic time. So I'm very sure that we can discuss about this further for the Q&A sessions, 5 minutes Q&A sessions. I open the floor to the audience to ask questions. Please. Is there any questions?
Dr. Lin, can I ask a question?
Of course, please, Natasha.
I want to ask to Dr. Yani, media literacy is a concept I think it's really important to us because there's a lot of bias in media right now. And I want to ask which level of education we need to include in curriculum maybe for the education system in Indonesia, so we can learn the media literacy concept from earlier age. I think that's my question.
A very good question. Yeah, we talk about it in classes. We can start from even preschool or kindergarten. In what way? In having them put what they want to show in creating messages. What's it called in English? Majalah dinding tuh? Okay, so in the past in classes, teachers would just put on the wall things that their students have created, experiences or things that they saw what happening, so that from a young age already, they have the feeling, oh, this is how news comes out. Anybody can create news, and they can introspect themselves. They can know themselves. Did they give something that was true, or did they just make up stories? And so from the very beginning, they can already understand that news is not really what news is, what reality is. So you can start from a very early beginning and be creative. And now the children from now use already handphones, yeah, and let them talk about what they saw, and let them create even messages and see what they thought about it themselves, why they use it, what did they use to attract attention. If you look at media literacy, and so on, and who is there? Who are you targeting? Your friends, your parents, or whatever. Yeah, so we can start from very early beginning. That's a very legitimate question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Dr. Yani. Is there any more questions from the floor? Yeah, media literacy, I think one point that we can really feel nowadays is Dr. Yani, is become the space for also propagating some sensitive issues like religions, you know, like you said just now, political, political issues, etc. And we are very sad that this also already involve those academic activities like seminars, even webinars that we are having, that every day we are having the Zoom like this, that is part of them. And yeah, if we are not very careful to select, we could be trapped in the wrong room. I believe so. Yeah. So do you think this Zoom webinar as the new trend within the pandemic era now is going to be a new directions of the media literacy?
Yes.
Yeah.
And all the other presentations before that There are things that I really, oh, this is new. Okay. Oh, yeah, really.
Yeah. So yeah. Hope we can.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. Yes. Is there any more comment from the floor? Nope.
I think we are ready to go to the next. I'm excited
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, we are having the next parallel sessions. I think it's around 20 minutes from now. So I think that's it, Dr. Yani. Thank you very much for your sharing, for very interesting
Thank
discussions as
you,
well.
Yola.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is really, really inspiring and
Yes, thank you.
joyful. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, me myself, I also learn a lot from these sessions. We have very varieties of topics today, this morning, and I believe that we are the last sessions to close this session too. I think all of other background rooms already ended just now. So thank you very much. Very interesting.
Thank you all presenters.
Presenters, audience, yeah, please attend the next parallel sessions. I believe that there are some more exciting topics to be discussed from other breakout room. And please don't forget to attend the closing ceremony. We will have the plenary forum today with the remarkable speakers as well. And Natasha, if you could share, please, the voting, the audience choice voting in the chat room, so everyone can vote for the best presenter according to their observations. So,
Already post it, Dr. Lin, but I think I can post it again.
all right, you can please repost. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it from me. I think I don't need to conclude further because we already discussed a lot just now in the during the sessions. So thank you very much, everyone. See you in the next presentation sessions. And yeah, all the best and take care. Thank you, Natasha, please.
New social systems are created by integrating humanity's diverse accumulation of knowledge, spanning the ages and all manner of places. Here are some examples. Research into an optical lattice clock that deviates only 1 second every 30 billion years. This ultra-precise clock can detect the delay in time caused by very small differences in gravitational energy. Scholars researching Buddhist scriptures with a 2,000-year history are creating a database of Asia's vast wealth of Buddhist knowledge. Research into functional, beautiful artificial legs will make it possible for the human body and its synthetic parts to become perfectly synchronized. But these are only a few examples of excellent research going on at the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo was founded 140 years ago as Japan's first national university. Today, it comprises campuses in Tokyo and the Chiba area, along with labs and research forests across Japan. 3 campuses are central to education and research: Hongo, Komaba, and Kashiwa. Over 3,000 new undergraduates, including international students, enter the University of Tokyo each year. Whether they major in the arts or the sciences, all commence their studies here at the Komaba campus. Every new student enjoys the opportunities of learning, covering all fields across the sciences, humanities, and social sciences that help develop competency in logical thinking. Peak classes are conducted in English. These programs, though primarily designed for international students, are open to all undergraduates. As students with diverse backgrounds interact and take on new challenges, they gain a wider perspective of their place in the world. For 3 days in late November, over 100,000 people gather for the lively Komaba Festival. Our students enjoy actively taking part in the festivities. The Hongo campus is the main setting for specialized education and research. Traditions dating back to the university's early days and cutting-edge research coexist on this campus. Sanshiro Pond, named after a novel by Natsume Soseki, dates back to when the present site was a feudal lord's residential garden. Statues of educators from overseas can be found in various areas of the campus. They are professors who were invited to teach at the university early in its history. The university did not simply imitate or transplant Western civilization. Instead, the University of Tokyo reorganized the most advanced contemporary thought and technology, incorporating them into a unique academic framework. For example, the University of Tokyo recognized engineering as an academic discipline and was the first to incorporate it into formal university education. Mathematics teaching at the Faculty of Engineering became the cornerstone of an education to instill individuals with advanced cognitive and technical skills. However, the University of Tokyo's history has not always been smooth sailing. The agonizing experience of war threatened to undo this bastion of scholarship. The university today is shaped by overcoming this painful experience. Each University of Tokyo campus has its own main library, along with specialized libraries dedicated to each faculty and institute. The libraries are a trove of over 9.4 million volumes, from basic to specialized titles, as well as rare books, including national treasures. At the heart of this network is the Hongo campus's General Library. Renovations here are underway, and a new wing is being added to the facility. The Kashiwa campus opened in 1999. This state-of-the-art campus is geared to so-called intellectual adventure, with the idea of fundamentally rearranging the academic system. Every day, when the clock strikes 3 at the Kavli Institute for the Physics and Mathematics of the Universe, researchers from various fields gather at the Piazza Fujiwara for tea. These researchers from different disciplines throw themselves into lively discussion as they fill up on tea and cookies. This open debate outside the confines of their respective fields breeds fresh ideas, leading to new research. The director of the Kashiwa campus's Institute for Cosmic Ray Research is Takaaki Kajita, a winner of the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics.
The detection of gravitational waves is the most important goal for me at the moment. In Kamioka, we are constructing a large underground detector called Kagura. If we detect gravitational waves, we will be able to observe the very moment of black hole formations and supernova explosions. Because Kagura and Super Kamiokande are located close to each other, perhaps we'll observe gravitational waves and neutrinos at the same time. So I look forward to observing gravitational waves in Kagura.
At this instant, world-class research across diverse fields is going on at the University of Tokyo. Transcending disciplines and even time, and reaching across borders between East and West, diversity of knowledge yields synergies that enable a yet higher level of excellence. The University of Tokyo will take the lead in proposing a new social system, collaborating with people from all walks of life, taking a long-term perspective as only a university can. Partnerships with the private sector are one form of this approach. In fields such as artificial intelligence and sports science, we have already set foot on the path to collaboration.
The world now is at a turning point. We seek a future where each of us can make full use of our individual strengths to lead free and active lives, realizing a society that balances development with harmony. The University of Tokyo has great reserves of knowledge cultivated over our 140-year history. We will contribute to bringing about such a society by creating new knowledge and exploiting our great resources. For that purpose, the University of Tokyo aspires to be a global base for knowledge collaboration, a venue for people from diverse backgrounds and all generations to share knowledge and take action together.
Japan is surrounded by sea. By reaching out across those seas and linking up with other nations, Japan developed its industry, economy, and culture. It was about 150 years ago that Japan began to set sail upon the oceans of the world. This was the start of Japan's voyage to the future, when it reinvented itself as an advanced nation. Trade secured the materials and resources it needed. The Tokyo University of Mercantile Marine, the forerunner of today's Faculty of Marine Technology of the Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, supported Japan's efforts as a nation to expand the maritime and shipping industry. Now, 140 years later, the Faculty of Marine Technology continues to serve Japan's ever-changing needs by producing outstanding personnel. With a multifaceted, comprehensive education embracing the ocean, shipping, and logistics, graduates are ready for the challenges of today's internationally competitive world. They include experts trained to ensure shipping operates safely and efficiently. Engineers proficient in all the mechanical systems surrounding this. And logistics specialists who understand the flow of goods and information from the point of production to the point of consumption and design the best distribution systems to match. Bringing all these specialist areas together, the faculty produces graduates with a broad outlook and a high degree of professionalism. The Faculty of Marine Technology employs a range of approaches to develop a bright new future from the limitless potential of the ocean. Underwater robots for seabed exploration to investigate the possibilities of next-generation energy, and technical innovation in ship propulsion systems to mitigate environmental impacts. And with multifaceted development of distribution systems expanding throughout our everyday lives, the potential of marine engineering is extending beyond the ocean to the land and to the air. For more than 140 years, the Faculty of Marine Technology has developed the personnel needed to exploit Japan's seas and shaped our futures from the sea. In addition to supporting the maritime activities of Japan, The Faculty of Marine Technology is committed to producing global leaders trained to excel in a range of areas on the world stage. Producing personnel with advanced technological expertise contributes to the betterment of mankind. This is the mission of the Faculty of Marine Technology of the Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan's one and only comprehensive maritime university.
The foundation of every industry is built upon two main pillars. The first is academic and based solely on subject matter expertise. The difference between the two pillars are distinct, yet researchers and experts oftentimes confuse the two. Imagine a world where the practical combination of academic theories and industry experience exists. At Science Tech, we've bridged the gap between industry and academia to produce competitive differentiation. The Science Tech platform helps achieve 5 main goals: create a dynamic connection through social media, develop a new idea, invest in interesting and promising projects, locate solutions to industry challenges, and lastly, source qualified candidates or secure academic and scientific jobs. Enter the world of academics and industry experience by subscribing to Science Tech.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance."
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parallel presentation session agenda of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. We are now entering the parallel present to give some information about today's event. This parallel presentation 3 will be started soon. And for today, we will have another 7 different parallel sessions. Please be reminded that today we will also have a closing ceremony that will be held at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. We will have an interesting keynote speaker and plenary speakers, also the plenary discussion forum sessions, and the announcement of the conference award. And last but not least, we will also have the closing remarks from the SSGS Director of Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the breakout room for Parallel Presentation 3 is now open. So please go to the breakout room based on your preferences. Thank you, everyone, and happy conferencing.
This parallel session is recorded and some of the presentation will be presented live on our YouTube channel at International Collaboration. Hence, we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. To respect the session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of this parallel session. To our dear audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the parallel session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button below your Zoom application. You also could ask some questions presented by the presenter in the chat room. You may move from one breakout room session to another. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel session presentation. We will have closing ceremony today at 15:30 Western Indonesian time in the main session. I will stand by throughout the entire session. In this breakout room, you may leave your consent in the chat room addressed to me if you have any further inquiries. Ladies and gentlemen, this parallel session will be led by session chair, Assistant Professor Dr. Krendy Tan Yen Teng. We are honored to have Dr. Krendy with us today. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our today's session chair. Assistant Professor Dr. Krendy Tan Yen Teng is Dean, Faculty of Social Science and Liberal Arts, Psychologist, Fellow of Young Minds, Council Member of Malaysia Psychology Association. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Krendy.
Hello, thank you, Tika, for your sweet introduction. All right, thank you all the participants and also presenter to this session. All right, so this session is about health and social studies. So in total, we have 7 presenters who already ready themselves to share their research findings together with us, right? So I think we can just start, yeah. So later on, our co-chair Dika will show will be our timekeeper, so that every one of you will be given 15 minutes for a presentation and 5 minutes for a Q&A. So I encourage everyone to give some input, comments, or any question that you have in your mind. You can put in the chat box, and then we can discuss together right after the presenter finish their presentation. All right, so our first presenter is Budi Aji Purwoko. So the paper title today is about the correlation of social, economic, and mobility factors on morbidity of COVID-19 in the city of Semarang. So welcome our presenter.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me share my presentation. I'm sorry, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you. So you can share screen now.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to see you in this opportunity. I would like to present about the correlation of the socio-economic and mobility factor on morbidity of COVID-19 in Semarang City.
Sorry, we cannot see your screen, your PowerPoint. You haven't shared your screen.
Can you see?
Not yet.
Not yet, Pak.
Can you see my presentation?
No.
No, not yet, Pak Budi. Or if you don't mind, while you prepare for the presentation, may we continue to the next presenter, Dr. Krendi, with Pak Budi consent, of course.
Sorry, pardon?
Dr. Krendi, as Pak, okay, Pak Budi, we can.
Okay, can see already. All right.
Okay, so yeah, it's clear.
Yes, it's very clear.
Perfect.
Okay, in this opportunity, I would like to present about the correlation of the socio-economic and mobility factor on morbidity of COVID-19 in Semarang City. Let me introduce myself. My name is Budi Aji Purwoko, and I'm from Urban Development Studies, postgraduate program, School of Strategic and Global, University of Indonesia. Okay, I want to share about my introduction of my study. On August 2020, there were a total of cases COVID-19, 17 million confirmed cases with 680,000 deaths, where cases were reported in 16 countries. Data source from World Health Organization 2020. And then Indonesia confirmed cases as many as 165,000 with 7,100 deaths in 34 provinces. Data source from Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia 2020. And the distribution of the COVID-19 case in the Central Java until 14 January 2021 amount to the 11,000 positive confirmed case or active case. This confirmed amount to 89,000 case and confirmed patient COVID-19 who dead amount to 6,000 case. And the last, the Central Java is one of the province of the island of Java with a 36 million population in 2020. The city of Semarang as the capital of Central Java province also contribute a fairly high number of case COVID-19 in Central Java province. There are two research questions in my study. In the first, what are the main dominant factor on growth of COVID-19 in Semarang city? And the second, what is the correlation between the socioeconomic and mobility or morbidity COVID-19? And the purpose of the study is to find out the relationship of the spatial factor between the sub-district through spatial method of the econometric. This is the study area in Semarang city. The city of Semarang is divided into 16 sub-districts and 177 villages. The sub-district consists of two largest and small sub-districts. The two largest, there are the Mijen sub-district and the Gunung Pati sub-district. And then the method on my study, the study uses a quantitative approach with explanatory and descriptive method. And then the type of data used is secondary data of COVID-19 per sub-district, the merger of cross-section data of 16 sub-districts in Semarang city, and using time series data with a period of 3 months in October, November, and December 2020. And then in the study was to use panel data, then metadata average, and the last combine the data with a map in the form of SHP to regression processing using Geoda software. This is the research design. The first data collection use a confirmed case of COVID-19 data, and then socioeconomic and mobility factor. The next step, the Pearson correlation analysis to get the model section. And then I did the test about least square estimation regression model and spatial regression model to get the best model. In the best model, we can see the Moran index, language multiplier lag, language multiplier error, robust language multiplier lag, robust language multiplier error. And then the best model, we can see the distribution of the COVID-19 morbidity rate in association with the social economy and mobility factor. And we can can see the implication of urban development. This is the flowchart about the process of inputting the Geoda software. In the right side, the process spatial regression with the Geoda software. Come on, let's result of my study. The study described about the analysis of the COVID-19 growth modeling with a spatial econometric approach. The study not only take the change in the intensity of COVID-19 spatial pattern, but also analyze the relationship with the various potential influencing factors such as socioeconomic. And then factor that affect growth of the COVID case to explain as dependent variable. So dependent variable in this study using growth of the COVID-19. And the independent variable are the percentage of poverty, percentage of aid recipients during the COVID-19 pandemic, and density and mobility. And then last, after conducting some testing in the study, it was proceeded the sub-district in Semarang city occurs spatial autocorrelation that has been known using the calculation of the value of the Moran index. In the right side, we can see the before and after the running of Geoda software. In the bottom, we can see the dark colors. It's show that so much very case COVID-19 in sub-district. And then let's see the table 1, the correlation test result between variable with the classic regression. Regression result indicate a strong autocorrelation between dependent variable and independent variable. The correlation with R-squared 74.96%, and all of the probability value is below 0.1. It's mean the significance for the data. And then let's see the table 2. Output the table for the spatial econometric of socioeconomic factor and mobility of the community with the distribution of mobility COVID-19. The table diagnosis for spatial dependent tests, we can see so that Moran eye test has significant and positive result. It's mean that the case of the COVID-19 in the sub-district influenced by the value of the variable from its sub-district. And then that's are close and have the same characteristic. And then the last in the table 3 about the output table for language multiplier. In here, we can see about the regression, spatial regression. It shows the correlation value R-squared equal 77.80%, and all of the probability value is below 0.1. It means the significance for the data. And the finding and the discussion, the first from the all variable, there are 3 variables, so the significant number in the model were poverty in the variable 2, and the density variable 3, and the mobility. The result comparing between the classic regression in the table 3 and the spatial and model table 5 has different result of correlation R-squared value with classic regression and spatial lag are 74.96% and 77.80%. It means that spatial model more accurate than classic regression and can determine the relationship between morbidity of COVID-19 and other variables. And then the last in the finding, the growth of COVID-19 in the district of Semarang City related to input from each sub-district itself, and also very related to input from the surrounding district that can be identified with spatial econometric to show the pattern and clusterization. And then from our research and discussion, I can conclude my study that there is a linkage of spatial factor between the sub-district in the growth of COVID-19 numbers. And the second, empowering community to prevent and self-manage of COVID-19, such collaboration and participation for every sub-district and area in Semarang City to build a program that can provide the transfer of knowledge and skill from low case of COVID-19 area to high case of COVID-19 area. It's meant to increase the productivity of the community. And finally, develop the collaborative framework and policy to improve coordination between the sub-district to achieve prevention goal, the policy in large-scale social restriction policies in PSBB or PPKM in the city of Semarang are needed. It's to limitation to movement of people from the outside the sub-district to other sub-district in the city of Semarang. I think enough, and thank you very much for your nice attention.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for bringing us to have an overview about your research topic and also the findings, it seems that your research somehow show significant between all the relationships, and then because of this COVID-19, it already leave a lot of impact in different areas. Yeah, so like this morning we talk about different when we're in different parallel sessions, and then it clearly shows that this COVID-19 have different impact on the economy, the women do their business online, and then the chef, in how the chef in Indonesia help in the country in terms of the economies, all that. Yeah, so come back to this your topic. So any question from the floor? Is there any question from the floor? So maybe Mr. Budi, you can share with us why you want to do this research?
Yeah. Before I answer your question, I from Central Java. I'm from Semarang city, and I want to I see the potential of the city of Semarang city. So from the background highly number of cases of COVID-19 in the Semarang city, it's make sense to research in there, and I want to show the audience that case of COVID-19 in Semarang city causes from social, economic, and then mobility, and then from the study using data period from the October until the December in 2020. It's mean there are long holiday. It's about Christmas and Happy New Year. It's mean many people come back from this big city like Jakarta and Bandung, and to come to hometown. It's make mobility communities. It's can causes it can contribute the case of the COVID-19 in the Semarang city, I think.
Yeah, I see. So based on the numbers, and then you mentioned about the holidays, all that, these are the factors, reasons why the mobility is high, and that's why it brought to your attention to focus on this research. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, if there's no any other question, thank you for your presentation and your sharing. And we should proceed to our second presenter. Right, so our second presenter in this session will be Seo Lee Lai. All right, so the private sector as the source of modern contraceptives in Cambodia. All right, so we welcome Seo Lee. The presenter, you can start anytime when you are ready.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much to Dr. Kranti Tam. Good day to everyone. My name is Lai from Malaysia. Today, I'm going to discuss the private sector as the source of modern contraceptives in Cambodia. Family planning is an essential component of reproductive health in developing countries. The availability of family planning services has enabled couples to plan for the number of children and also spacing of children. Making family planning services available to couples is one of the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals. Owing to the differential access to contraceptive services and other reasons, The contraceptive prevalence rate varies across and within countries. For example, in the ASEAN region, the contraceptive prevalence rate ranged from about 52% in Malaysia and Myanmar to about 77% in Vietnam. Cambodia initiated the National Family Planning Program much later than most ASEAN countries, but it has successfully raised the contraceptive prevalence rate from about 13% to 56% between 1995 and 2014, while the prevalence of the modern contraceptive use has increased from about 7% to 39% during the same period. Following the launching of the official family planning program, the public sector has taken the lead in the provision of all major methods of contraception. However, studies have shown that because the public sector agencies are less likely to be motivated by economic incentives, the quality of services may not be as good as that of the private sector. For example, the opening hours of the public sector may not be convenient for the working people. So owing to the resource constraints, the government and the public sector agencies may not have the capability and capacity to meet the increasing demand for contraception. So furthermore, the family planning services are not free of charge in Cambodia. Hence, the contraceptive users may select the providers that can best meet their needs and preferences. The private sector has been playing an increasingly important role in the provision of family planning services in many developing countries. A recent study found that almost 40% of the women in developing countries obtain the family planning services from the private sector. The private sector facilities may provide contraceptive methods and other services that are not available in the public sector, and the services are not confined to married couples only. Participation of the private sector in the contraceptive market can assist in meeting the growing demand for reproductive health care as the number of users increases. The private sector share for family planning services is associated with contraceptive prevalence rate. The higher contraceptive use, particularly the modern methods, will lead to improved reproductive health and public health outcomes, such as the reduction in the unplanned and unwanted pregnancies, infant and maternal mortality, and reproductive infectious diseases. Besides providing the clinical services, including dispensing the contraceptive methods, the private sector, which include the non-governmental organizations, private hospitals and clinics, also provide information, counseling, and education on reproductive health matters and also the Planned Parenthood. Hence, the objectives of this study are to examine the role of the private sector in providing family planning services in Cambodia, and to investigate the determinants of the utilization of the private sector for family planning services. So why Cambodia? So because Cambodia, the country launched the National Family Planning Program much later than most ASEAN countries, about 30 decades. Okay, so they started their National Family Planning Program in the 1990s. Okay, but the contraceptive prevalence rate has increased drastically in just 20 years' time. Okay, so we always talk about the role of the government in providing the services. So how about the role of the private sector? So we will look into this in the following results. So for the methodology, the data for this study came from the 2014 Cambodia Demographic and Health Survey. Detailed analysis, including the cross-tabulations and the binary logistic regression, were confined to 4,534 modern contraceptive users aged 15 to 49 years, who were currently married, because the sources of supply of traditional methods, such as freedom method, periodic abstinence, withdrawal, and the folkloric method are irrelevant for this study. The dependent variable was the proportion of married women using a method from the private sector or from the non-public sector, which include the private hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, shops, community distributors, and a small proportion from families, friends, or relatives. The independent variables include the socio-economic characteristics of the women and family planning decision-making. Let's look at the results. If we look at the contraceptive prevalence rate, so in Cambodia, in 2014, this is the latest wave of data available for the country. So it shows the prevalence rate of 56.3% for any method and 38.8% for the modern method. If we look at the prevalence rate by place of residence, a higher proportion of married women in urban areas use any method, but a slightly higher proportion of the rural women use a modern method as compared to the urban women. That is the chart on the left-hand side. While for the pie chart on the right-hand side, it shows the contraceptive method mix among the modern method users. Okay, so the pill was by far the most popular modern method with 45% of users of the modern methods, followed by injections, about 23% of the contraceptive users, and IUD, about 11% of the total contraceptive users. So this chart shows the sources of supply by the contraceptive method type. Okay, so in general, about 52% of the modern contraceptive users obtain their supply from the private sector. Okay, so this is higher as compared to 48% of them obtained from the public sector. Condom and pill users were more likely to obtain their supplies from the private sector as compared to other modern method users. Okay, so for instance, about 84% of the condom users obtain their supply from the private sector, and nearly 2/3 of the pill users obtain their supplies from the private sector. So close to half of the Norplant and the IUD users acquire the services from the private sector. So however, if we look at other modern methods such as injectables and then sterilization, okay, the users are still more likely to obtain the services from the public sector. Okay, 66% of the users of injectables and about 76% of the sterilization, okay, the services were obtained from the public sector. Okay, looking at the sources of contraceptive supply of the modern method by selected socioeconomic variables, younger women were more likely to obtain the supplies of modern method from the private sector than their older counterparts. Women in the prime reproductive ages of 25 to 34 years were more likely to acquire the services from the private sector as compared to those from the older age groups. Women with at least 5 children were less likely to obtain their supplies of modern method from the private sector as compared to those with a fewer number of living children. In terms of place of residence, the urban women were more likely than the rural women to obtain their supplies of modern method from the private sector. While for the family wealth, the variable was positively related to the proportion obtaining supplies of modern method from the private sector. Every 7 out of 10 women from the richest families would obtain their supplies of modern method from the private sector as compared to only 43% among those from the poorest families. In terms of women's education, okay, the proportion of women obtaining the supply from the private sector increased monotonically with female education, while those who are currently working Okay, they were slightly more likely than their non-working counterparts to obtain the supplies from the private sector. Okay, however, the association between the sources of supply and current working status was not significant at the bivariate level, and therefore the working status variable will be excluded from the multivariate analysis. Okay, in terms of the contraceptive use decision maker, women who were responsible in making sole decisions on contraceptive use were most likely to obtain the supplies of modern method from the private sector, followed by those who make joint decisions with their husbands. Okay, this table shows the results of the logistic regression on the use of private sector services among the modern method users. So the result shows that age was significantly associated with the use of private sector services. However, due to the selection of the first category as a reference group, none of the pairs show significant differences in this result. So I've run a separate logistic regression using the last category as the reference group. It shows that women in the prime reproductive ages of 25 to 34 years, they were more likely to obtain the supplies of modern method from the private sector as compared to those aged 45 to 49 years. Okay, in terms of place of residence, the odds of obtaining the supplies from the private sector were significantly lower among those residing in rural areas as compared to those residing in the urban areas. Okay, so women from the richer and the richest families were about 1.2 and 2.2 times, respectively, more likely to obtain the supplies from the private sector than those from the poorest families. So as compared to those with less than 2 children, women with at least 5 children, okay, so they were less likely to obtain the supplies from the private sector. So women who made a joint decision with their husbands in contraceptive use were about 24% less likely to obtain the supplies from the private sector, okay, as compared to those who made the sole decision. Okay, so based on the results, okay, so it shows that more than half of the modern contraceptive users in Cambodia obtain their supplies from the private sector. Younger women, especially those in the prime reproductive ages and women with a small family size, were more likely to acquire the services from the private sector. Utilization of private sector family planning services was positively correlated with urbanization and family wealth. Male dominance in making decisions related to contraceptive use was negatively associated with the use of family planning services from a private source. Okay, so the private sector's family planning services may not be accessible to the poor due to the higher costs. So this explains the lower usage of the private family planning services among those from the poorer families. Older women are less likely to have autonomy economically and socially, and hence they are inclined to obtain the supplies from the public sector that conventionally charge a lower fee. Family planning services by private providers are concentrated in the urban areas, and those residing in rural and remote areas that have limited access to these services, and this explains the lower utilization rate among the rural women. Besides the cost of contraceptive methods, reasons such as fear of side effects, health concerns, social stigma, risk-taking, and inaccessibility deterring the less affluent women from using the modern methods. So this is expected to cap the use of modern contraceptive methods, especially among the disadvantaged groups. So as a conclusion, so due to the resource constraints, the public sector agencies may not reach out to all those who require family planning services, and there is a need to engage the private providers. So the government play an important role in fostering public-private partnerships and also providing the necessary training and assistance to deliver quality services among the private sectors. So strategies to increase the role of private sector in delivering the services to the public, especially to older couples, those staying in the rural areas and with disadvantaged backgrounds are needed. So family planning services can be offered at a lower price to reach out to a larger group of consumers. And at the same time, the private providers can also make extra profit by obtaining a higher quantity of sales and services. So this is the list of references. And with this, I'll end my presentation. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just wondering whether I think one of your researcher, your co-researcher, Chu Wei,
Yes.
she also do this similar research, right? Together with you.
Yeah, she's
because
working
this
on
morning
modern
she presented the
contraceptives.
same.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I like the one that you mentioned just now. All this while we are asking what government plan and do for us in different aspect or anything, but we rarely ask what about a private setting? What kind of contribution that the private sectors can contribute? Yeah. So any question from the floor? Any question? Yeah, this morning I asked your another researcher about why Malaysia is not listed. Yeah, and then I will ask the same question. Yeah, at first I thought that you are from Cambodia. All right. So yeah, by looking at the scenario there and based on the statistic that you show with us, it seems that there are different there are some rooms, for the sectors, the private sectors to work on it so that they can work together to achieve their aims and the objective that they want to achieve. Yeah. So in your opinion or maybe your group researchers' opinion, what are the concrete method or ways that we can highlight this issue or we can close the gap?
I think the major issue is the cost, because as the public, we usually think that if we are to purchase the contraceptives from the private sectors, it may be very expensive. They may be not affordable. So I think the public-private partnership is actually a very good strategy because the public sector now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, they focus on other health-related issues rather than providing the contraceptive or family planning services. So I think now is the right time for us to foster the partnership so that the government can use the services provided by the private sector to help to alleviate their workload. And at the same time, private sector, they can also get a higher profit if they can sell in a higher quantity. Yeah, I think campaigns, advertisements, and nowadays social media promotion, I think is some of the strategies to promote family planning services to those who are in need.
Yeah, sounds great. And it seems like there are a lot of things the government still can do in other countries, not in Malaysia, apparently.
Yeah,
or I mean, you all can also further analyze, zoom into the Indonesia part because that is part of the data that you all have. And then we can share with our people, our friends in Indonesia also.
Yeah, for sure,
Alright.
for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So really hope that your papers can be published so that this message can be reached out to more people, especially
Thank
the
you.
research.
Yeah. Thank
All
you very
right,
much.
thank you,
Thanks.
thank you. If there's no other question from the floor, we shall proceed to the third presenter, Kalbadi Karunagoda. So the presentation paper title is Comparison of the Influence of Two Yorevda Drug regimen on serums, estradiol, and follicular stimulation hormones. A randomized single-blind clinical trial. Wow, it's a very technical research, I believe. So let's welcome our presenter. All right, so you have to unmute yourself first.
Yes, thank you all, and thank you, Madam, to having this chance to present recent research which our team has completed. This is based on the uterine fibroid, a very common disease caused by the reproductive age woman. So it's titled as Comparison of the Influence of two Ayurveda drug regimes on serum estradiol level and follicular stimulation hormone level, a randomized single-blind clinical trial. So why I have chosen this study, I'm basically from the Ayurveda University lecturer, specialized in gynecology field. So that's why I worked on this field. Uterine fibroids are most common genital tract tumors in reproductive age women. In all the world, the main treatment option for this disease is the surgery. But a lot of ladies are searching for non-invasive treatment options because they want to remain their fertility as well as preserve their organs. Hence, in my country, Sri Lanka, Ayurveda is the leading alternative system of medicine apart from the modern medicine. So, a lot of women are searching Ayurveda treatment and coming to our clinics for their this uterine fibroid disease. And by several years of clinical practice, we have seen a lot of good results out of our treatment. Therefore, we have decided to do a scientific study to prove our findings scientifically. Therefore, we have selected commonly used two Ayurveda drug regimes, and they were tested against those women. And most of the part of this study was published, but the unpublished data, which was focused on the effect on serum estradiol level and FSH level, is presenting you with you today for your comments and your suggestions. So my aim of this study was to investigate the influence of two Ayurveda drug regimes on serum estradiol and FSH levels. So, as I told, there were two drug regimes, consist of 11 drugs. From those 11 Ayurveda formulas, 9 were we purchased from local market. They are freely available in the local market. But 2 single ingredient herbal powders and made out of Anytum sova and Nigella sativa were prepared by standard methods, and we have done the standardization process in the leading local institute with the following methods. From that, we identify both the Nigella sativa and Anytum sova having a potential activity on free radical scavenging activity as well as total polyphenol content and the flavonoid contents were there, but we compare, we have noticed this Anytum sova having higher level of all these contents than the Nigella sativa. So by finalizing the standardization process, we went to the clinical study. That was our main target, and that was involved with the human. So we follow all the scientific guidelines to come before to the clinical trial. Protocol was approved, it went for the ethical review, and that was registered under WHO clinical trial registry. And we could able to publish this protocol in a standard journal before starting our study. So these are the details of the clinical trial. It is a randomized single-blind 3-arm clinical study. We were included cases between age 18 to 50 years because we wanted to get the ladies from reproductive age, and we searched for the uterine fibroid. At least there should be one uterine fibroid volume more than 2 cubic centimeters. And there were several exclusion criteria. Study was carried out in the National Ayurveda Teaching Hospital, that is the largest hospital in Sri Lanka for the Ayurveda sector. Sample size was calculated in the scientific method. Consecutive consenting sampling method was used for the study, and cases were randomized into three arms. This is my study flow chart. Case 2, arm 1 and arm 2 were the intervention arms, which treated by 2 Ayurveda drug regimes separately, but arm 3 was kept as the control arm. They did not receive any treatment, but they were monitored once in 2 weeks basis throughout the study period. So study period was, yes, I'll come to that point. This is my treatment protocol for the arm 1 and arm 2, the intervention groups. Both the arms were treated by the same drug for first 2 weeks. Then that was split to 2 different set of drugs, but the similarity was maintained by the number of drugs. That means each group were treated with 1 decoction, that means 1 liquid drug, a pill, a powder, and external oil application. Duration was 12 weeks, followed by a 12 weeks non-intervention period. Throughout those time, arm 3 was kept without any treatment. These are the assessment tools. We measure the uterine fibroid volume with the use of ultrasound scan, and we test serum estradiol and follicular stimulating hormone level by standard methods by collecting serum. And apart from that, hormone test, safety parameters were carried out to see whether these drugs were effective for the kidney and liver functions. This is the consort diagram of the study. It is clear we have allocated randomized 120 cases. Out of that, at the end of the study, 35 were completed in arm 1, 37 completed by arm 2, and arm 3 was completed by 30 cases. So data was analyzed out of those completed cases. I want to show the importance of this study with my demographic characteristics. Most of the cases, they were married women. And if I take the, yes, let's move forward. If I take the associated risk factors, most of the most significant associated risk factor was noticed in my study population was the nulliparity. Out of them, some suffered from subfertility. It has mentioned in the second table, and therefore I felt this assessing the hormone effect of the hormone level other than the effect for the uterine fibroid is very important on these 2 drug regimens. So if I take the uterine fibroid characteristics of the study sample, that had a large variant. It was from the smallest size was reported as 2.3 cubic centimeter. The largest size was 967 cubic centimeter. But the strength of this study is all the variance between arm 1, arm 2, and arm 3 was non-significant at the baseline. So this is what the finding we achieved by the treatment for the uterine fibroid. Arm 1 and arm 2, after 12 weeks treatment, size was reduced, but in arm 2, it was a significant reduction, while in arm 3, that was a significant increase was noticed throughout the 3 months period. then there was no difference between follow-up period and the after treatment volumes. Let's move to the serum estradiol level and follicular stimulating hormone levels. Baseline, there was no significant difference between 3 arms, but when it comes to the 12-week period, the estradiol, this is estradiol level I'm talking on, there was no significant difference was noticed in either group, not in the control as well as the intervention group. Even in the follicular stimulating hormone also same results was found. No significant difference has been noticed with the treatment in either of the drug regimens. Safety outcomes was also measured. There was no such safety related issues were reported. Values were at the normal level. And as I told, this is a big study which I have taken the one part here. So this is the overall analysis of the clinical trial in a nutshell. So uterine fibroid volume was reduced in the intervention arms, but in arm 2 it was a significant reduction, and arm 2 it's significant in improvement. And when consider the hormone level, which I'm concentrating on today, there was no change in either group. Even the safety parameters were very good. So this is the first study assessing the clinical outcome of selected Ayurveda drug regime on the uterine fibroid by a randomized clinical trial. So even WHO mentioned Ayurveda-like traditional system medicines. It's used to both combination of medicines are giving good results than using testing a single drug. So most of the interventions of the uterine fibroid has a significant change effect on the significant changes of the reproductive hormones, and this is the disease which affect in the reproductive age of the woman. So this what our findings having a very good outcome, because it could able to maintain the hormonal level within physiological range while reducing the size of the uterine fibroid size. So in my conclusion, this randomized clinical trials proves that both studied drug regimes were effective in uterine fibroid volume without significantly changed serum E2 and FSH level. Further, it was confirmed the 2 drug regimes were safe to use in short-term usage of uterine fibroid treatment, and we suggest the multi-centered, well-designed randomized control trials, and we are working on that these days to prove our study in mass scale. So, and we have some future plans to commercialize our 2 drugs which were not at the market, and we make the drug regime throughout the country for a clinical practice. So this is what we found by our research, and thank you all for giving me opportunity to share my findings with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I try my level best to understand because this is not really my field. But then this is a very good platform for us to learn from each other and also open our eyes to see what is people doing there, you know, in different areas, and zoom into this clinical trial, and you give me the impression that okay, your trial was very successful. And then there are more works can be done later on, you know, to show that that actually when you replace with different drug, you know, and then you can have the similar or positive good result. I mean, this is what I can conclude so far.
Thank you so much.
I need some of the, any other audience, you can give your input, or whether or not you understand what is our friend presenting here, Dr. Kaumadi, present, you know, her research findings here. Yeah, so I think no question as usual. But then I think that regardless we're in what fields, you know, when we do research, we, regardless it's positive, negative result, we accept and then we try and errors. And then this is the interesting part that all the researchers is doing actually. So thank you, you know, for us to have this opportunity to understand, you know,
in many places, especially the owners of the the office, many office and public shopping area, or the area where many people like selling the product, they are like a COVID-19 security. I'm not sure how to, but there are like them to use to call them, and then they will measure the temperature, the body temperature degree. So when the people body temperature is around like 38, they are not allowed to enter the places. And the same also happened in the office, public offices. So they put they are body temperature that that can indicate if someone got higher or a normal body temperature. And then require washing hands regularly. And then for small and medium enterprises, they are required to adopt safety practice regulation. There are actually so many, but I will just read the several practices that small and medium enterprises need to follow. First, for office in non-essential sector, for example, are required to implement 100% work from home. Work from home is very important to follow for the essential sectors. So they are, because of this regulation, all of the offices in this Makassar are required to issue a letter that enforce the workers to do not work from the office. And for the work from home, there are maximum like 50%. No, I mean work from office if they need on. This is a very important work that need to be done in the office. The worker need to follow like 50% standard strict health protocols. So they need to wear masks and then distance themselves from others, and then they always need to ensure that they bring their hand sanitizer, like that. And then the essential sectors include finance and banking, capital market, and system payments, like handling hotels and export-oriented industry, also included in this requirement. Teaching and learning activities must be online or must be online. This is for the first, in the beginning of the pandemic, but at later on, at the second, like in the second period, teaching and learning can be done both from online and offline. So in the operating hours of supermarket has reduced or limited to usually from 7 o'clock until midnight, but because of this social restriction movement, many offices and then like supermarket need to follow the regulation, so they have reduced time from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock. So this is the impact of social movement restrictions policy on small and medium enterprises. First, I think this is the vital things. All of the small and medium enterprises experience this. Sale has decreased by 60%. This is because most of the small and medium enterprises actually gain their profit by selling their product directly, so the customer come to them, and then when this when the social movement restrictions, so it means that customer are not come to them, and then this really affect them very. And then second is about out of stock due to supplier-led delivery. This is because of this also this social restriction movement. So many things, many suppliers are not be able to send their products or not to be able to send their stocks on time, and then later they don't have like a clear or a certain schedule. So that's why out of stock happen. And then limited operating time, as I previously explained, that because of the social movement restrictions, many operational time of offices and supermarket and in all sectors actually has to reduce their time. Usually in Makassar, so operated from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. actually to 8 a.m. to 20. Actually, this, and then but because of the social restriction, they have to limit their operational time from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then fourth is online orders. Because of the social restriction movement, customers tend to change the way they buy things. Normally, they come to the places they want to buy the product, but because of the social restriction and they cannot go outside, so they find another way. And most of the customer change their methods to buying from online orders. And then this is also the effect of the social movement restrictions. Many owners of small and medium business or enterprises need to be creative, because if they are not, it means that they will leave behind or be forgotten, because nowadays, especially during the pandemic, if they're still with the traditional way to selling of their product, they won't survive. So that's why learning to upgrade the knowledge on digital platform is very important for them. And then this is also the effect of the social restriction movement, reducing workforces. I think this is something that cannot be avoided by many small and medium enterprises, because they usually don't have they didn't get much profit, so that's why they cannot pay their workforces, so they need to like do a job termination, and which cause people to go jobless. And the last one is about the decreased demand on products and services. This is the strategies that need strategies to survive to all of the small and medium enterprises. First, they need to learn how to do marketing online strategies, because traditional way cannot work anymore. I think even though it's not 100% full, but true. But nowadays, it's very important for all the small and medium enterprises to be able to become more creative, especially mastering digital marketing or online marketing. And then they need to be able to find new products or new products in order that they can have like what they can make their market more wider. And by doing this, they can add more opportunity to get profit beside the existed product they have. And then they also need to find the most relevant and current selling product. I think this has a relation with the point number 2. In order they can have a broader business opportunities to help them to survive during this pandemic era. And this is the thing also they need to do is setting working hours by compile to the social recreation movement policy, because when they are not follow, I think they won't be able to do business during this pandemic era. And then they also need to find a reachable supplier, because this has a relation with the previous statement that I made in this presentation. And then preparing an emergency capital. And from the government side, there are salary subsidy that has been given by the government to the employees or to the main forces from the office. It based on the Ministry of Manpower policy number 60/2020 related to this policy about government roles to give assistance to workers or laborers during this pandemic era. So this salary subsidy basically was given to workers or laborers in the area which are stated as level 3 or level 4. And that time Makassar was in a level 4 of social restriction movement. So what must be bear in mind that until now, what should be done is we must to keep in mind that how to live side by side with COVID-19. So this is the statement from the Indonesia Entrepreneur Association in Makassar, Muhammad Muhayang, said that this is very important for all the owners or the business world to be able to live by side with the coronavirus. And the one way to do that is through vaccination.
Sorry, Ms.
Yes.
Rosmaini.
Yes, I
your
think
time is actually up. Yeah. Please
Okay,
just
thank you.
conclude. So if we,
So
you can
this is
read
the
the conclusion. Yeah. So that okay.
Yeah. So this is the conclusion. As I have presented during my presentation, the conclusion is show that COVID-19 has created several problems, especially because of the social movement policies. It has tremendously affected the small and medium enterprises in so many ways. I think that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Rusmaini. Unfortunately, because it took you around 20 minutes to finish the presentation, I added the 5 minutes on Q&A, so you can finish your presentation fully. So unfortunately, there is no Q&A. Unless the session chair wants to add.
Okay.
If not, then I guess we can just move to the next presentation. All right.
A 100 journal search through Paris and published application, then selected with its close to the keyword in Indonesia. As you can see from the slide, there are 10 journals that are close to the keyword search. To finish my presentation, I have 3 points in my conclusion. First of all, health protocols. Refer to the field observation result. There are coastal area of Likupang, which shows that the implementation of health protocols has been done as a preventive mechanism according to standards set by the government, although it is necessary to continue active supervision. Second, Likupang tourism development. Based on the result identified through the published or Paris application, the article material that appeared in 2021, only 3 articles was found about tourism development Likupang. It means smart tourism topic discussion is related to Likupang National Tourism Priority Area Development, but not much is written in journal articles are more associated with tourism development in the pandemic era. Finally, smart tourism improvement. Smart tourism is still a study that needs to continue to be researched. Smart tourism use social media and regional health information. Smart tourism limits massive tourism. Smart tourism instrument through application creation. Financing in the development of smart tourism. That's all our presentation. Thank you very much.
That's a wonderful presentation from John Ganda. We are now moving to the question and answer section concerning the paper presented or any observation. We welcome a question from our other participants or the audience concerning the paper presented.
May I, Mr. Session Chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the great presentations, Mr. Ganda. I think this is very interesting when a policymaker is talking about literature review. I think you are doing double role here as the academics and as well as somebody from the place, maybe in the context of the policymaker. That was a very intense review on the literature. But what I would like to know is actually, even though it's maybe out of the context of your writing, your paper, do you see any gap between what is written in the literature that you just reviewed just now, and the directions of the vision and missions of this Likupang to present this area as the smart tourism, and what is actually your target? I mean, from that area to present it as the smart tourism, and is different from any other places in Indonesia. I'm not sure if you can answer it from the perspective of the policymaker or still from the academic point of view. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Lin. Actually, the smart tourism is a must, because in this pandemic, we must have something to do that we can use the technology to make share the information about our area. In Likupang, just we know, Likupang is one of the 5 super priority destination that government chose. So what we do in Likupang is first we must give more information to regional area, and if we can more information to the world. So as a destination of tourism, is Likupang is the first must many people know about that place. So smart tourism is one of the strategy to make Likupang more people know than before. So that's the must do right now. So in this research, I think we can have more information, more strategy to make Likupang can more and more people know about that area. That's my answer, Lulin.
Yeah, and I think you are doing it now, presenting it to the international audience.
Just right now, I just promote the Likupang to everyone.
Precisely, and the picture I saw, it is very nice, very beautiful. I think we need to plan a visit.
I hope we all can go to Likupang and that more beautiful than the picture.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ganda and session chair.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay. You are welcome, Ma, for your question.
Yeah, thank you. Pak Yoni Ganda, I am an Aruni, so very much concerned of your area to be developed, especially in pariwisata, and tourism. My what I like is wellness tourism. Yeah, it's so in the world even. Does that include in your plans? You were talking about health, local health, so that tourists will come in because it's so healthy over there. But do you make that a point of people to come, for instance, for, I don't know, is it medicine that you can produce or provide, or is it perhaps the climate, or I don't know. Do you have some plans in that area, wellness tourism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you Ibu Riani. Ibu orang Manado ini kalau lihat marganya. Okay, in Likupang we have some place that we prepare to people can make research because we know that in Likupang that place name is Pulisan, is one of the place that Alfred Russel Wallace came and make some research in there. So that's that's the opportunity to offering that that place, then they can make some research in there. And in Minahasa, North Minahasa, we have some around about 3 hospital in North Minahasa, and that hospital is quite good. So I think North Minahasa can be the place that some area in maybe from Papua or Maluku or some place there they can go to Minahasa Utara to get the good hospital. So that's two things that can be offering in North Minahasa.
Okay, I see. Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mark.
Thank you too.
Any question or suggestion concerning the paper presented before our times run out on question and answer?
Yeah, I think time is up, sir, and we can next to the next.
Okay, we are now moving to the next presenters. That is on the paper ID 29403, and the presenter is Ping Chun Chen with the title Forming Visualization of Regional Social Sustainability in the Asian Urban Development. Is Ping Chun Chen and is he around? Is he on the Zoom? Chun Chan?
On checking. I think he is not here for now.
It's not yet. Okay. We can move to the next presenter. That is on paper ID 29794. And the presenter is Lin Yola with the title Social and Environmental Challenges in Jakarta Northern Coast Fishermen Settlement.
Excuse me, sir. There's update for the list of presenter. The next presenter is Asri Prawesti Darmarati.
Who?
Asri Prawesti Darmarati.
Okay, it's now on the section now. He has joined. Okay, so
it's here.
Okay, that is on paper ID 29485.
Okay, time is yours, Miss Asri.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Let me know that I am Asri. I am from SKSG University of Indonesia too, and I know this field time is actually being Mrs. Liniola, but now I present my presentation, and it is also together with her or with Mrs. Liniola to develop some research together. Okay, I share screen. Can all of you see the presentation?
Very clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The title is about children's activities during the pandemic, and this is beginning research as towards the child-friendly city. The background is about that pandemic has happened or in our life during 2 years later, 2 years ago. Then it has an impact on our life, especially our children. Then the entire Indonesian government closed the doors of school, so the children is not able to carry out teaching and learning activities in their school. Now, and as the result, children very so active at home. And then what children activity were during the lockdown period or quarantine is about an aim that we want to know. So the aim of the research is the implication to encourage the creation of healthy and resilient children playground against the pandemic, which must be realized to overcome the problem of burden or provide resilience to the threat of pandemic if it is occur again. Maybe we can see the pattern of our thinking that baseline existing condition is about the children, then the future condition toward child friendlicity. Then there is a bubble that we don't sure what is that what will give a research again, but this first bubble is our research about children's well-being. The method we use a qualitative method. Then we ask to some question to the parents, and the parents will answer about their children activity during the quarantine period. Then we choose the children who has age about 7 until 11 years old, because it is about the first circle of primary education. It is the research happened in the small neighborhood that where I live in. Then we use the well-being of children in lockdown or VCL scale. It is from another researcher, Brastagi and friends, that well-being of children can measure by the scale. The scale is consists of 6 subjects that include emotion, playful and creative activities, academic, then addiction, then routines, then physical activities. Here are the scale or indicator that Brastagi and friend find, but I try to implement or use this scale in our neighborhood. The result is from physical activity, mostly disliked by children in the time of quarantine. Physical activity. So the children choose to do something that not use physics. Then number 2, most of the children play different games throughout the day and play with their family throughout the day. Then every day, the children get and do tasks given by teacher or school and spend more time doing schoolwork. Then most family have routines such as breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the same time every day. Then most parents responded that their children have unhealthy sleep habits until late at night. Most parents also report that their children eat more food than before, and their children never do physical activities. They say that their children rarely move their bodies for heavy things. There is another result related to emotion. Children often feel bored, get angry faster, and cry more than often usual. But in general, the children still feel happiness in their families. Most parents also said that their children snack more often by ordering food or drink online. The children are addicted to
to the use of gadgets game. The children watch too many TV programs, cartoon, or movie late until night. About fun and creative activities, most parents answer that children play more often throughout the day. Play with their family members and often look for new activities that please them with creativity activities such as doing puzzle, playing music, painting, or caring for plants. Now about gender. Boys more often see changes in emotion than girls. More often crying, more often angry, more often upset, and feeling bored and anxious. This is for boys. New routine or habit academic and physical activities are more done by girls than boys. About based on age, if we group age into several groups between 7 and 9 years old, more creative and more have routine with the family. In the age of 10 and 11, they are seriously do their schoolwork more than playing outside or doing physical activities. About the tendency to leave the house, all ages are very happy if they could play outside the house. So all of the children feel boring to be at home all the day. Their parents allow children to play in the neighborhood park using mats, wash their hands after returning home, and were only allowed to play for an average of less than 1 hour. About the outdoor activities access, if the parents allow their children to play in the field or garden with limited time, their children seem happier than if they are not given permission to leave the house. So this is rather the answer that most children like playing outside or have outdoor activity access. Then when the pandemic happened and they are being locked down, they are feeling so sad, so bored, and unhappy. The conclusion, according to the small research, or I think I know that this is not finished research. The important things to make our children happy is to create a space for children to feel safe to express their emotion. Then further, how the city planner design or create a park that affordable for children in access or near for their home, it's very important. We need park or open space for children to encourage their activities and their creativities. And creating maintaining new routines during lockdown or quarantine can maintain children welfare. The important thing to make our children happy is to create space for children to feel safe to express their emotion. We need park or open space for children to encourage their activities. This is the references, and I know that our research is not what we call finished yet. We must continue the research by getting more respondent or another neighborhood area, then we can put or can have a conclusion to make the policymaker be child-friendly city. That's about our presentation. I'm so sorry because I do presentation outside, so the noisy, the surrounding is very noisy. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ma.
Yes, Mr.
We are now moving to the another section concerning the paper presented, social environmental challenges. Social environmental challenges. So we are moving to the question and answer session. Is there any question and answer? A question concerning the paper presented? On the paper presented.
Any question for all participants? Okay, I will try to ask some question.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Funds investments meant for human development to national defense and state security. So this, in effect, affect the degradation of human rights and critical sustainability of state resources and natural protection. All right, we have also seen the dichotomy of China preventing Russia's return, whether it's actions on poor nations, or is it really a Western bloc versus the Eastern bloc? So all this ultimately all boils down to the clash of power and conflicting and competing interests. And in the future of conflict prevention and peace management, we have seen also the role of regional economic institutions, what is the role of ASEAN, the RCEP, EU, NAFTA, USMCA, and all that, to create interdependence among states, to create better understanding. Role of military alliances, we have AUKUS, Quad, NATO, FPDA, whether it's the ultimate factor of increasing conflict or building more diplomacy or confidence building measures, what are the role of CBMs, and whether traditional deterrence strategy or mutually assured destruction in the past, as we've seen in the Cold War, are still useful or effective now, and should we build a growing network of interdependence among states, or whether the role of a hegemonic superpower that is now being filled up by the US will be in a better position to have this future of conflict prevention and peace management. So all boils down to the role of states, great powers, and the role of medium powers and small powers trapped in between to create this new juncture of conflict prevention and peace management. So I think I'll stop there and now open for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Is there any question or comment regarding the presentation of Colin? Okay. So, Colin, because we are living in ASEAN, yeah. Recently, Australia, UK, and United States declare the establishment of AUKUS. So, what's your comment regarding this idea?
Very good question. This reflects the comprehensive element of realism at play, and the ultimate need for states to secure their interest and survival against a common projected enemy. So the establishment of AUKUS has long been anticipated. Beside the establishment of Quad. So of course, for the common field of China, it's interesting to note that the Americans have eventually, after I would say almost 60, 70 years since the 1950s, to really arm an ally, a nuclear capability. Yes, it did for the British during the 50s. So for now, it really sees the threat of China as to warrant the need for US to supply nuclear armed submarines to the Australians. So this shows that the threat of China has superseded a lot of other things, and the formation of a special unit in the intelligence committee in the US shows again that the conflict between US and China will never go away for the next decade, and it will again be led by this rivalry for dominance and quest for power, especially in the region. So it's very interesting to see for the next 5 to 10 years our ASEAN region as well as the prospects in the Taiwan Strait.
Okay, thank you, Colin.
Thank you
for your insight. Okay, and then we have last presenter, but it couldn't join us, so he sent us a video. So please, committee, you can play the video. Mbak Natasha?
Yes, Mr. Syahroni?
Yeah, you can play the video.
Okay, the committee is preparing the video now. Okay,
So the video is belong to Yon Mahmudi, Pak Yon Mahmudi, and then the topic is about the diaspora in Singapore. Okay, you can start the video, Mas Pras ya ini. Yuk, Mas Pras. Suara, the voice.
Lecture at the Department of History, Faculty of Humanity, Universitas Indonesia. I'm going to present my paper on the Ulama Network of Nusantara, case study of the Bawean people in Singapore. Let me first share my PowerPoint. Okay. Second, yeah. Ulama Network of Nusantara in 20th century. My paper will be going in the following order. First, introduction, research question, Bawean people in the island Singapore. Two, heritage of the Bawean people in Singapore, Pencaksilat and Tarekat Qadiriyah wa Naqsabandiyah. And the last thing is conclusion. The Bawean people have an oral tradition. The proverb generally read as Aje nyingkap sewe mon kita ngokir langit. Aje ngokir langit mon kita cukup sanggup lahir batin. Which means that don't open a woman dress or marry before opening the sky or migrate, and don't go abroad until you have enough inner and outer supplies. In this proverb, it appears that the Bawean tradition in the form of wanderings or migrating activity refer to as ngukir langit, to have a broader experience living the Bawean island is in this term physical and spiritual provision. So the Bawean people, well known for its tradition of diaspora or migration from island of Bawean to outside of the island, mainly to Malaysia and Singapore. The legacy that brought by the Bawean people to overseas refer to the tradition of the Bawean, there are two in Singapore that we can identify and we can still find right now, is the tradition of Pencaksilat and the practice of Tarekat Qadriyah wal Naqshbandiyah. So those are example of heritage of the archipelago in Singapore, so that we can find till today. These two legacy illustrate the role of the Bawean ulama, because mainly those who brought two traditions in Singapore are considered as the ulama, and they have root the relationship with the ulama in Nusantara or Indonesia. So the Bawean ulama and their network in Singapore strengthened the positive image of the Bawean or Indonesia people in Singapore. So the question is, how do the Bawean ulama preserve their network with the Indonesian ulama, and how two heritage in Singapore considered part of the Singapore, but mainly brought from Indonesia. The Bawean people in the island and Singapore. So the Bawean people appreciation of Islam is very strong, as illustrated by the many mosques and prayer rooms and musola that are spread all over in the island. And if you know we happen to be in the island, in the during the dawn prayer or before the dawn prayer, before the Fajr prayer, we can listen to the common recitation of the dhikr, or you know some of the worship, you know, people in general, they practice the tariqat called Tarekat Qadriyah wal Naqshbandiyah. In addition to being religious by performing the tariqat, become the follower of the tariqat, the Bawean people are famous for their expertise in martial art of Pencaksilat. So in the past, this self-defense lesson was very important because it was a provision for them to migrate. So the martial art, you know, namely the art of Pencaksilat, is very important for Bawean people, you know, before they migrate from their island. And Pencaksilat, we can talk now about the Pencaksilat in Singapore. According to the Bawean figure in Singapore, Haji Morni, the Bawean who first came to Singapore were known for their martial art and religious knowledge. The profession of self-defense is very useful for defending themselves because of the many challenges at the beginning of their arrival, who have to interact with many ethnic groups. Provision of religions also is useful for them to be able to teach religion and maintain religious norm for the Bawean people. So by having two elements of provision of supplies that are the art of the self-defense Pencaksilat and also the teaching of Islam, mainly Tarekat Qadriyah Naqshbandiyah, then they are more, you know, receptive, adapted in Singapore and welcomed by the Singapore people who are mainly Malay ethnic in its background. So therefore, the arm with the self-defense and religion, when people who migrated to Singapore easily adapt to their new society, and they are not easily aggressive and look for enemy if they travel, even though they are equipped with the self-defense knowledge. Next, please. Now, this is the pictures, the figure of the Pencaksilat performers. He was Haji Buang, from the Bawean, who migrated to Singapore in age, his age around 17. Then they moved to Bawean, who brought the Bawean people, or Haji Buang, also called as Haji Masyhur. So we see there is a well-known road in Singapore named Haji Masyhur Street. It refers to the Haji Masyhur, or is Haji Buang, actually, who came from Bawean and have a good and great influence in Singapore. Then Haji Buang also received an award from the President of the Singapore, and they have good relationship with the Prime Minister of the Singapore. So they have special relationship and consider to be influential people in Singapore. And he is a Santri, have a good relationship with the ulama in Indonesia, in particular in Situbondo, in pesantren in Situbondo. And the second is Tarekat Qadiriyah wa Naqsabandiyah. Actually, this tarekat is a combination of two tarekat, Qadiriyah, Tarekat Qadiriyah, and Naqsabandiyah. And Sheikh Ahmad Hatib Sambas, who lived in Mecca, combined two tarekat, and then called Tarekat Qadiriyah wa Naqsabandiyah. So this is the heritage of the Nusantara brought to Singapore, but of course mainly developed in Singapore, then spread over the world in archipelago, and also initiated in Bawean, then brought back to Singapore. He visited Singapore and on the island in the archipelago to spread the TKN. TKN was later developed by his student, Sheikh Abdul Karim. He lived in Singapore and also in Indonesia. And among Abdul Karim's students was Sheikh Hasbillah. Hasbillah was often called as Maduris, but in fact, he was from Bawean. Furthermore, TKN was developed by Sheikh Usman from Surabaya. He was not Bawean, but many of his students came from Bawean Island, including those in Singapore. So between Sheikh Usman and Sheikh Hasbillah has kind of special relationship. When the grandfather of Sheikh Usman also ever experienced to help and assist the Sheikh Hasbillah during his leave from the Mecca, then stay in Singapore, then went to Bawean Island. But Sheikh Usman was a student of Kiai Romli from Jombang, East Java. So this kind of relationship between ulama of Bawean and ulama of Indonesia, that they developed two special heritage that well known until today in Singapore. That is the tradition of the Pencak Silat and the practice of Tarekat Qadiriyah wa Naqsabandiyah. I think that's all my introduction. Sorry, I cannot attend this session, but if you have any comment, response, critique, or probably output, you can give me feedback of this paper, and I appreciate it. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, that is the last presentation from our presenters for this session. So this afternoon we already discussing a lot of issues ranging from the issue of separatism, terrorism, and then the development of security complex in the region, and then the thinking of Abdurrahman Wahid, as well as the diaspora of Bawianis or Maduris to Singapore, and other topic regarding the issue of security. So from my opinion, I don't have any conclusion actually. So today, this afternoon, we already listening a lot of insight from research has been done by speakers from Indonesia, and then from Malaysia, from University of Malaya. So for every speaker, thank you for your participation, and then good day. On behalf of committee, I also would like to appreciate your participation in this forum. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. See you in another event. So again, thank you very much, and then see you again. And then probably from committee, from Natasha, there will be an announcement regarding the event after this. Okay, thank you again. The time is yours, Natasha.
Thank you, Mr. Syahroni, for leading our session today. What a wonderful session we have today. I learned a lot from this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the end of the parallel presentation session. Dear respected session chair, presenters, and audience, we are honored to have you today. On behalf of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, I would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. See you on the closing ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. You may leave this breakout room and joining our main session again. And please have and enjoy the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha, Mas Syahroni.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Two 2021 AUA and ICSD Academic Conference, and see you on the next conference. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Penny.
Thanks. Bye.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Grid, and all of you in this room. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Ya,
Thank you.
sama-sama.
hypothesis based on the theory of Utau 2. And then the method. The research design of the study is a conclusive research design by using a descriptive quantitative approach. The study used primary data collected through an online form from Islamic peer-to-peer lending lenders, while the secondary data in the study were collected from the internet, social media, books, and previous research journal articles. The population in the study is Islamic peer-to-peer lending lenders in Indonesia. The sampling technique used in the study is non-probability sampling with the type of purposive sampling, and the study used the partial least square structural equation modeling technique. This research succeeds in getting as many as 250 respondents who are active lenders in Islamic peer-to-peer lending in Indonesia, dominated by female lenders, and the majority came from West Java. In addition, the majority of respondents have provided financing twice, and as many as 42% of lenders in this study have only used P2P lending platform for 1 to 6 months, and as many as 33% in this study are lenders in Dana Syariah. It is one of Islamic P2P lending platform in Indonesia. Description of the acceptance and use of Islamic peer-to-peer lending service by lender, it can be seen that lenders have accepted and used Islamic peer-to-peer lending service. However, lenders feel that their surrounding, like family, relatives, friends, give quiet encouragement to use Islamic peer-to-peer lending service. Based on the results from statistical tests, the data in the study were processed using SmartPLS application. The first is loading factors. We found that after we test with the loading factor test, we found that 21 indicators were found that valid, and then the average variance expected, which was greater than 0.50, which indicated that the construct of each of the variable in the study were valid. Furthermore, the result of R-square in the study indicate that only 36.8% of behavioral intention variable can be explained by 7 exogenous latent variables. Meanwhile, 45.2% of used behavioral variables can be explained by the variables of facility condition, habit, and intention in use of Islamic peer-to-peer lending service. And the result of T-square in this study is 0.389, which means the result model has a good predictive value. While the result of the goodness of fit analysis obtained the result of 0.576, which are included in the large category, so that the model is declared very good. So there is the research model of the study. And in answering the research hypothesis based on SmartPLS software, it is known that the performance expectancy has no effect to the behavior intention of lenders. This can be happen because the lenders doesn't only expect the material benefits for themselves. They have also expect other factors. And then in the hypothesis 2, we found that if our expectancy has a positive and significant effect to the behavior of intention of lender. This can happen because lenders have felt the ease of using P2P lending service. Meanwhile, the hypothesis 3, we found that social influence has no influence to the behavior intention. It can be because the lenders considering using P2P lending as a personal thing, so their relative, their family, their friends cannot encourage them to use the service. For the hypothesis effect have no effect to the behavior intention of lenders. This result shows that even if the facility is upgrade or provide the more good facility, it can affect to the user intention to always use the platform. But facilitating condition have a positive and significant effect to the use behavior. It means that even if the facility upgrade or more good facility, they would like to give the good rating and recommend the platform to the others, like their friend or their relative. And hypothesis 6, we found that hedonic motivation has positive and significant effect to the behavior intention of Sharia peer-to-peer lending lenders. This can happen because the lenders are happy after lending money to the borrowers, and they are interested to lend their money again through the platform. And then the hypothesis 7, we found that price value has no effect to the behavior intention of lenders peer-to-peer lending Sharia. This shows that regardless of the cost incurred by the lender, it cannot affect the lender intention to continue the service. And then hypothesis 8, we found that habit has a positive significant effect to the behavior intention, and also habit has a positive and significant effect to use behavior of Sharia peer-to-peer lending lenders. This can happen because lenders are used to using the platform. Maybe it because the easiness, or maybe it because their quality of the facility. It makes the lenders use the platform again, and it causes the addiction or habit to always use the platform. And then the last hypothesis, we found that behavioral intention have a positive and significant influence on user behavior. This is supported by the variable indicators such as loyalty, intention to use other platform, and intention to give more or lend their money more. This result shows that positive intention from user after use the platform or service will make the lenders feel satisfied. They would like to be loyal user. They would like to recommend the platform to the others and give a good rating because of that service or the platform has already satisfied their feelings. So the platform has to pay more attention to the customer needs, especially facilitating condition and is in its easiness. And the last is conclusion and recommendation. Based on the finding in the study, it can be concluded that the lender's intention in accepting and use Islamic peer-to-peer lending service are not influenced by performance expectation, social influence, facilitating condition, and price values. However, lenders' intention in accept and use service are influenced by performance expectation, hedonic motivation, and habits, while facilitating condition, habits, and intention affect lenders' behavior in using Islamic peer-to-peer lending service. And the recommendation, based on the result, this research can be additional literature in the field of economics, especially finance in technology era. Besides, the result of the study could be additional information for peer-to-peer lending service provider or platform to pay more attention to their customer needs as a form of maintaining service quality. This is my last presentation. Thanks for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Ms. Mega. Just like before, I would like to invite the chair and also the audience to give questions to Ms. Mega for her presentation. Is there any question?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mega, for your presentation. I think it's very interesting. I was just wondering, how big is your sample size?
Actually, I don't have any data of it, so that's why I use non-probability technique. It's because there is no data about how much the lenders of Islamic peer-to-peer lending in OJK, in Authority of Financial Service in Indonesia. There is no specific data, so that's why I just use technique SAMPLS technique to count the samples.
Okay. Another question is there any change in behavior or the behavioral intention in this pandemic time?
Actually, I'm not research that because it's only research just it's only to know the how their intention behavior in choosing and using the fintech lending. It because in this pandemic era, it's more popular. It's getting popular. So that's why I just researched that, not to compare the change of the behavior intention.
Good, good that you look into this area. Very interesting area, new and interesting area. Okay, don't have any more questions. Rama, you want to still ask anybody else? Got any more questions?
Yes, anyone in the audience? Going once, going twice. I think that's it, Dr. Jacinta.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, I think we had a good session and we learned a lot today, isn't it? I thank all the presenters and all the speakers. We have got a range of subject, and I thank Rama also, isn't it? Rama did a lot of good organization today. I wish everybody all the best for their studies, their research, as well as for their career. Okay, keep safe, be happy, healthy. Well, have a good day. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Rama.
Very much.
Thank you, Rama. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Jacinta.
Rama, you want to finish?
Yeah,
Yes.
I will add a few more infos and then we can leave the room. Thank you, Dr. Jacinta Chen, for leading our session today. It was very wonderful to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're approaching at the end of the parallel presentation session. Before you leave, please do note that the attendance link will be available in the closing ceremony, which will be happening around 30 minutes from now. Also, kindly vote for your favorite presenter. It's in the chat box, so you can vote for other people, or maybe if you are confident, you can vote for yourself as well. And I would like to thank everyone again, the session chair, the presenters, the audience. We're honored to have you today. On behalf of the 2021 AUA and ISSGS Academic Conference Committee, I would like to extend our gratitude for your kind participation and support. See you on the closing ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Everyone can go back to the main session by pressing the leave breakout room button, and you will be immediately sent to the main room. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Rama.
Thank you, for.
Thank you, Dr. Jacinta.
Thank you, Mr. Rama. Thank you, Dr. Jacinta.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main session of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. On behalf of the committee, we want to extend gratitude to all presenters, session chairs, co-chairs, and also audiences. We will be having the closing ceremony today, October 27, 2021 at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. We are proudly invite all of you to join our closing ceremony. We will be having the keynote speakers, plenary sessions, plenary discussions forum, and the announcement of conference award winners. And we will also have the closing remarks from the Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. So we will have a 15-minute breaks and we'll be seeing you again at the closing ceremony. Hope to see you again at the closing ceremony soon. Thank you.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justitia.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands. establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance.
Welcome to Writing Coaching Clinics. This is the first program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. For these Writing Coaching Clinics, the two focus groups are arranged according to the major conference area.
I'll be giving a short lecture on academic and research paper publications and the lesson learned. So I will be talking from my own personal experience.
And my aim here really is to share some of my personal views and experiences with what I consider to be good writing practice, remembering of course that there are many personal styles and approaches to academic writing.
This is where you also like to often outline the
example here. So this is again the example that I take from the Q1 journal. So as you can see here, they start by mentioning the the general topic.
I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to this coaching event. It's been a very nice experience for me preparing.
So I'm grateful for this opportunity, especially for the past 2 days. I learned a lot on my break room. It's called Strategic and Global Study Group.
We observed the public lecture and the coaching discussions in yesterday till very moment just now. All of the sections in yesterday, so I can conclude that the purpose of this event has been accomplished completely.
Standby. Okay. Okay. MC ready? Okay. Okay. Moderator okay? Okay. Okay. Good. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, in your writing, you would like to avoid those two manuscripts of paper that you already have. Go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. There is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petra, for you insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material presented provide you knowledge, new information. All of us, especially in order to improve the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. In this focus group today, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You received this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby, and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event. We proudly present this program pre-conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have a roundtable research sharing discussion. Thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join the significant program.
I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Liniola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event.
There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system.
The process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition.
We will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened. Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalists, okay, the investor, the developer.
Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap or strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double of people. Because not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic.
Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government.
So actually we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic.
My discussion is on the behavioral economics health belief model and institutional quality and exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine.
Actually, I will present orally. I won't use any slides over here.
international cooperation in the fight against the pandemic has triggered systematic reflection on the current international health governance.
Enhanced methane capture by metal organic frameworks for atmospheric restoration. So the reason why this is a big problem.
I will talk about today the project we are running at the moment, and I'd like to start with a short video. It is just 1 minute.
So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share our research findings on this topic.
Now, the long-run coefficient were estimated using full modified OLS estimator. As you can see in the slide,
the topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia.
Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GHG emission of greenhouse gas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Thank you everyone for your participation.
societies from multidisciplinary backgrounds related to strategic and global studies and sustainable development approach to share the research findings, experiences in strategizing and adaptation dynamic. Universitas Indonesia is pleased to work with ASEAN University Alliance to host its yearly academic conference to welcome more significant collaboration with ASEAN leading universities. Moreover, this event also welcomes academic and research sharing from academia, government, and industry worldwide face the academic crisis.
National development and global crisis, the country priority. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our honorable keynote speaker, Bapak Suharto Monoarfa, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
McKinsey predicts a quarter of business trips could disappear forever as meetings move online. Vacation and mass events like festivals and concerts fall off. The trend among consumers to favor experience over goods have been disrupted. Meanwhile, in terms of receiving growth, health workers and public officers have exceeded the target recipients for those
performing well to be champion in the society, in which we should have a great impact in order to ensure that the concept of sustainable campus as a small city will be able to be adjusted into larger scale and even beyond planetary boundary. As you can see that during this pandemic situation, we have invited many university leaders.
And I noticed actually that last week the new Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, I think that's how it's pronounced, created the first Minister for Economic Security in the world, which is interesting. And in doing so,
the world, which became a global village 2 days from mentality of technology, was in a flux during and after the COVID-19 crisis. The advent of the pandemic has crippled the world like never before in all its ramifications of human endeavor, causing some permanent changes in all facets of life, such as economic, political, religious, teaching mankind that important lesson of life, affirming that all men are equal. Although the number of COVID cases and fatalities might appear comparatively low in Africa than other regions, the looming health shocks of COVID-19 could have disastrous effects on the continent's already strained health system and could quickly turn into a social and economic emergency.
So if we listen to the speakers before who spoke earlier, climate change will be another disruptive force. And we see climate change, we cannot fight climate change alone. There has to be a collective force. But we see that we are not getting there yet. And this is where I like to go to the comments by Professor Neil on this question of trust. Trust in science, trust in government, trust in authority, trust in people. This is something, this is the energy that we need to build so that we can be resilient. So if we have that capacity,
go to the basic again has no harm actually. Rather than, okay, now the COVID is in decline, then we can do business as usual. Think of the capitalist way again. We will not have a bright future. Still going into the dark.
Yeah, I have a question from Gunawan. If we do not change, I mean, people are talking about change, behavioral change, all this. Do you think we can deliver the SDGs?
Thank you very much, Professor Riri, for really making your time to deliver the speech today. We know that your schedule was very, very tight and you really make it for today. Thank you very much, Prof. Riri, for sharing your, thank you very much, Prof. And next one, we have our plenary speaker, Professor Neil Collins from Nazarbayev University. Thank you very much, Professor Neil. Thank you very much for your remarkable speech today and also the discussions. Next one, we have our plenary speaker, Dr. Gwimi Sebastian Peters, from Nigeria, Africa. Thank you very much, sir. And we also honored our discussants. The first one, we have Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Thank you very much, Professor Dato Ahmad, for again joining our event and sharing your fruitful talks today from UCSI University. Thank you very much, Dato. And the next one, we have Bapak John Ganda. Thank you very much, Bapak John Ganda, for sharing what you have done in North Minahasa. And of course, our honor go to our Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. You are really leading the discussions and the plenary forum today with a very fruitful and interactive discussions. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. It's really our honor. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you to all of the speakers, discussants, and moderators. And yeah, back to you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola. To complete for our today's program, we invite all speakers, moderators, and discussants, as well as Dr. Lin Yola, to turn on the camera as we are about to take virtual photos. UI technical team, please get ready for the awesome virtual photo captures. So, are we ready, guys?
Yes, ready.
All
yes,
right.
ready, Dr. Jeff.
Okay, so in the count of 3, give us the very perfect smile. 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you, all of the participants.
Thank you, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you need any help, the committee will assist you in each of the breakout rooms or in the lobby. So that's it. See you in the breakout room and enjoy the conference. Bye-bye.
Excellencies, honorable guests and participants, welcome to the closing ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. This year, the School of Strategics and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, collaborates with the Asian Universities Alliance, AUA, to bring this significant academic conference with the grand theme of Global Strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This academic conference is jointly organized by Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Tumsat, University of Malaya, and UCSI University. Ladies and gentlemen, in both Zoom and YouTube streaming, Thank you for staying with us since yesterday for this event of 2 days consecutive program of plenary discussion forum and parallel presentation by remarkable speakers and significant authors across continents. I am Dr. Jeffrey Abdurazak, your MC today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to inform that we have excellencies with us today. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. H. Muhammad Ridwan Kamil, ST, MUD, Governor of West Java, Professor Alliance, Sir Ari Kunchoro, SEMA, PhD. Vita Silvira, SEAK, MBA, CA, Vice Rector for Finance and Logistics of Universitas Indonesia. Ator Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Eva Asjani Zulfa, Vice Director of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Dr. Chandra Wijaya, MSI, MM, Dean Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Nani Nurhaini, MN, Vice Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Universitas Indonesia. DRG Bayuri Widanarko, MKKK, PhD, Head of International Office, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Ryosuke Shibasake, the University of Tokyo, Japan. Professor Nobuaki Kubo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan. Professor IR Dr. Kaharudin bin Dimyanti, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Grace Ng Hui Swan, UCSI University, Malaysia. And today we are grateful to have the honorable plenary speakers. Emeritus Professor Laxman Dissanayake, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Dr. Claire Brolin, University of Queensland, Australia. Dr. Sans Margarita Redina, RUDN University, Russia. We are pleased to have the respected discussant together with us. Professor Dr. R.R. Sutanto Sudono, MNH, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Associate Professor Dr. Chong Wen Tong, Head of CES, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Nurani Binti Abu Bakar, Executive Director of SDG Secretariat, UCSI University, Malaysia. We are also pleased to welcome today's moderator, Mia Siskawati, PhD, Head of Gender Studies Department, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please respectfully direct your attention to the host country, Indonesian National Anthem. Respectfully welcome National Anthem of Indonesia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next important agenda of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference keynote session has come to the turn. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. Due to his emergency presidential duty in this very same schedule, the speech of Honorable Minister Nadiem Makarim is going to be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi, M.Ed. Director of Resource from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. He is also having experiences as director in various posts related to education and knowledge coordination in the Ministry of Finance, as well as Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia. In the context of this event, Honorable Bapak Sofwan Effendi will deliver his keynote speech with the title of Indonesian Education Reformation in Response to the Pandemic Crisis. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi.
Thank you very much. President of the Asian Universities Alliance, Professor Kyu Yong, Rektor Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Ari Kunchoro, Governor of West Java, Bapak Muhammad Ridwan Kamil, Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Ator Subroto, the Chairman of the Conference, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Jakarta. It is a great pleasure for me to attend this conference on behalf of the Indonesian Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Distinguished audience, disruption of technology brings with it a massive impact on all sectors of our life. Our demography and socio-economic are not the same anymore. In addition, the pandemic COVID-19 creates a speedy transformation of our structure. It has profound effects not only on our economic, but also on our education hemisphere. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology understand that we need a breakthrough amid the turbulence. Therefore, Minister Nadiem Makarim introduced various policies within the framework of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, or the freedom of learning independent campus, to enable students to continue studying from home during the pandemic. Our ministry provides a number of support to facilitate the process. Distance learning applications are developed for elementary and secondary education level based on a portal and Android Rumah Belajar or House of Learning. So students and teachers can enjoy learning resources, digital classes, virtual laboratories, and question banks. We also collaborate with various online learning platforms to provide facilities that are publicly accessible and free. At the higher education level, we collaborate with the telecommunication providers to provide free access of internet and low-cost internet for university students and lecturers. Moreover, to enhance the capacity of our lecture and academic to create and develop online learning content continuously, we provide various training, credit transfer recognition for universities delivering online learning, and making use of international massive open online courses. The ministry, through its the Director General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, also introduced 4 strategic plans. First, increasing the enrollment rate of higher education. Second, strengthening the quality and relevance of higher education. The third, improving the quality of faculty members and supporting staff. And the last, reforming the government system of the Director General of Higher Education, Research and Technology. The implementation of such strategic plan is reflected on various policies introduced by ministry, including the Campus Merdeka or Independent campus and the key performance indicator of higher education institution. The independent campus policy is basically aimed to link and match the university student with the industry and working atmosphere, as well as to prepare the student to face the fast-changing future through 9 core activities, which are student mobility, internship, university student teach at the school, research, humanitarian project, entrepreneurship, independent study or independent project, rural development and state defense. Ladies and gentlemen, to facilitate the achievement of such key PI, the ministry provides 3 schemes of funding for the higher education institution. There are incentives for public universities based on the achievement of the KPI. Second, matching fund of 250 billion rupiah for public and or private university to have collaborative project with their counterparts. And the last, competitive fund of 500 billion rupiah for competitive program of independent campus for both public and private university. In addition, we offer a variety scholarship program, degree and non-degree, in country and overseas to ensure that the learning process are not discontinued by the pandemic COVID-19 and to enhance the link and match between industry and academia in the era industrial revolution 4.0 and society 5.0. To nurture a research culture at higher education level, our ministry also provide variety of research funding scheme. This include the National Competitive Research Grant, Decentralized Research Grant, and Mandatory Research Grant with the funding of the Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education on LPDP. The focus of the research grant is on the area which support the national need, such as green economy, blue economy, medical technology and devices, tourism, digital economy, and digital technology. We also provide scheme for nurturing innovation, such as Innovation Talent Program and Startup Innovation of Indonesia. All of these efforts are to ensure the research and innovation can bring the utmost benefit to the society. However, quoting Minister Nadiem Makarim during the conference of Indonesia Rector Forum in July 2020, changing cannot be just one direction. One aspect should connect with the others. Thus, synergy, synchronization, and collaboration between stakeholders of education is a must. On that note, I would like to conclude my speech by proposing to everyone here to collaborate and work together to welcome the ever-challenging future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi, for delivering the notable speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next distinguished honorable keynote speaker. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our respected keynote speaker, the Governor of West Java, Republic of Indonesia. Muhammad Ridwan Kamil, STMUD, is an Indonesian architect and now the Governor of West Java, the most populous province of Indonesia. He was a mayor of Bandung from 2013 to 2018. In the context of this event, Honorable Bapak Ridwan Kamil will deliver his keynote speech with the title of Good City Management and Governance During the Pandemic Crisis. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our honorable keynote speaker, Bapak Ridwan Kamil, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ridwan Kamil. I'm the Governor of West Java, Indonesia. West Java is the biggest province in Indonesia in terms of population. We have around 50 million people. It's twice the size of Australia or almost the same size of South Korea. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we are witnessing our temporary success of handling COVID. Currently, our hospital occupancy ratio is around 3%, down from the peak around 91% in the month of July. We are focusing on the testing, tracing, and also treatment approach. And we have 5 principles of handling COVID in West Java. Number 1, we always proactive in achieving a solution for handling the pandemic. Second, we are always transparent in terms of data and also in terms of how we share news to the public. Number 3, we are always scientific in our decision making. Behind me, a group of epidemiologists and economists working hand in hand to produce conducive and best decision making. Number 4, we are always innovative. We are mobilizing all the industry during the pandemic to focus on fighting COVID. And number 5 is collaborations. We are very much a collaborative society. We call it Pentahelix, ABCGM, academician, business, community, government, and media. So COVID has taught us about how to live in the new era, in the new normal. So now we are preparing a new way of life in West Java. There are at least 4 to 5 the new lifestyle that we are focusing in West Java. Number 1, we now focusing to upgrade our healthcare infrastructure to be more resilient, and also upgrading the lifestyle of our people to be more care about what we call it the hygiene. We learn also in the post-COVID world, before live, work and play could be in the 3 different places, but after COVID, where you work, where you stay and play could be in the one area. Number 3, we learn also that the generosity value is very much high in our society. So this is a good side of the pandemic, creating a sense of solidarity in our people. We learn also the new lifestyle called touchless society, and we found out also there are economy aspect that are resilient to this disruption. To name a few, 1 is food security, second is digital. Therefore, after this pandemic, we are calibrating our economic goals and vision. We now have 7 new directions to our economy. Number 1, West Java will be focused as an ASEAN-based investment destination because investment is a driving force to our economy. Number 2, we are now moving to a food security province. We are focusing to optimize our fertile land to supply our food to our people. Number 3 is healthcare infrastructure. We will build 30 more hospital, 5,000 more clinic in the villages to make sure in the future if there is any new disruption, we can handle much better. Number 4, 4.0 manufacturing is our new economy. Number 5, what we call digital society, from education, from communication, also from economy. And number 5 is a green economy. We are building the largest solar panel on the water. West Java is the only province to have the electric vehicle factory and battery as well. We are building the wind turbine for electricity and waste to energy and many more. And lastly, we are focusing on what we call regional tourism. is more resilient because our regional tourism does not rely too much to air travel. We are focusing on our regional using ground transportation. Yeah. So I think these are the key elements that we are West Java is approaching, is adapting to new way of life after COVID and to new direction of economy after COVID. So hopefully West Java could be the model of a resilient province in Indonesia through this approach. Thank you, and please enjoy the conference, the seminar. Hopefully you have a fruitful event and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Regards from me, Ridwan Kamil, Governor of West Java. Hatur nuhun. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Honorable Governor Bapak Ridwan Kamil, for the remarkable speech. Before we begin for our next agenda, let us present to you the conference video of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Please welcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin the plenary forum session featuring 3 invited speakers and 3 discussants. This session will be led by respected moderator Mia Siskawati, PhD. Before we begin, allow me to introduce you our moderator for today's plenary forum. Mia Siskawati holds PhD and MA in anthropology from University of Washington, Seattle, United States of America. She also holds another MA in development study from Brandeis University, USA. She earned her bachelor degree in forestry from Bogor Agricultural University, IPB, Indonesia. She is a lecturer and head of gender studies graduate program, School of Strategics and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia. She also teaches at the Department of Anthropology, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Indonesia. Her expertise covers feminist anthropology, feminist ethnography, feminist political ecology, feminist agrarian studies, gender and land tenure, gender and natural resources, gender and forestry, gender and development, gender and human rights. In addition to teaching and consulting academic research, she has been actively involved in social movement in Indonesia, which include women movement, indigenous people movement, environmental movement, and natural farming movement. She established Yayasan Rimbawan Muda Indonesia, RMI, in 1992. She also has been serving as a member of board of advisors for environmental NGO and women's NGO. Mia also served as a member of boards of experts for an association of indigenous women in Indonesia, Perempuan Aman. Mia received a number of awards such as Shoka Fellowship for Social Innovator 1996, Fulbright Fellowship from 2002 to 2004, the United States National Science Foundation NSF 2007 into 2008, and the Curry Award 2009. We are very much lucky to have you, Mia, as speaker. Without further ado, let me pass this session to Ibu Mia Siskawati. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey Abdul Razak, honorable panelists, respected participants and audiences. Allow me now to start the next session, in which we will have the plenary speeches and also the plenary discussion. But first of all, I'd like to welcome and also greet the Excellencies Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology, Bapak Nadiem Makarim, and also Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi, who just delivered the speech of Bapak Nadiem Makarim, and then the Excellencies Governor of West Java, Bapak Ridwan Kamil, and also I'd like to greet the Honorable President of Asian University Alliance, Honorable Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Honorable Vice Rector for Finance and Logistics of Universitas Indonesia, Honorable Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies of Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Atur Subroto PhD, and then also Honorable Vice Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies of Universitas Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Eva. As I mentioned, this session, we will have like three plenary speeches of the three experts, which is the Emeritus Professor Laxman Disayanake of University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. And then secondly is Dr. Claire Brolin of University of Queensland, Australia. And the third speaker would be Dr. S.E. Icon Margarita Redina of RUDN University, Moscow, Russia. We will also have discussions. The discussion are three respected discussants. Ms. Nuraini Binti Abu Bakar, and then Professor Chong Wanton, and then the third discussion will be Professor Dr. Sutanto Suhodo, Engineering. Okay, without further ado, I would like to start by inviting the plenary speech number one. This is the Professor Laxman Disayanake from University of Colombo. So Professor Laxman Disayanake will deliver speech on demographic future of post-pandemic Sri Lanka. Professor Laxman Disayanake, you have 10 minutes for delivering your speech. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen here. Okay. Now, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I'm very much thankful to AUA Secretariat and Dr. Linyola for inviting me to this very important conference. So my topic today is demographic future of post-COVID-19 pandemic Sri Lanka. Here, I will be actually focusing on fertility changes because the changes in the structure of the population is mainly influenced by changes in fertility. So I have two hypotheses here. COVID-19 pandemic will have negative effect on fertility. COVID-19 pandemic will have positive effect on fertility. This concept that changes in fertility behavior during the post-transitional regime, unlike the onset of the fertility transition, is due to adjustment behavior of the people, and thus a temporary increase or decreasing in fertility can be observed. So it's only a temporary phenomenon. So timing of fertility depends on age distribution of the disease, severity of the pandemic, and also time duration. Now, in order to look at the COVID pandemic situation, post-pandemic situation in Sri Lanka, so I bring some experience that we have historically. So disease and fertility, evidence from 1918 influenza epidemic. So I draw an example from Sweden, and here we find that during the pandemic, fertility decreases, but after 9 months later, immediately after the termination of the pandemic, there will be a fertility increase. And then after 3-4 years time, it will come to normalcy. So that's what we draw from our historical. So events that cause a large increase in deaths tend to cause a large increase in births 9 months later. So this relationship holds up for influenza outbreaks in 1889, 1918, France since 1950, and the US since 2003. It holds up across 3 major hurricanes in the US and 2 large hurricanes outbreaks. It faced the case of Ebola mortality in West Africa, an earthquake in Japan, 3 French heat waves, the large famine in Finland in 1868, as well as the entire distribution of winter mortality and summer fertility in Iceland in the 19th century. So what we see here across numerous contexts, lots of deaths lead to fever conception, and thus higher number of births 9 months later after termination of the disaster. So further observations or evidence can be seen from this graph. So we are starting around 10 or 11 months after an epidemic, birth rates begin to recover. So that is what we see. So academic research confirms the presence of such rebounds. In Sweden, Norway, Taiwan, Japan, India, and the United States, the 1918 influenza epidemic reduced birth just after the epidemic, but then increased births in the subsequent 1 to 5 years. So estimating the effect of COVID-19. So many academic papers suggest that mortality replacement fertility ranges from 0.25 births added to each epidemic casualty or birth loss in the 1 to 5 years after an epidemic to as high as 2 births added. So using the infection spread and fatality rate estimates and mortality replacement estimates, COVID estimates of median fertility recuperation are very wide. COVID could boost births over 4 years after the epidemic runs. It's caused by anywhere from 0.3 to 40%. So additional factors to be considered in forecasting fertility effects, the public and government responses, that's very important. Health advisories and their usage. So we have to monitor those changes. Work stoppages probably do not impact fertility. In the US, mild storm advisory have been shown to lead to increase in birth rate 9 months later, probably due to couples being cloistered together, while serious storms tend to reduce birth rates, probably due to economic damages. So if COVID infections and death rise to epidemic levels, then any positive quarantine effect would almost certainly be mitigated by mortality and collateral survivorship, as well as economic effects. If people take proactive measures to stay home together more and avoid going out, and in so doing so succeed in preventing COVID from spreading widely, and if policymakers take measures to keep economy humming, then birth rates could actually rise slightly in the next year as a result of COVID. If not, fertility could rise only after 9 months later after the termination of the COVID-19 pandemic. So when you look at the evidence from Sri Lanka, this graph shows that in the early 20th century, cholera in 30s, death rate went up and few months later, the fertility responded to that increase after the termination of malarial mortality. Then recently, we saw an upsurge of fertility from almost from the replacement level in 1990, 99, and then even it went up to again 2.51 by 2012, what we saw in 1992. So I predict a TFR decline because it's a temporary phenomena, adjusted behavior of people to certain conditions. It's mainly due to tsunami disaster, which affected 13 districts out of 25 districts in the country, and also the effect of civil war took place for about 30 years and concluded in 2009. So, and also in order to predict future fertility, I look at Finland and also US changes during the post-war years, and I came up with a figure that is to replacement level of fertility to come down to replacement level fertility by 2022, next year. So by looking at the experience during the post-tsunami period, so I constructed, or I have done some calculation. So there were 27,491 extra number of births added during the 2005 to 2009. So number of deaths occurred during this period was 21,862, meaning 1.09 additional births for one single loss of life were reported during these 4 years. So I have 3 scenarios here. So if we assume that COVID-19 pandemic will be completely controlled by 2022, maybe latter half of 22, and maximum number of deaths can occur is 14,000. Now we have about 13,500 deaths at the moment. Then we would observe 17,600 additional births, annually 4,401 births. If it is 15,000, then we will go up to 18,862, annual number of births, 4,470, 16,000, 21,120, annual increase will be 5,029. So by looking at those figures and also using some of my demographic knowledge, so I predict a number of births 21 to 2030 there, and there is an upsurge of fertility, but it will come to normalcy after 2027. We may have already achieved replacement level fertility because of COVID-19, because of the decline in fertility, as I mentioned to you earlier, and may stay around replacement level with fluctuation favoring lower value of TFR until the second half of 2023. And then again, there will be an upsurge of fertility above the replacement level. Fertility may be around 2.5 due to the following facts. More marriages for collateral survivors to occur, which were postponed due to pandemic, and have procreation. Resumption of procreation by collateral survivors after the epidemic, which was postponed, and thus accumulate more births during a short period of time. Collateral survivors are people who suffer disruption in their life due to a disaster, but do not actually die. They are the people. So I predict TFR accordingly, and this is shown in this the graph. And also I really wanted to show you the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on demographic dividend, because I have worked on national transfer accounts and calculated the demographic dividend, and it was in fact terminated in 2018. But because of these two disastrous events, tsunami and also the civil war, which was concluded in 2009, which forced to postpone marriages and procreation, gave rise to this little upsurge. And then again, what will happen because of this COVID-19 pandemic, there will be an again increase that is healthy for Sri Lankan population, because there will be more and more people accumulating into labor force ages. But there should be certain plans to accommodate these additional number of birds who will after 5 years of time, they will be looking at places in school. So there will be some cost associated with that. And also we need to have employment plans to accommodate those people when they reach the labor force entry ages. So these are some of the things that the planners actually should be looking at on the basis of my work on these effects of COVID-19 pandemic on demographic future of this country. Thank you very much. I hope I have concluded on time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Laxman Disayanake. I do apologize that I did not introduce properly by delivering the brief CV of Professor Laxman Disayanake. So allow me just to deliver the brief CV of Emeritus Professor Laxman Disayanake. Well, Emeritus Professor Disayanake has PhD in Population Studies from the University of Adelaide, and then master degree in Demography from Vrije University, Brussels, Belgium, and then postgraduate in Population, University of Colombo, and Bachelor of Development Studies from University of Colombo. He is now an Emeritus Professor in Department of Demography, University of Colombo. He is actively contributes to national development as a council member of the National Council for Elders, Elders Secretariat, council members of the National Council for Sustainable Development, preparation of 5-year Sustainable Development Plan for the Northwestern Province, Sri Lanka, and the National Survey on Elders' Homes, and establishing Faculty of Technology and Faculty of Nursing at the University of Colombo as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo. So we just listen and learn about the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on demographic divided via fertility in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Emeritus Professor Laxman Disayanake.
Thank you.
I'd like now to invite the next plenary speakers, Dr. Claire Brolin of University of Queensland, Australia, who will deliver a speech on the strategic approach toward the health and community equity in SDGs 2030 agenda. Allow me to introduce Dr. Claire Brolin. So Dr. Claire Brolin is a qualified lawyer, a non-practicing, and has a PhD in public health and master degree in international studies and diplomacy. Dr. Brolin completed her postdoctoral studies at the Dalla Lana School of Public Health, the University of Toronto in 2018. She is a health justice specialist with research appointment at the Center for Policy Futures and School of Public Health at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia. Dr. Brolin's multidisciplinary consultancy work and scholarship examine policy, planning, and governance challenges that sit at the crossroads of global and public health, sustainable development, health equity, and human rights. She sits on several committees, including as the committee representative on the Global Emergency Care Committee of the Australian College for Emergency Medicine, and is the medical sector representative on the Australian Red Cross EHL Advisory Committee, and then she is also the honorary advisor and thematic expert for ADG 3, Health and Wellbeing in the Legal and Economic Empowerment Global Network at the High Level Human Rights and SDG Advisory Board to the UN. Dr. Brolin, the time is yours. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, making sure my... Okay, thank you, Dr. Mia, for your kind introduction. Emeritus Professor Disayanake, your research and presentation on the impacts of COVID-19 on future birth rate estimates in Sri Lanka is so interesting. My presentation today will apply a broader global health lens to the impacts of COVID-19 on a strategic health and sustainable development implementation. So Selamat sore, good afternoon. I'm so very delighted to be here with you today, and my sincere thanks to the conference organizers, especially Dr. Lynn Yola, for inviting me to speak at this truly important event. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land. I'm beaming to you from today in Queensland, Australia, the Quandamooka people, who have cared for the land and waterways where I live for tens of thousands of years. I acknowledge and pay my deep respect to the Quandamooka elders, past, present, and emerging. It's important that I start with one caveat. I don't believe that we will all live in a post-pandemic world, not in the next 5 years, and probably not by year 2030. Of course, I'd like very much to be proved wrong. I'm not intending to be dramatic or apocalyptic in making this statement. I'm just being pragmatic. And it is in this pragmatism where, in my view, the strategy and innovation and the urgency lies for interrelated health and sustainable development governance, planning and implementation by and for year 2030 and well beyond. So there are three key reasons why I think we will not be living in a post-pandemic world in the foreseeable future. First, despite improvements in vaccine efficacy and community awareness and action on preventative health measures to stop the spread of COVID-19, I suspect COVID-19 and its variants and new strains are going to be with our world for some years to come, especially in countries and regions where there's moderate to extreme poverty, armed conflict, frequent natural disaster, and unconscionable vaccine inequity. Indeed, for example, the public health scientific literature is pointing out the bidirectional or synergistic relationship between disease outbreak and transmission on the one hand, with conflict exacerbation on the other, and vice versa, the role interstate conflict and protracted intrastate or civil conflict can play in exacerbating infectious disease pandemics. And in countries where there is conflict, we often see very courageous medicos and public health professionals working in the context of weak or fragile health systems and services, or in contexts where health systems and services have collapsed altogether, which does not bode well for timely, accessible, and effective pandemic prevention, management, and control. As a public health scholar, the second reason I don't believe that we will live in a post-pandemic world is because, as a public health scholar and professional, we know, because scientists have been warning us, and they've been warning us for 10 plus years, that zoonotic diseases, that is infectious diseases that jump from animals to humans, like SARS, like Ebola, like COVID-19, that outbreaks and the spread of these types of highly infectious diseases in the 21st century are actually on the rise due to a mix of factors like ecological, behavioral, and socioeconomic change, climate change and global warming, along with the increase in densely populated urban areas around the world. So if the scientific evidence is telling us that it is highly probable that we are going to see the outbreak and spread of more zoonotic diseases in the decades ahead, and given the virulence of these diseases, I'm not so sure we're quite out of the pandemic woods yet. The third and final reason I don't believe we'll be living in a post-pandemic world in the next 5 years at least is because of the existence of another less visible global pandemic or global public health emergency. And what's that? Yes, the global non-communicable disease or NCD pandemic. The biggest NCD killers are cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory disease, cancer, and diabetes. NCDs kill 41 million people on our planet each year, equivalent to 71% of all deaths globally. For instance, in the Western Pacific region, NCDs account for 80% of all deaths. So NCDs are the leading causes of deaths globally and in most countries in Asia. Premature deaths due to NCDs occur at the highest rates in low and middle income countries, where a significant percentage of Asia's population lives. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated and has been exacerbated by the pre-existing NCD pandemic. And again, here another unhealthy bidirectional relationship exists. This is partly because people with NCDs are at a higher risk of becoming severely ill or dying with COVID-19, and partly because NCD response requires continuous chronic healthcare services and medical supplies. And in most countries during the COVID-19 emergency, the World Health Organization reports that healthcare services for NCDs have been disrupted. Data is further emerging around the tremendous evolving and ongoing impact that the COVID-19 pandemic is having on the mental health, psychosocial and social and economic well-being of individuals, communities and whole societies, which will also feasibly and regrettably impact, if not increase, the global NCD morbidity and mortality burden. And this is why it is so imperative, so crucial, that countries and all key stakeholders, such as all levels of government and the corporate, private and business sectors, take their health and sustainable development and environmental social governance, or ESG, strategic planning and implementation very, very seriously. Yes, it's complex. Yes, it's time intensive, if done well. Yes, the task of SDG implementation was and never going to be easy, but it is necessary. Not only is it necessary, sustainable development planning and implementation is logical and good common sense. Whether the logics are born out of political or corporate reputation, revenue, and or regulation. Certainly, I would like to see SDG and climate change policy alignment by countries and their leaders ideally born out of intergenerational responsibility and ethical imperative. And of course, international human rights law. But particularly coming from Australia, I'm not naive as to the real politics surrounding the sustainable development and climate change landscape. I also see the 17 SDGs and SDG 2030 agenda fundamentally as presenting a very comprehensive human and environmental health and wellbeing development framework or blueprint for all countries. This is because although there is only one dedicated global health goal, SDG 3 in a sea of 17 SDGs, good health and wellbeing are both preconditions and outcomes of the 2030 agenda. So health cuts across and co-influences achievement of all 17 SDGs. In fact, health equity has been presented as a cross-cutting SDG theme because it resonates with the SDG's overarching principle of leaving no one behind. The underlying determinants of health, the social, commercial, gender, cultural, economic, environmental, legal and political determinants of health together also play a crucial role in achieving the 17 SDGs because they are manifest in the 16 goals beyond SDG 3. Planetary health is also pointed to as another glue that binds the 17 SDGs. So certainly health and its different constructs are deeply, deeply embedded in and across the SDG framework. Okay, so if in the foreseeable future, we're one, not going to be collectively, let me emphasize collectively living in a post-pandemic world, and two, the protection and promotion of health, of human environmental health and well-being is key to unlocking SDG success by countries and their multi-sectoral development partners in both the short and longer term to the year 2030 and well beyond, then at the country and governmental policy planning and implementation level, then what? What are the most strategic, cost-effective governance and planning interventions and investments that government can implement now for countries to make a tangible inroad on sustainable and impactful and localized 2030 agenda achievement that leaves no one behind, genuinely leaves no one behind, and promotes health and community equity? What do countries at all stages of development need to do? Well, based on my research, there are 5 key levers or accelerators. Now, because these key levers and enablers overlap and are each important in their own right, I'll outline them briefly and in no particular order of priority. Please note, none of these 5 levers are being seriously entertained or implemented in Australia by the Australian government at present, to the best of my knowledge. Lever number 1, domestic legal mandate. A commitment to SDG achievement in national and subnational whole of government policy and planning is terrific. But there is far more government accountability, transparency and investment in domestic policy commitment and implementation where SDG policy shifts into domestic hard law and regulation. For example, Indonesia's issuance of a presidential decree on SDG implementation in July 2017 that mandates or makes law SDG implementation at the national, regional and municipal level in 4 key areas. Lever number 2, a singular ministry for sustainable development and or climate change to strategically lead, guide and support sustainable development planning, treasury, budgetary and resource allocation, sustainable development and implementation, monitoring and review across and among different levels of government and with non-government actors and stakeholders. Indonesia's BAPNAS or Ministry for National Development Planning that coordinates Indonesia's multi-sectoral and cross-government SDG efforts, is an excellent exemplar. Lever number 3. Countries and their partners should proactively and strategically localise the SDG goals, targets and indicators to reflect and address national and subnational health and sustainable development realities and equities, more so than ever in the COVID-19 context. Localised indicators also need to be tracked and reported on through open data platforms, and all this information should form and inform a country's SDG implementation plan. Now, by plan, I ideally mean an inclusive, well-constructed, evidence-based document with both quantitative and qualitative indicators that can flex and bend in light of the iterative and dynamic nature of SDG rollout in the pandemic era. A plan that is endorsed by both sides of parliament or different political factions because the plan stretches across short-term electoral cycles. A plan that is intermittently reviewed by parliament as well as by community and other SDG multi-stakeholders who are part of non-tokenistic participatory governance platforms and mechanisms. By plan, like Atlassian co-founder Mike Cannon-Brookes states, I don't mean a verbal plan announced by the Prime Minister for the media and cameras that a country has a plan to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Respectfully, that's not a plan, that's just words and greenwashing. Lever 4 for accelerated SDG implementation. Integration into national and subnational SDG policy and planning of a health in all policies approach and complementary systems thinking design approach. The COVID-19 pandemic and its ramification on the economic, social and environmental pillars of the SDG vision and the pandemic's impact on the operation of all government portfolios serves to remind us to take a deep breath and humbly read the Helsinki Statement on Health in All Policies from June 2013. An adapted health in all policies approach just might be the blueprint to help guide SDG whole of government policy and planning in different domestic contexts. And finally, lever number 5. Treasury departments are explicitly financing SDG implementation across government departments and agencies, and government and industry are working hard together to regulate corporate and private sector sustainability practices across the 3 SDG pillars. Countries should pioneer and invest in innovative SDG financing taxonomies and mechanisms, circular economy initiatives, public-private partnerships, such as those being pioneered in Indonesia with government support and multi-stakeholder goodwill and collaboration. I am enormously impressed by the launch in 2018 of the 2018 SDG Indonesia 1. This is a highly innovative platform managed by a 100% government-owned non-bank financial institution for infrastructure finance, which aims to narrow the SDG financing gap for SDG-related infrastructure projects by mobilising funds from philanthropic donors and the private sector for innovative infrastructure investment opportunities throughout Indonesia. If we want to genuinely advance a strategic approach toward health and community equity in the SDG agenda with the pandemic challenge, we need to move our gaze beyond SDG 3 and the wholesale lumping of responsibility for health and sustainable development on ministries of health. When it comes to SDG achievement, in which health and wellbeing are core, all government agencies and their partners have a multi- and interdisciplinary, multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder role and responsibility to play here. Not ministries of health alone and other non-government, public and global health actors. And we must ask, are our countries cogently and transparently implementing the 5 SDG enablers or levers I've outlined today? A country's SDG 2030 agenda policy and planning and implementation is not only important for the health and well-being of the people and lands and waterways within a country's sovereign borders, but for the people and lands and waterways well beyond a country's borders and for generations to come. Because I don't think living on Mars, Elon Musk style, is a viable option or solution either, especially for the most poor, marginalised, unwell and discriminated among the 7.9 billion of us here on Earth. And that's most of humankind. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire. You just delivered very interesting and very important speech that we are still in the process, not yet living in the post-pandemic. Then we also are still facing challenges in developing strategies for a resilience and sustainable post-pandemic world toward a better future for all. Thank you very much. I'd like now to move to the third plenary speech. I'd like to invite Dr. S.G. Margarita Redina from Eryudian University, Moscow, Russia. And I'd like to introduce first. So Dr. S.G. Margarita Redina has an education at the Faculty of Ecology of People's Friendship University of Russia, Master of Ecology and Nature Management, diploma with honors in 1999. Then also translated from German into Russian, diploma with honors 1999, and then doctorate degree in SG Econ, and also she's now the professor of the Department of Environmental Safety and Product Quality Management. Is expertise first OSCE expert of the Russian State Register of Experts, Scientific and Technical Sphere. And then in terms of the projects, she has experienced a number of projects, including projects for the development of hydrocarbon deposits, development of environmental standards and regulations, Gazprom Ministry of Energy of Russia, also educational projects, including research projects funded by the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation and the German Academic Exchange Service, also on educational projects funded by the TNT BP Management GSC. So Dr. S.G. Margarita Redina will deliver speech on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in Global Crisis Challenges of the Climate Change on the northern areas. Dr. Redina, the time is yours. You have 10 minutes for your speech.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mia. Thank you, dear colleagues, for the invitation. First of all, it's really my pleasure and my honor to be here among the specialists in sustainability. And I think I will continue the speech of the previous speaker, representative of Australia, and I would like to present you some our Russian experience in transition to the new development stages. It means how we organize climate research, how do we organize climate protection measures, and so on. The main issues in my presentation will be devoted to consequences of climate change, examples of the Russian North, some information about climate change manifestations on northern areas, some statistics. After that, a few words about models, estimations, and forecasts, and a few words about main steps of our government and of our society in general. How do we try to solve these problems that we probably will face in the nearest future and that we have right now. So first of all, it's possible to remember the words of American scientists that very commoner, everything is connected to everything else. And it's possible to say that in reality, yes, no one sustainable development goal is individual. And after the pandemic, after we will go to the next step of our development, we will face all these problems. We will be in the situation when we will need to solve all these problems connected with achievement of all these 17 sustainable development goals. And as example, it's possible to remember climate risks for northern territories, for northern areas. And here you see some photos from Russian North, and not only Russian wide north, but this is, far north. These are some examples from our territories. This picture here about destruction of this building, it is really northern territory, not far from ocean in the north of our territory. But this situation here, you see this soil destruction. This is a territory in Siberia. It is not far north. It is not a territory near close to the ocean, but this is a territory where we have permafrost. And these permafrost formations are destructed now because of climate change. So after we will go from the situation with pandemic, we will need to go back to all these situations with destruction of our buildings, with change of climate, with change in agriculture, in forestry. So all these problems will go back to us, and it will be necessary to do something to improve the situation. Talking about climate risk and their manifestation, it's possible to say we should expect all these changes as consequences of different natural and man-made processes in atmosphere and hydrosphere, in cryosphere and lithosphere. And it's necessary to expect a big variety of different consequences for all our branches of economy. And of course, under these conditions, it's possible to turn to the experience of World Bank, for example, or of our National Bank of Russia, and they have developed recommendations how to estimate these climate risks. You see here only a small example, only a small part of all these types of manifestations of climate risks and what should we expect as consequences for human health. So it is not right, it is not so that in Russia we only happy with our forests, with our great green areas, and we only sitting and producing something like gas and oil. It is not true. In Russia, we do think about climate change, we do think how to protect our economy and finally our lives in the situation of climate change. And what do we have right now? We have a new legislation and regulations. Only during the last probably 7 years, we get a new law about limitation of greenhouse gas emissions. It is a very new law. It will be active since December of this year. We have a national plan of adaptation to climate change. We have a national legislations and regulations and new rules, how should we organize verification and validation of greenhouse gases. So it's possible to find a lot of examples of research and development. Currently, even in our university, we are the first national center. We can find a lot of examples of research projects that help us to understand all these processes of greenhouse gas flows, about the emissions and absorptions. So the thing we need now, and we're working hardly in Russia on this problem, we need new methods, new regulations on calculation of limits of emissions, calculations for different branches of economy and different economical objects. It exists, it's really so, and we are working on solving all this problem. And a few words about research and why is this problem so actual, so important for Russia. You see here some examples of balance of emissions of methane. You see the picture here in the right corner. This is methane emissions from swamps in Russia, and some regions are happy they are green, but other regions are red here. So they make more emissions, they produce more emissions, they can absorb back. Another one example is methane emissions from the decompositions of reindeer manure in the territory of Russia. Even such estimations we do have. Our research institutes organize calculations, organize investigations, and yes, finally, we have summarized estimations of all these processes of greenhouse gas emissions by natural systems and by industry in our territory. So a few words about statistics. What do we have now? You see here some estimations for northern areas and estimations of increase of temperature in these regions. In some regions, yes, we do see some quite significant changes, and it's possible to speak about increase of temperature during some long period. But for some territories, these trends are not quite clear. You see, in Antarctica, it is impossible to give some reliable estimations, and this is only a region-like example, but it's possible to say in our territory, yes, we can find areas with very, very different natural conditions, where sometimes it is just impossible to justify some climate changes. It's really so. And what else? It's possible to try to connect, try to find the correlations between climate change and destruction, decomposition of permafrost areas. In this situation, it's possible to expect all these manifestations of destructions of building, destructions of agricultural area. So all the negative adverse consequences for our economical objects. So what territories are vulnerable? You see, this is a territory of Russia. And when we are coming to the estimations of regional flows of greenhouse gases, it's necessary to remember that even only 1/3 part of our territory is a territory without permafrost. But on all other areas, it's necessary to think about permafrost. It's necessary to expect some adverse changes. That's why, yes, we work in this direction. And this problem is very, very important for us in Russia. What estimations do we see here? In addition, this is a balance of greenhouse gases on all the territory of Russia. And you see again that the summarized balance can produce less greenhouse gases in comparison with the absorption. But some regions are in the red zone. That means that they produce more greenhouse gases. And this is a problem because in addition to these natural systems, the emittents, the producers of greenhouse gases are also our industrial objects. This is another one estimation. This is about capacity of our greenhouse, about our natural systems to absorb, to collect carbon. And you see some our regions are able to do this, but other regions not. That's why having such different natural conditions, it will be necessary to develop quite reasonable state policy in distribution of emission rights, emission quotas. And this is the work we are doing now. And right now I'm sitting in two meetings, and the second meeting in our Industry and Commerce Chamber. It's devoted to the business solutions in this sphere. Our businessmen try to understand how do they need to plan distribution of these quotas and how to organize this activity best way. What do we need else? You see here some examples, some approaches to the calculation of greenhouse gases emissions. And currently we are working on implementation of international rules. But it's easy to understand that in each country we have some differences between objects, producers of greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to develop our national emission coefficients, emission factors for different objects of economy, different regions, and so on. Because it is impossible just to take some foreign experience that was constructed based on experience of probably Africa or Australia or some country else, and to take all these emission factors, emission coefficients for foreign equipments, for foreign natural systems. It's impossible just to take it and to bring it to Russia and to calculate it here using all these approaches. The approaches must be the same, but the factors, the coefficients, sometimes descriptions of processes is not the same, and it's necessary to develop our national system here. And main problems connected with estimations of greenhouse gas emissions and their flows. First of all, it's necessary to organize now in our industrial objects specialized audits to create greenhouse gas accounting system, for example, for oil and gas enterprises. Another one problem is variety of models of absorption and emission by natural objects. And this is really so, as I told, it's impossible to take just some estimations, some models for African swamps, and to bring all this experience and formulas and calculations to Russia. We can use it just to experience and to exchange, but not to apply for our systems. And it's possible to speak about lack of high quality source information, and it's possible to speak about necessity of involvement of competent staff to solve all these problems. And a few words about the role of universities. Of course, we can participate in different research projects, and we do it. It's necessary to organize capacity building programs, educational programs, and sometimes even the lifelong learning programs, just to provide ecological culture, climate culture, and so on. And it's possible that the universities can participate in validation and verification projects. What you see here, this is a part of our university project. This is a program for our students, how to make evaluations of greenhouse gas flows in our territory. We have a neighbor green territory where it's possible to organize environmental monitoring. And yes, we can justify that the mode of greenhouse gas production and consumption by the territories under the higher or lower transport pressure, for example, is very different. So if these approaches are interesting, we are ready to collaboration. We are open to collaboration. And if you have some questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Redina, for your interesting presentation on the challenges of the climate change on the northern areas and as a serious challenges in achieving the sustainable development goals. We have learned and also learned about the demographic part of the pandemic, especially demographic point of view, as well as then we learned about the presentation from Dr. Claire Plonen about the dimension of the social inequalities as well as social injustice in achieving the sustainable development goals in post-pandemic world. And also we have been learning about the environmental point of view from Dr. Redina. Now I'd like to invite the discussants, three discussants. First is Miss Noraini Binti Abu Bakar of UCSI University in Malaysia, and then Professor Chong Won Tan from University of Malaya, and Professor Dr. Sutanto Suhodo, Master of Engineering from Universitas Indonesia. And allow me to introduce each of the discussants. So Ms. Noraini Binti Abu Bakar of UCSI University of Malaysia has Bachelor of Science Engineering Chemical from University of New Brunswick, and then MBA College University HELP, and then currently PhD candidate in University of Malaya, working on the refugee and youth and also social issues. She's now the Executive Director of UCSI University Malaya and specialties on the Muslim-Christian relations and reconciliation and the faith community relationship beyond dialogue, especially collaboration and community service. Ms. Noraini Binti Abu Bakar, I'd like to invite you to give short response because of the time limitation, then 8 minutes for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and for all the excellencies and distinguished guest greetings from Malaysia. Yeah, so when I heard about what Dr. Claire Plonen mentioned about the potential outbreaks, that really put my hair to the end, because of when we look at SDGs, there are so many targets and indicators, and even up to this moment, there's so many of them that we still have to research to localize or to make sure that they are meeting the needs, the pressing needs of local context. So when we think about all the uncertainties and what Dr. S.C. Margarita Radina, I'm sorry if I did not pronounce your name correctly, mentioned about the climate situation in the in Russia area, you know, on all this melting glacier and all that. Though I know we are still slightly around 1.5 degrees Celsius increments since 1850s, but we know that in the recent, in the last 50 years, the carbon dioxide ppm has increased up to 400 ppm in just a very short time, even though for the last few hundred years, it has been, it was around 300 ppm. So when as an educator, you know, thinking about what can the university or high learning institutions do together globally, and how we can coordinate with the big players. You know, if you're looking at the greenhouse gas emission, the energy sector itself is emitting so much you know, carbon dioxide, almost 70+% actually coming from the energy sector. So when we are looking at the demography and youth development and sustainability in the cities, looking at the indicators at the local level, I wonder how much can we push as educators, for example, to the big players. You know, I think this is one major question, because we don't have much time to you know, wait until 2030. Yeah, so that's how I feel throughout this discussion. And Professor Emeritus Lakshman, I'm not very much into the demography when it comes to the fertility and all that. But from my side, being in Malaysia, to see how climate has impacted, or thinking about the climate refugees in the future, and about the food security. Just now, the governor of West Java mentioned about the food security in this region, when we have the heat wave increasing, and in the city in Malaysia, for example, we have been working very hard for food bank, and also looking at the health condition of the people. These are some of the areas that I appreciate Dr. Claire mentioned about all the, you know, the disease increasing, the global non-communicable disease, and with the melting glaciers, if that's going to increase more, of all that is unexpected. Maybe later Dr. Claire Brolin can share with us what's the impact of the glacier, melting glacier, as the oceans start to connect more in terms of outbreaks. That I think that's something that I would love to hear from your experience, that area. Yeah, so that's at least from my side, from all the conversation. How are we going to do this together at the local level, reviewing the targets and the indicators at this climate crisis situation, when the big players are not changing that fast? Even in Malaysia, as we are looking at the fossil fuel consumption, Malaysia's fossil fuel up until this year, it continues to increase. And though I'm very excited with the solar, the decrease in the cost for the solar panels, thanks to China, for the at least in this area, for the mass production of solar panels, that there is very soon high possibility of decrement in the cost of solar energy. So that's a good news. But then again, how are we going to push the big giants and getting the government to put the policy together, implement together in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic that is not yet fully over? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norania Binti Abu Bakar. Now I'd like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Chong Wen Tong from University of Malaya. Is currently an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at University Malaya. He's also the head of Center for Energy Sciences. His research interests are sustainable energy, green technology, and innovative product design. He's the editorial board member of the two SCI Q1 journals. And then also he was selected for the 2019 Top Research Scientist Malaysia by the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Chong Wen Tong, Please, the time is yours now. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mia, for the introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chong from University Malaya, Malaysia. And from my participation for the last 2-day event, I feel like we have a little bit less on the discussion, mainly on the industrial aspect. So I think I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the future for Industrial 4.0. It's based on my about 10-year industrial experience in Dyson, Sony, before joining the university, and my current role as a technical advisor in Watercool, a public listed company in Australia. So as we know, IR 4.0 or Industrial 4.0 is the combination of digital process such as IoT, automation, robotic, engineering simulation, big data, and additive manufacturing. So it allows the engineer to make higher quality product more efficiently and react quicker to the shifting of the customer demand, and also building customer loyalty by mass customization and gaining market share. But since last year, April, the global supply chain is experiencing a level of disruption that we never seen before. And this pandemic has also created the increasing or surge demand for essential healthcare equipment, medicine, along with the requirement for advanced information technology application. As you know, before this crisis, Industry 4.0 was an area of great interest to many manufacturers, and its business driver were focused on competitive advantage, cost reduction, productivity, sustainability, and innovation. But now, due to the pandemic, most of the manufacturers focus more on the survival and damage limitation. So many Industry 4.0 solutions currently being considered as non-essential business activity. So I like to go through some of the key elements of Industry 4.0, mainly in mechanical and manufacturing sector. So I believe the key learning from the crisis will be the manufacturer relying on human capital and the impact of the social distancing. So if we go one step deeper than the supply chain perspective, the manufacturing in particular will be the main area for improvement. So during the pandemic or crisis, the production plan has been changing more frequently because of the changing demand, availability of raw material, key staff, the asset availability. So in this scenario, Internet of Things can play more important role by real-time visibility into the availability of raw material, finished good, work in process, people, and asset. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to constantly reassess and replan activity can be also important. And next, the robotic process automation to support the non-value added labor intensive activity. And the second key element in this sector is the additive manufacturing, or in a more common term that we're familiar with is 3D printing. And we are now moved to another level, 4D printing, that involves the printed part that able to respond to the change of the working environment. For example, the tubing that can expand and contract itself depending on the pressure of the fluid that flowing inside the tube. So in current pandemic condition, some of the spare part, the critical spare part of the product may start in the supply chain. So if we can have a critical part, small critical part especially printed in a prototyping machine, it will speed up the design, testing, and engineer build process. And this will cause the reduction in the tooling cost, labor cost, and it may solve the social distancing issue during the pandemic. The next key element of Industry 4.0 is engineering simulation. So as you know, the engineering simulation like finite element analysis, FEA software, computational fluid dynamic simulation, fluid structure interaction, these all rely on virtual reality and augmented reality to create realistic, perfectly scaled image and video or simulation that speed up the design process, reduce the interaction, and shorten the time to the market. So all this reduce the time and cost, and also the manpower in the testing, tooling, and production stage. It will also reduce the failure in the market. And with the current pandemic condition, I think this technology, together with the digital twin and remote support from OEM, would able to improve the availability of asset and infrastructure. And the last key element that I like to discuss is the big data and analysis in improving the productivity and performance management. So with the big data and analysis, the supervisor can monitor the factory performance remotely and in a real time. So they can deploy intervention when needed, conduct effective performance management meeting, adapt or revise daily plan to meet the customer demand, and to improve the labor productivity as well as the operational efficiency. Everything can be done remotely. So in future, I believe the AGV, automated guided vehicle, autonomous electric vehicle, drone, can be used to reduce the reliance on people and to further assist with the social distancing. I think that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Chong Won Ton, for your critical comments from the technological point of view. I'd like to deliver my apologies that previously I incorrectly mentioned the name of the University Malaya, So please accept my apologies, and for the future, the name that we should mention is University Malaya or Okay. I'd like now to invite the third discussion. The third discussion is Professor Dr. Sutanto Suhodo, Master of Engineering from Universitas Indonesia. So Professor Sutanto Suhodo graduated from Universitas Indonesia in 1986 for bachelor degree in civil engineering. Then he studied in Japan at Tokyo University, where he earned his master degree and doctoral degree. He has been serving as Director of Graduate Studies at Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia and Head of Civil Engineering Department, and also Vice President of the University of Indonesia for Academic and Research Affairs from 2001 to 2007. He then also appointed as Deputy Governor of Jakarta for Trade, Industry, and Transportation in 2008 to 2019. As Professional Transportation Engineer, he was also once appointed as Director of Distribution and Logistics at Cement Industry of PT Semen Cibinong Kujang dan Halching. I'd like to invite Professor Sutanto Suhodo to deliver your comments and response. 8 minutes for you, Professor Suhodo. Time is yours.
Oh, well, thank you, Dr. Mia, for your kind introduction. And I would first, I think, appreciate for all the three speakers for their very excellent speech and also presentations. That distract me actually some curiosity. Although my background probably is quite away from your grounds, but let me discuss about the Professor Laxman first. That well, you know, in Indonesia, we had sort of a family plan many years back, and I believe even right now we're still doing some sort of a kind of birth control or something. And I learned from this discussion that you try to define that the fertility is by some sort of measures, and your measures is a birth measures actually. And I don't know exactly what the relation of this fertility and that birth, yeah, and what would be the impact actually? Because in our country, probably a family plan and also the sort of birth control is very important, because right now I think Indonesia is having probably nearly 280 million in population. And I think we have to do something with this. Otherwise, we might have some probably some discrepancies on the economic development. So my question is probably not really question, but I need probably some further specific explanation from you. I think Professor Laxman, that you are saying that fertility is something to do with birth, and I was wondering because I think after the COVID, it seems to me that you keep mentioning that probably after 9 months or so there will be some growth of this kind of fertility in terms of birth. But probably we have to know very well what would be the specific cause of that, and also this is going to be a kind of the natural growth that increase, or this is just a kind of postponement of the growth due to that pandemic, the COVID pandemic, of course, because you mentioned also something to do with the probably the postponement of the marriage. Of course, marriage had something to do with birth and so forth. So my point is actually probably to know what would be the specific cause, the specific cause of this fertility to birth, and its relation to the pandemic. That is one thing that distract me to know, or troubling my curiosity probably about the situation. Trying to understand what the speech of Dr. Claire. Well, SDG has a lot of, I think, many target and goals, which is, I believe, one of the goals is of course the economic development. In the country like Indonesia, we are, I think, in the pace of having a great what sort of effort, I think, to do the infrastructure development, for example, because whether you agree with me or not, but I believe that the infrastructure development, especially for transportation, it's a kind of backbone of the economic development. So I was wondering, due to the pandemic, for example, we learned that probably there are some sort of hold up. Everybody's wait and see, especially spending of the private sectors. Of course, the spending of the national government is huge. Because we are put, I think, a big effort and focus on the health sectors. But I think there might be some delay, some deferment, I think, on the economic development due to the infrastructure development itself. So maybe you have some sort of ideas of maybe strategies, actually, how to invite the private sectors to becoming part of this development, because I believe relying alone with the national budget would be having a kind of long and winding road probably to have the development. But if we are able, I think, to attract or inviting the private sectors to come down and also come to this infrastructure development, I think that there will be a kind of effort to expedite this development. But I think we need sort of a strategy, because the infrastructure development normally have a kind of long return for those private sectors. But maybe there are some strategy how to give them some sort of additional benefit, or maybe because once you talk about the economic development, normally you talk about the government, not to the private sectors. But it seems to me that this time, I think we would be in need, I think, to have the participation of the private sectors to come to the infrastructure development itself, and we need their money, their investment on these sectors. So maybe you have some sort of strategy, a very specific strategy for this issue. Finally, this is very nice noting for me to listen to Dr. Redina from Russia. Of course, you have some notes that are really nice to me to try to comprehend. You say that there are no better strategies, or there are no better priorities among the global SDGs, SDG goals, of course. And I would like probably to learn from your Russian experience, because the SDGs development is, of course, is very important for a developing country like us in Indonesia, I think, which is something to do probably with the climate change. This is very important because I think based on the Russian experience, and that climate change also have some effects on the life expectancies, reshaping the cities, as well as spurring up also the scientific innovation. And those all things are in need, and we need some support from a very strategic policy. I think I would like to know, probably you may have some recipe or some sort of advice to a country like us, Indonesia, aiming at what would be the most important development globally regarding the what you have in the Russian experience on this. So I think climate change must be something to do what we have to do in the future, especially our country. I might give you some examples. For example, the country like Indonesia, well, I might be sharing about my ground on transportation, for example. We are very much rely, for example, on the private vehicles. Private vehicles are giving some sort of a big emission, which is also have some influence to the global warming issue. So, but this is not easy, I think, to battle the habit of people to use their private vehicles, because in some other extent we are not ready yet on providing them with some collective transportation, like sound public transport, something like that. So I think we need some very strategic way, I think, to shift the people who used to be using their private vehicles, and they move out to use the public transport. And in that extent, I think we need some sort of incentive to those people. So maybe you have some specific experience in your country that I believe that is something to do with also the climate change. And if you could share with us, I think that might be a very good recipe probably for Indonesia as well. I think these are my points to deliver to all the speakers. I wish I'm making up my point, and I'm sorry that I might be hard to comprehend actually your ground, because we are in very different ground. I'm an engineer, but maybe you're talking something else. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mia.
Thank you, Professor Suhodo. Okay, so I'd like now to invite all the plenary speakers to provide like short response, and I'd like to start with Professor Disayanake, and then Dr. Brolan, you can continue, and then later Dr. Redina. So Professor Disayanake, you have also comments from especially Professor Suhodo. Thank you. You're still mute, Professor Disayanake. You're still mute.
All right, now I'm okay. Right. I'm sorry. And I'm very much thankful to Professor Sutanto about your comments on my presentation. And you see now, you need specific causes. Why there is this increase in fertility 9 months later after the termination of pandemic. Now, when it comes to disasters like this, right, pandemic or any other natural disasters, what we see is they are temporary phenomenon nature, but also people adjust their fertility behavior to face such disasters. It's not like what we see at the onset of the fertility transition, where the attitudinal changes occur. Rational behavior is taking place from a shift from high fertility regime and breaking away from that high fertility regime to somewhat low fertility. So the decline in fertility, that is at the onset of the transition. We all have experienced that. In Sri Lanka, we experienced that in 1960, 60 and 70 decade. But now we all are in the post-transitional fertility regime. We will not be going back to that pre-transitional fertility regime. Although there will be encouragement or promotion to increase fertility, people will not actually do that because we have a fertility norm. We have developed a fertility norm, maybe around 2 or 3, right? Okay. So therefore, these are all adjustment behaviors that we see time to time. Now, for example, I mentioned to you 2 events which took place in this decade. That is 2004 December, the tsunami disaster which occurred here in Sri Lanka as well, and people adjusted to that situation. So there was an increase in deaths in 13 districts in the country. I actually have done a study also, compared that with non-tsunami affected districts, and I found that people postponed their fertility to post-tsunami time period because they postponed procreation and also they postponed marriages. Once the country comes to normalcy, you see again, they will be having the same sort of fertility that we observed during the pre-disaster period. So that is what we see here also. Even during the Civil War period, 30-year Civil War period, we saw that people were postponing their procreation and also marriages. So what we have seen, in fact, in Sri Lanka, the additional number of births, the contributors to the additional number of births were coming from the second half of the child, that is older women in the reproductive age span. So that's a clear indication of postponement of procreation to 35 years and later. So the specific causes are such. And I'm not talking about the medical side of fertility, because I'm looking at the social behavior of fertility from the demographic perspective. And I think I have answered your question, Professor Sutan. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. And one of the questions raised by Professor Noorani, and she was talking about demography, disaster, and health. And also, you see now what is happening now, because of the decline in fertility in all over the countries, what we see is that we are now experiencing population aging, including Indonesia, right? So there will be huge population moving towards elderly age. So the proportion of children, the young people, will be on the decline. So what is necessary now in order to now, and even Dr. Claire mentioned about NCDs, the increase of NCDs. So what happens now, this is something to do with our health policies, because you see now most of the health policies that we have are morbidity expansion policies, not morbidity compression policies. You see now, we get NCDs after 40 years of age or so, but we won't die. But because of the improvement of medical technology and so on, but we are sick and live up to the same life expectancy that a normal, healthy person lives, but we are sick. So in order to improve health of the elderly population, you have to start from day one, from birth, preventive mechanisms. So that's called morbidity compression policies. And also you have to apply life cycle approach to most of these things, because without having life cycle approach, you will not be having this intergenerational interaction. So therefore, what happens if you improve the health of the young people, then they will go to the elderly age, but they will be more healthier than those people who did not have that life cycle approach to their health. That's something that we need to look at.
Yes. Okay. Professor Disayanake, because of time limitation, I'd like to ask for your permission to maybe we could close your explanation, then we could move to the response from the next speaker.
Yes, I have already gave my explanation. Okay. Yes. Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Claire Brolin, you could please give your short response to the comments from the discussion. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Dr. Mia. Noorani, great question. How will sea level rise impact on zoonotic disease outbreak and transmission? I'm not a zoonotic disease or One Health specialist, but let me answer your important question as best I can. And it's actually a really important question for me living in Queensland, Australia, because we're seeing the impacts of sea level rise in our Torres Strait Treaty Island area, particularly in the Australian islands, the Torres Strait Islands of Sabai and Bogu, which between in that strip of water between Australia and the southwest fly district of Papua New Guinea. So when we have sea level rises, like you mentioned, we have displaced populations, we have climate change refugees. So then we have individuals, families, and communities moving to new locations. And I anticipate these are more likely to be urban areas where displaced and climate change refugees might have other family and or friends. There might be other economic opportunities in these particular areas that are already densely packed and where there's already pre-existing moderate to severe poverty. So therefore, when you have more people move to densely packed urban areas, there's a greater chance of outbreak and transmission of new zoonotic diseases, the disease transmission from animals to humans. And as I mentioned during my presentation, that you know, when we have these people living in these really tense, confined urban areas, there's a real chance that can generate or exacerbate conflict, whether that's interstate or intrastate conflict. And I mentioned in my presentation about this bidirectional and synergistic relationship between disease outbreak and transmission. The other issue is that my fear is that many of these climate change refugees are actually going to be non-citizens. So they won't have permanent residency, they won't have proper residency and or identification documentation. And so my fear is that they're not going to be able to access quality and culturally responsive and affordable healthcare services and systems in a new country in a really timely way. And that's really, really tricky because if they're not accessing health care, but they're in really concerning environments where the transmission of, and volatile and fragile environments where the transmission of zoonotic disease outbreak is potentially likely, then there's no way to identify and monitor the disease spread, particularly thinking about the role of health information systems that we have in different parts of the world. The other thing is that when climate change refugees move, they'll shelter together, they'll share limited resources and daily necessities of life together. So, you know, they'll need to go out and earn money. And my concern is that, again, the desperation and all the need to have a daily wage will mean that they won't necessarily be able to social isolate in the way that other people within a country's borders might be in a position to do so, because let's be pragmatic, we need to put food on the table for our children and our broader families. And then my concern is because they are non-citizens that they will not be able to access countries' social welfare and support systems in a timely and affordable way. So yeah, again, a lot of issues there. On the other hand, we're also going to see animals moving out of their natural habitats with sea level rise. I anticipate we're going to see animals, birds, other wild animals move into domestic locations where there's denser human population living together. And so there's going to be greater interaction. And I anticipate because they've moved out of their natural habitat, there's likely that there'll be a greater dependency on animals to feed, on humans to feed and or shelter animals. So again, the interdisciplinary conversations in relation to sustainable development strategy, and your questioning to and of me is very clear. So yes, I'm very much on the same page as you actually. In my own country, Australia, I would say to you that the private business and corporate sector is actually leading the way when it comes to sustainable development and environmental and social government's policy and planning in our country. And we need the private sector because we can't rely on governments. Governments everywhere have limited resources and they've been stretched even more in the current COVID-19 pandemic era. So we need to leverage the private sector for finances. We need leverage and collaboratively partner. And yes, I understand. My husband's actually general manager in supply chain for a national agribusiness here in Australia. So I understand your questioning around the critical importance of infrastructure and ongoing infrastructure investment, and the incredible importance of timely and cost-effective supply chain and procurement processes. And certainly there's been major issues with regards to supply chain and procurement and transport because of a number of bottlenecks that have emerged in our country because of the closing of state and territory borders and the limitations on movement and freedom of movement because of the implementation of public health emergency laws. And each of our states and territories also have very different public health emergency laws. So it's been very, very tricky. Now, in terms of working with the private sector, I think what we really need to do is we need to really work and collaborate with the champions within the private sector who are really moving forward, who are really genuinely integrating sustainable development policy and planning and investment, ESG planning and investment into their corporate strategies. I think if the more we can have regulation where we can link their investment, and I see it as an investment into infrastructure and other works, and link it to their SDG reporting responsibilities, the better. Also, I do believe that investors and shareholders are going to increasingly look to companies' ESG strategies, sustainable development strategies, climate change strategies, in order to decide whether or not they will invest their money. So I think the corporate sector, whether it's reputation, regulation, or revenue, I think they are where we need to go in terms of really building collaborative partnerships for sustainable financing.
Dr. Claire Florin, I apologize, I interrupt you. So I hope you could close your explanation because of the time limitation.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, the expected speakers and audiences, actually we have already running out of time, but I'd like really to give the chance to the third speaker, Dr. Redina, to also give short response for the comments from the discussion. The time is yours, Dr. Redina.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for your interest to my presentation, to my topic today. And first, I would like to try to answer Dr. Narani Binti Abubakar. Your questions were mostly about role of the universities and what can we do as universities, as scientific centers, research and educational centers. I think this is our main role, to teach the people, to make this, to give them this environmental culture, I don't know, climatic culture and so on. They must understand what can they change themselves. And of course, we can participate in research projects. Of course, we can try to be active also in some consulting bodies and so on. As an example, I can tell you about my university. We are participants of some consulting bodies, some consulting structures in the Ministry of Natural Resources, for example. And currently we will work together with the main organization in Russia who is responsible for state body who translate standards, who
I think there's a problem of the connection with Dr. Redina. It seems Dr. Redina is having like a internet connection problem. Okay, so while waiting for Dr. Redina to return, I hope she will be returning very soon. I'd like to mention that we have reviewed the questions from the audiences, and we have learned that many of the questions actually also already covered, the explanation covered by the plenary speakers. And also because of the time, I'd like to apologize that There will be no like a detailed discussions, respond from the plenary speakers one by one of the questions delivered by the audience. I really apologize for that, but this is very an exciting conversation. I'd like to ask whether Dr. Redina is back. It seems that she's having like the internet connection problem. Okay, honorable speakers, then also respected participants and audiences, we have been listening and learning so much about the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary discussions on the challenges, especially challenges to achieve sustainable development goals during this difficult time, and especially also challenges to move forward later in the post-pandemic world. So we have been learning about the challenges from demographic point of view, from the social and political inequalities, social justice problems, as well as from environmental and ecological point of views, then also from the technological point of views. We have been also discussing the questions about then what should we do and what's the role of various actors, including universities, academia, government, civil societies, private sectors, and also other actors, of course, including local community, indigenous peoples, as well as every social groups at grassroots levels. And this is just the beginning of conversation. We do hope that we will be meeting later in the another academic event, well, when we will have like a very rich conversation. I'd like to thank all the distinguished speakers and also discussants. I also like to thank all the audience who stay with us, although this is the already like run out of the time from the initial agenda. I'd like to give the applause for all of us to have this event, and thank you very much for your kindly attention. And I'd like to give to the Master of Ceremony, Dr. Jeffrey Abdul-Razak. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ibu Mia Siskawati, for successfully leading the session, and thank you to our respected plenary speakers and discussants for the very interesting plenary forum. We are very much honored to have all of you with us today. On behalf of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude to our honorable speakers, moderator, and discussant. We kindly ask the chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, to give a token of appreciation. Please, Dr. Lin Yola.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite all of our plenary speakers, discussants, and moderator of today's event for us to present the token of appreciations for this closing ceremony. The first one is our honor to have the keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Safwan Effendi from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much for the keynote speech today, Dr. Muhammad Safwan. And the next one is the keynote speaker, Bapak Muhammad Ridwan Kamil, the Governor of West Java, Indonesia. It's our honor to have you today, Bapak Governor. And the next one, we have plenary speakers, Emeritus Professor Laksman Disanayake. Thank you very much, sir, for again contributing to our international event. Thank you very much, Professor Laksman. And we have Dr. Claire Brolin from University of Queensland, Australia. Thank you very much, Dr. Clay, to again kindly accept our invitations in our international event. Thank you very much, Dr. Clay. And we have certificate of appreciations for our next plenary speaker, Dr. Margarita Redina from RUDN University, Russia. Thank you very much, Dr. Redina. And we have a token of appreciations as well to our discussants, Professor Dr. I.R. Sutanto Suhodo from Universitas Indonesia. Thank you very much, Professor Sutanto. And we have our next discussants, Associate Professor I.R. Dr. Chong Wentong, the head of CES University Malaya, Malaysia. Thank you very much, Professor Chong. And last but not least, we have our discussants, Ms. Norani Binti Abu Bakar, Executive Director of SDG Secretariat, UCSI University, Malaysia. Thank you very much for your contribution today, Ms. Norani. And of course, thank you to our great moderator for leading the remarkable discussions, preliminary discussions of today. To Ibu Mia Siskawati, PhD from SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Thank you very much, Ibu Mia. Thank you all to all speakers, discussants, and moderator. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola. To complete our today program, we invite all speakers, moderators, and discussants, as well as Dr. Lin Yola and Bapak Athor Subroto, to turn on the camera as we are about to take virtual photo. UI technical team, please get ready for a perfect shot. Let me know when I can do the count of 3.
Hey, give us some time, Dr. Jeff.
All right, take your time. Okay, Gary.
Still give us some time.
All right, sure.
We have our director.
Okay, we're ready, Dr. Jeff.
All right, okay. In the count of 3, give us the perfect smile. 1, 2, 3, and say cheese, everyone.
Cheese.
Can we do it again, Garin?
Yes, please.
All right. So again, in the count of 3, give us the perfect smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Ibu Mia Siskawati, Emeritus Professor Laxman, Dr. Claire Brolin, Dr. Radina, Prof. Sutanto, Prof. Chong, and Ms. Norani. It is an honor to have all of you in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, discussants, and Ibu Mia.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, finally, we will be having the Conference Award announcement. We kindly ask the Director of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Athor Subroto, to announce for the Best Paper, Best Presenters, and Audience Choice Award. Please, Bapak Athor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey.
Most welcome.
Yes.
So please proceed, Bapak Athor.
Okay, great.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah. So yes, this is the great achievement of Best Paper Award Sustainable Development Approach. It goes to Kamal Kandeweta, Universitas of Rahuna, Sri Lanka, and Asani Fernando, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Congratulations with the paper entitled Fueling South Asia's Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery Through Sustainable Energies. Very great title. Congratulations again, Kamal and Asani.
the next one, sir. The next
one.
presenter.
And on the best presenter goes to Cheng Kailin from Tsinghua University, China, and Liao Jiankun from Tsinghua University, China, for the best paper award, with the paper entitled "Coping with the Coronavirus Pandemic: Risk Perception Predicts Life Optimism." Very great title again. Congratulations for Cheng and Leo for your great achievement. Congratulations. And then certificate of achievement from SSGS, web preparation for best presenter award goes to, for the session A, Muhammad Ghani Khudratul Ishan, and then for the session B, Siti Maslin Binti Zarmani, and then for the session C goes to Tung Jun Ren, and for the session D, Dato Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Congratulations. And then from the session E goes to Novianti Sulaiman, and from the session F goes to Kamal Nishanta Kandevata, and from the last session, session G, goes to Michelle Natasha Cristianto for the best presenter award of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Congratulations for your achievement. And then for the next session, H, goes to Tan Leong. Session I goes to Nur Fateha Matsud. In session G, Talia Salam Azahra. In session K, Liu Chiyung. In session L, Ramani Bai Fadarajan. In session M, Dr. Nur Haini Abdul Rahman. And from the session N, Intan Yusan Septani, on the achievement as the Best Presenter Award. Congratulations again on the your presentation, your achievement. And then from the session O, Komadi goes to Komadi Karangoda, and for session P goes to Nan Pangtai. Session Q, Aditya Maulana Mugiraharja. Session R, Konsong Yetkiat, and for session S goes to Suci Puspita Rati, and for session T, Professor A.S. Mahmud, and from the session U goes to Kailin Cheng for the Best Presenter Award. Congratulations again for you all. And then for the Audience Choice Award for the day one, it goes to Imam Budiartono with the paper entitled Waste Reduction Strategy in Upstream Through Community Participation and Modernization of Waste Bank in Depok City. Oh, it's so local. Congratulations, Pak Imam Budiartono. And then on the Audience Choice Award, day 2 goes to Indah Wulandari with the paper entitled The Social Media Campaign of Interfaith Women's Forum in Preventing Intolerance and Empowering the Women's Economics Amidst COVID-19 Pandemics. Congratulations, Indah Wulandari, for your achievement today in this conference.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Ato. and many congratulations to all awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are now about to approach the end of the event, we proudly bring to you again Bapak Athor Subroto, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, to convey for his official closing remark. Please welcome Bapak Athor.
Thank you again, Dr. Jeffrey. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, Honorable Governor, AUA President, Rectors, Deans, Head of Departments, guests, speakers, discussions, moderators, audience, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a very good evening in Western Indonesian time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pandemic has caused a real threat to all sectors in our global life. Therefore, comprehensive adaptation and mitigation strategies are the objectives for a pandemic-adaptable, resilient, and sustainable future world for everyone. Therefore, this year, School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, collaborates with the Asian University Alliance to proudly present its yearly academic conference with the big theme of global strategies and resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world toward a better future for all. Today, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference has successfully completed its 3-program series, the Writing Coaching Clinics, pre-conference seminar, and the conference plenary forum. We do observe that academic conference objective to bridge the innovative participant to contribute to lifting the scientific information exchange among academics, practitioners, policymakers, and societies worldwide on the pandemic dialogue on issues adaptation and mitigation strategy are firmly accomplished. My sincere appreciation goes to the Asian Universities Alliance for the great collaboration and full support on this event. With the 17 Asian leading university collaborators, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference are for sure forming an international platform for an intellectual dialogue across multidisciplinary backgrounds, universities, and region. Thank you to the host universities for their hard work and full support in organizing this academic conference, Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, University Malaya, and UCSI University. It is also an honor to have the honorable speakers, presenters, audience in this remarkable event. We hope that the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference primarily strengthen our mission and vision to collaborate in addressing regional and global challenges. With this, I officially close this event, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. See you in our next international conference in October next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Athor Subroto, for the remarkable closing remarks. The organizing committee would like to thank all the speakers, moderator, discussants, presenters, session chair, invited guests, committee members, and all of you in the audience for being very supportive and energetic towards the success of this academic event. To our dear participants and audience, before we closing this event, let us have the very final virtual photo session for remembrance. If possible, if everyone, please open your web camera and we will have a super perfect screenshot with all those involved in today 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference event. UI technical team, again, kindly proceed.
Yes, we are ready, Dr. Jeff. We have 3 slides.
So is it okay for me to do count?
Yes, please, Dr. Jeff.
All right. So in the count of 3, give us the perfect smile, everyone. 1, 2, and 3.
Cheese.
Is it again, Garin, for another interface?
Yes,
so again, guys. So in the count of 3, Give us the perfect smile. 1, 2, 3, and say cheese. Everyone, cheese. Okay. So do we need to another interface? Gary?
The last one, Dr. Jeff.
The last one. All right. Again, guys, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Perfect smile ever. Hopefully, these can be a great memories for all. Thank you, everyone, for this virtual photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude for your kind contribution and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Till we meet again and see you on the next event. Have a good day to all. May peace and prosperity be upon us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And take care, everyone. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Lin. Thank you, team. Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bumia.
Thank you, Bapak Ator. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
speakers.
Thank you.
Speakers.
Thank you all.
Stay
Well done,
healthy.
team.
Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Lin. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Proud of you all.
Thank you. Thank you to all presenters as well for
Yes.
staying with us for these 2 days event. Thank you all audience and all session chairs as well.
Yes.
Congratulations to the team. Thank you.
See you again, everyone, next year.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff.
So for
Thank you
even
very
bigger
much.
conference. All right. Dr.
Yes,
Lim,
of
many
course.
congrats for
Yes,
the good leadership.
to all of us.
All right.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Thank you
All right.
all. See
Thank
you.
you. See you.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.